Begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Gets it straight back to the bowler and a return catch.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
Towards mid-on, strike the stuff. He's hit the stuff.
Ball-by-ball coverage.
Hits the pad. How is that? Out. It's LBW. The finger is up.
Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
A 12-month test odyssey for the Australian team. As many as 21 test matches across 4 continents over the next 12 months. And the journey begins right here in Australia's smallest capital city in Darwin, a place which has not held a test match in over 20 years. They do so today. And we're inside the final half hour before the first ball and a return to test cricket at the beautiful Marara Oval in Darwin. It's a joy to be here. My name's Corbin Middlemas. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Before anything else, let's go straight out to the coin toss, and Adam Gilchrist is with the captains.
We're all set for the toss here of the first test match, a 2-test series, Australia versus Bangladesh. I've got the 2 captains here, Najmal Hussain Shante and Pat Cummins, and match referee Richie Richardson. So, Pat, you've got the honours. Heads is the call. It's come down tails. Pat, you've won the toss. What are you going to do, mate?
We're going to have a bat first.
Mate, it's a big 12-month period coming up, and you've only played 1 test yourself in that last 12 months. Must be very excited to have that cap on and that blazer on.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a long time coming. We've had great preparation the last 8 months since the last test. So we've been buzzing, waiting for this day for a long time.
And a full squad to pick from. That must be very exciting. Some guys have had time off, a lot of white ball cricket, but it must have been a tough selection.
Yeah, it always is. Yes, Scotty Boland and Josh Inglis are the 2 that missed out from our squad. We saw our class with both of them, but particularly Scotty was this summer. But a couple of big boys coming back.
And you haven't played a lot of test match cricket. It's been quite a while since you played Bangladesh. A bit of white ball cricket. How's the intel and the research gone? Obviously, they had a tough tour match up here.
Yeah, it's a tough one. When we play India or England, you feel like you've played everyone 100 times. These guys, bits and pieces in different conditions, so you obviously do the footage, but I think a lot of it's, coming out here, kind of, having to solve problems on the go.
And I guess an outground from the main stadiums must be exciting to come out and bring the game to the people, and the people of Darwin are ready to go.
That's right, yeah, up here for the last 5 days, everyone on the streets has been awesome. Feels a bit more chilled atmosphere than a big first test of the summer elsewhere, which has been lovely. So we've really enjoyed it, and weather's always pretty hot, so it should be a good week.
All right, mate, all the best. Najmal, 23 years since your country has played test cricket here. It was on this very ground. It must be a very proud moment for you to be captaining the team after all that time.
Yeah, obviously I think very proud of to be here and really excited to be here. And then as you mentioned that 23 years has been long, so really excited to play good cricket here.
Yeah, it was a tough tour match. What are the learnings from that match been?
I think it was a preparation phase, so we came here a bit earlier to prepare ourselves, and then we had some good experience, and then after that we had a great practice session, so we learned a lot.
And bowling first, what do you make of the conditions? There's a bit of grass there, but it gives you a chance just to learn a bit about the pitch and hopefully take it deep into day 5, as you said yesterday.
Yeah, obviously I think it's a good opportunity for the bowlers. It looks like green and a little bit moisture, so early on there will be some movement for the bowlers.
All right, mate, well, all the best with it. Can't wait to watch. So there you have it, the first test match. The toss is complete. Australia have won the toss and they will bat first.
Thanks, Gilly. So that's all the news from the centre. Forecast top of 31 today. It's already 28. And it's an adjustment, must be said, for some pretty pasty Southerners that have made their way up to the top end. It's great to be here. What a thrill. You'll hear from the voice of summer, or perhaps the voice of the dry season, Jim Maxwell, right throughout the broadcast. He'll bring us the first ball coming up in about 20 minutes from now. Ben Cameron in commentary throughout the day, and these 3 fine gentlemen all alongside me. First of all, Australian fast bowling great and a man who just sends shivers through the Bangladesh Bangladeshi bowlers everywhere. The man who, of course, owns the record for the highest score in a test match between the two teams, Mr. 201, not out himself, Jaques Gillespie. Hello, Des.
Hello, Corby. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here in Darwin. And it's been, as you said in your opener, it's been far too long, Test cricket, 23 years since Bangladesh have played here. It's very exciting, and there's a lot of buzz around Darwin, isn't there?
Yeah. How many mentions across the week? Give me an over-under number. So that's one.
Oh, there'll be many.
Yes.
Don't you worry about that. I did a breakfast this morning from the Jodie Lee Foundation with Merv Hughes and Wes Agar, and it was brought up a few times. Might have added a little bit of mayo to the 201 story, but a bit of fun.
We were here for the T20 games this time last year, and
yes,
they were tremendous games of cricket. Devol Brevis scored a memorable 100 as part of that. But the pitch is interesting here because it's joined together. It's basically prepared in two parts out the back. Jake Pavlich is the curator. He's the cousin of Matthew Pavlich, the Fremantle footballer and Hall of Famer, for those of you that are Aussie rules fans. But what can we expect from the 22 yards out in the middle?
Look, there's a little bit of grass on the surface, but it will play well. There's no doubt about that. I mean, speaking to Phil Jaques just up in the com box before, Jaques, he just felt that as a batter, you might have to just have a look for a little bit, but it'll be very true bounce. It'll be consistent bounce. You'll be able to trust the bounce, be able to leave on length. But I think the Australians batting first, they'll look to put a significant total on for sure.
Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport, just repeating Australia winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Phil Jaques is here. We can have a chat to him right now, the former Australian opener. G'day, Jakesy.
G'day, Corbin. How are you?
I'm very well. It's nice to be here. You're not perspiring as much as us from the most southern part of the country, but it's an adjustment.
It certainly is. I feel like I've been running around the block. I stopped off for a coffee out the back for about 10 minutes in the sun, and now standing on the sidelines here. It's certainly going to be a warm one for the Australians, and I don't know about not feeling the heat. I'm definitely dripping with moisture as we speak here, Corby.
It's either 20 or 21 test matches in the next 12 months. That depends whether Australia make the World Test Championship final. It all starts here, so by this time next year, it'll be done. The 20 or 21 test matches will have finished. What's at stake in this series in particular? Two matches against a lowly opponent in Bangladesh, albeit improved a lot in recent times. What can the Aussies gain here?
Well, they've got a lot to lose, that's for sure. It's a test series they're expected to win, especially with the events of last week, with the preparation that the Bangladeshis had, getting knocked over for 54 in the second innings. It certainly doesn't bode well. However, they're coming off 4 straight wins prior to that. Their loss to Zimbabwe, 2 good wins in their own conditions against Pakistan. So they're no easy beats. And the first test of the summer, first series of the summer in the winter after a long layoff, it's a bit of a danger one for Australia.
It's a long way, Darwin, from the Apple Isle, and this man is decked out in the emerald green, ready to go for this broadcast here. Back with us on ABC Sport. He's a 3-format cricketer, having represented Australia at every level. Xavier Doherty's back with us. Hello, X.
Corby, thanks for having me. I am one of those pasty southerners that you were referring to, but been looking forward to this one for quite a while. How good is this to be in this sort of weather? Australia putting their best team out. Bangladesh, a team we don't see very often. Getting to learn them over the next few days or few weeks, and just hopefully watching some really good Test cricket. I'm excited to be here.
All right, let's talk about the team. So we learned yesterday Australia have got their 11. Scott Boland misses out. It means that the Hall of Fame 3 are going to play together. So Cummins, Stark, and Hazelwood, and that can't be overstated, by the way. That they haven't played a lot of cricket. Pat Cummins, the $4 million man, he's played 5 days of cricket for Australia in the last 13 months. So we've barely seen him. The only match he played was the Adelaide Test match, which ran the distance, obviously during the Ashes. And then Josh Hazelwood, who's had a series of injuries as well. He did get some form back up recently. Played 13 games in the IPL, but we haven't seen him in national colours since October. What do we make of the lineup that the Aussies have fielded here?
I think it's a, as you said, full strength lineup. They're going to be fresh. They're going to they've had a very good preparation. They've been flying in and out of Brisbane mid-weeks and then going home for weekends. So they've certainly got a good preparation on board. Just talking to Andrew McDonald prior to the game, he was saying that they don't get an opportunity to have a pre-season pre-season, and all of the quicks have basically been shut down since the end of last summer, and are really fresh. They're ripe, ready to go. They should be hitting the ground running.
Is it a risk? I mean, Josh Hazlewood's played, I think, 6 of the last 14 tests, and he's broken down in the last 2 tests he's played at home.
No, I don't think so. I think he's got 295 test wickets. He's a legend of Australian cricket. He deserves that little bit of wriggle room, I suppose, and that opportunity to play. Scotty Bowen, 83 wickets at 19. He's done an unbelievable job. Painfully unlucky to miss out, but I can understand the way the selectors are doing it. I really like that they've picked Nathan Lyon. I think with having Bo Webster and Cam Green in the side, that's the fourth seamer. And if you play the 4 out-and-out quicks, it just feels like a little bit of overkill with seam bowling. So I like the difference of having Nathan Lyon there. I think it's a good side. Scotty Bowen, unlucky to miss out, but as you said, Corbin, there's 20 or 21 test matches the next 12 months. Scotty Bowen will play a big role in that.
Yep, absolutely. Jason Gillespie alongside Xavier, Doherty and Phil Jaques. My name's Corbin Middlemas, Ben Cameron and Jim Maxwell, of course, throughout the broadcast. We're about 15 minutes away from the start. We'll have the anthems coming up shortly. Australia winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Big test for a number of the batters here, Jaques. So you would think that the core group is going to go through to Africa. There's not really any exposed form or first-class cricket between now and then. But if you don't get runs here, then all of a sudden you're facing the Proteas quicks away from home. It's pretty tough sledding, and the guys in particular we're looking at, obviously Weatherald up the top, short on runs, Marnus Labuschagne at 3 and Cam Green in the middle.
Yeah, it's certainly the sort of series that these guys would want to be establishing themselves, or re-establishing themselves again. If a low series against Bangladesh, it doesn't bode well for what's coming ahead. And as you said, there's 20 test matches over the next 12 months, a lot of cricket, big tour to look forward to. It's just important that they don't take their eye off this series and look too far ahead.
Yeah. We talk about the bowlers and whether their fitness is up to snuff. What about the batters? I mean, at an advanced stage, when all of a sudden you haven't played a lot of test cricket in 8 months and you're in your mid-30s and your fast twitchies aren't what they once were, is that a problem?
I don't think it's a problem physically. I think they'll have been doing a lot of work up in Brisbane to get ready for this one. A few guys have been away playing a little bit of cricket, especially the batters. I know Jake Weatherall's had a very successful stint in county cricket. So I think they'll be up ready to go. They'll just be looking to try and hit the ground running and make a big score in this first innings.
All right, Weatherall's going to open up alongside Travis Head. Fascinating opening partnership and some feel-good stories here. So Jake Weatherall obviously gets to play at home. He attended the last test match here in 2004 as a 9-year-old, and now he's out there wearing the baggy green, which is such a fun story here at Marara Oval as Test cricket returns for the first time in over 20 years. So he's the homegrown story, the only born and raised Territorian. And then there's Travis Head, X. So if he scores 100 here, he'll do what no other player has done and score 100 in all 8 capital cities. So he's ticked the other 7 boxes. The last one he hasn't got, for obvious reasons, is here in Darwin. So unfortunately, Rick Finlay's not with us, but he would love that stat.
He would. Oh, that's a great stat, Corb. Well done. I'm sure you've got a few up your sleeve to deliver us to over the next few days. But the AB medalist, newly crowned AB medalist, Travis Head. I think there might be 5,000 or 6,000 people here today, and I think most of them have come to watch Travis Head bat. We heard the round of applause when the coin came down, and Pat won the toss and decided to bat. So it was a very popular decision here. Most people have come here to watch Australia put on plenty of runs, but hopefully see a competitive match.
All right, let's get into the team. So it's going to be Weatherald and Head opening up. Marnus Labuschagne at 3, Steve Smith at 4. Then at 5, Cam Green. So he's batted just about in every single position in the middle order. He's going to try and bed down 5. Alex Carey, the left-hander, then at 6. Bo Webster at 7. And then the 3 bowlers. So Stark, Cummins, Lyon will be there at number 10. And then Hazlewood at 11. But you know what you're picking up what I'm putting down. The 3 quicks and Nathan Lyon as the Hall of Fame quartet. The Bangladesh team. So this is their lineup. Shadman Islam is going to open up. The opening batsman, he's coming off his best year last year in Test cricket, where he averaged 47. He owns 14 first-class hundreds. He will open with Tanzid Hussain, who's the 25-year-old left-handed opening batsman. Scored a half-century against Australia back in June. I don't know if this is a claim, but he scored 22 out of their 54 against the CA 11 when they were all out in the tour game. So he's the only one that could hold his head high on that front. Mohamed Haq, he owns 13 Test hundreds. the second most by any Bangladesh batsman, will come in at 3, the former captain. Following that, it'll be Najmul Hussain Shantu, who's the captain. You heard from him at the toss a short time ago. He does have 5 wins in his last 8 tests as captain and owns 400s overseas. Mushfiqur Rahim, most test runs, most test hundreds by any Bangladeshi batsman. Liton Kumar Das, the 31-year-old wicketkeeper, he's had to overcome a calf strain to be here. He's actually the leading run scorer for Bangladesh over the last 5 years and their first choice keeper. Mehdi Hussain Miraz then comes in at number 7. He is the all-rounder. Scored a century against the CA11 in the first innings. He's actually the number 3 ranked all-rounder by the ICC Test rankings. Then we were into the bowlers. So Tajul Islam is playing. He's had to overcome bone contusion in his index finger. He's the left-arm orthodox spinner and the country's highest ever wicket taker in Test cricket with 270 wickets. And then the bowlers, so 3 right-arm quicks. Taskin Ahmed, 15 of his 19 Test matches have been away from home, so he can make that now 16 of 20. He'll play alongside Ebadot Hussain Chowdhury, the right-arm quick who was on paternity leave in Italy. He had to cut that short to be available for the first Test. And then Hassan Mahmood, the 26-year-old right-arm quick, makes up the 11 for Bangladesh. He's coming off a stint in county cricket where he took 12 wickets at 19, playing for Kent in Division 2. Any names, Jaques and X, that jump out there that grab your attention?
Well, like I said, Corb, they're not a team that we're overly familiar with over on these shores. We don't see them very often. It is great that we get to see them over the next couple of weeks here and you know, standalone tests when there's not a lot of other cricket going on. But Mushfiqur Rahim is actually a guy that I played against, you know, about 15 years ago. Wow. So in one-day cricket. So he's been around for quite a while. He's someone who they'll look to rely on through the middle order. And then obviously I'll be watching the spinners, Corb, Mahdi and Tajul Islam, who will try and anchor a lot of this bowling attack here when the going gets quite tough, you'd assume, at some stage for them.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Mahdi Miraz. He coming off 100 in the CA11 last week, so he's in a bit of form, bit of touch. He's a good all-rounder, bats and bowls. It's going to be interesting to see how this bowling attack copes without the 2 injured quick bowlers. They're obviously going to miss those guys immensely. One of the fastest bowlers in the world, in Rana, not here. It's going to be a big ask for this attack.
It would have been a great storyline, wouldn't it, to be able to say, hey, here's Australia versus Bangladesh, and Bangladesh features the fastest man in world cricket. Unfortunately, he's not here. I had sort of shades of the Pakistan tour from the late 90s, early 90s when Shoaib Akhtar came down, and it felt like it was very much billed as the all-conquering Australians up against Shoaib Akhtar and Pakistan. Unfortunately, Nahid Rana not here in the Bangladesh team. The 2 teams have just gathered on the boundary's edge. We're going to have the official anthems in just a moment. The trophy is going to be carried out. And I look around, it's Corbin Middlemas here on the boundary alongside Phil Jaques and Xavier Doherty. We've lost one, and that is because Jason Gillespie is on trophy duty, so he's going to carry the trophy out.
Unnamed at this stage, an unnamed trophy, or is it self-named by Jason himself?
I was about to say, Dizzy has said off air that I've just called it the Jason Gillespie trophy, so he's got his hands around it. Of course, 100 for him, or double 100 in fact, unbeaten, which will tell us he's 201 not out in Chittagong back in 2017. That's the last Test series, would you believe, that these 2 teams played against, that was the 2006 series. 2017 is the last time that these 2 teams had met in the Test arena.
He did, Jake. He's still got his pads out in the car park ready to go if the skipper wanted to put him out there as a night watchman later.
I'm not so sure he was joking.
I don't think he was either.
He's in fine form. Jason Gillespie, you'll hear from him throughout the series. He shakes hands with Alex Carey. Of course, they spent a whole lot of time together, the 2 Croaters and the Bangladesh team and the Australian team about to line up for the anthems. Just repeating the news from the toss. So Australia have won that. They're going to bat first. I think that's a good result for the locals. At least it ensures, you would think, given this kind of climate, that the Test will go into a 4th innings.
Yeah, definitely. And it's probably Bangladesh's best chance as well, is to try and make early inroads in this attack. It is a good cricket wicket. It's good grass cover, good pace in the wicket by the looks of it. It's going to be a good morning, I reckon.
That's the voice of Phil Jaques alongside Xavier Doherty. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. It's now time for the anthems. The first ball only 6 minutes away.
Participants, regardless of their identity, background, beliefs or choices, we provide a safe space for the whole community to connect and feel respected, and we thank you for playing your role. If you're able, would you now be upstanding as we're joined by Larrakia Country Elder James Parford to conduct the Welcome to Country, followed by the Bangladesh National Anthem and then the Australian National Anthem.
Bachiwa Garamilla. My name is James Parford Fijo from the Fijo clan of the Larrakia Nation. I'd like to acknowledge everyone and welcome everyone, no matter of your background, no matter about race, colour, creed or religion. Welcome to Larrakia country. Larrakia Nation, just like all other First Nations people of this land, have never given up or ceded our lands. And this land we're on today always was and always will be Larrakia country. We're acknowledging the Test cricket returning to the top end for the first time in 20 years. We're acknowledging 50 years of NAIDOC, a celebration of survival and resilience. We're celebrating the longest living culture of this planet of 65,000 years coming from this nation. I want to finish with the words of my dadaba, the late and great Reverend Wally Fijo. You have come by way of Larrakia land. While you're here, you hear the voices of our ancestors. When you leave, you'll take the Larrakia message with you. Before I go, don't forget, everywhere you go, you'll always take the weathers with you.
Australia and Bangladesh, the two-test series, all live and uninterrupted here on ABC Sport. This is Grandstand Cricket. Corbin Middlemas, Phil Jaques, Xavier, Doherty at the boundary's edge. Jake Weatherald and Travis Head will be walking out to open in a few moments' time. What are you on the lookout for here, Jaques, in the first 2 hours of play?
Oh, big moment, isn't it, for Jake Weatherald? Homecoming as such, back in his hometown of Darwin. They're going to be looking to set the tone this morning. They'll be looking to try and get on the front foot, be positive, be aggressive, and try and really make a statement in this first hour.
Where are you looking, Xavier?
Cameron Green, he's the man in the middle. He might not get his chance early on today, but at some stage he'll be out there in the middle, and the pressure will be on him. I think there's been a lot of talk about his position in the team, so I'm sure he'll be eyeing off this opportunity to really cement himself.
It's a quaint ground. It is the Northern Territory's biggest stadium. So the Morris Rioli stand where we're sitting has the Technicolor seats below us. There's the Michael Long centre end at the northern end of the ground. The southern end is the airport end, and then apart from that, it's really a grass bank out on the eastern side of the ground. There's a little bit of cloud cover, which adds a tiny bit of relief, but it is hot and humid. 31 degrees, the forecast top. You'll hear more from X and Jaques throughout the day. You'll also hear from Ben Cameron in commentary. But to kick us off, Jason Gillespie, the man who carried the trophy out, is upstairs. It would not be cricket on the ABC without this man. Jim Maxwell's back with us again for a new summer. Good morning, Jim.
Corby, good morning to you. Hello, and welcome to the show. What kind of show are we going to get here? I didn't know that Airport was the only Darwin Test cricketer. Now, Dizzy, I have to ask you a question.
Yes.
You carried the trophy out with some kind of splendour.
Thank you very much.
And then proceeded to hang around rather Trumpian to the trophy for a while. But I didn't know.
Do you reckon I hung around too long? I was told just wait out there until the teams had all come out. I was just obeying instructions, mate.
I didn't know that NRMA spelled Gillespie. Is your name on the trophy?
It isn't on the trophy. Maybe it should be.
It should be, definitely.
It was
everyone here will assume, as you marched out with that trophy, Dizzy Gillespie, night watchman, have been recognised at last.
Absolutely. Actually, it was a little bit heavier than I thought. First, I got it up. I thought it was just going to be just very light because it was a wooden trophy. It was actually quite heavy. But yeah, no, great honour. Very grateful for CA, the opportunity to carry the trophy out. It was lovely.
When you played here 23 years ago,
I did.
The only other time Australia played against Bangladesh. Have you had a look at the deck today?
It looks just a little bit green, but I think it'll play very well. I mean, Jake Pavlich, the curator, there's two sort of halves that have been put together, and you can see almost a seam in the middle. I think it's got a good coverage of grass, but there'll be good bounce, there'll be good carry. I think good cricket will be rewarded. The batters look to be positive. There's plenty of runs out there.
Here's Ahmed. First ball from the airport end, and Weatherald pushes away to the onside. Thinks of a single. And Travis Head's on strike, sorry. Travis Head and Jake Weatherald out there at the moment because they could name either the stand or the trophy. Certainly the stand, they could have put Weatherald's name in there somewhere. I think this is the McAdam stand. No, what is it?
I think it's Morris Rioli stand.
Morris Rioli, that's where we're sitting. It's a big stand, and there are a lot of fans in it, I have to tell you.
It's a great crowd already, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, it's 3,000 or 4,000 as Head waits, and he drives at this. That's four. Splendid shot. Just reached forward. It was a nice sort of medium fast and well-directed delivery with nothing on it, and Head just stroked it pleasantly as if he was taking a bit of bacon before the scrambled eggs and out to the cover boundary.
Just a little bit wide there from Taskin Ahmed. I mean, his first delivery actually came back into Travis Head, and Travis was very circumspect, but that one, trying to probably do that again, didn't actually move, and the length was such that Travis Head could just hit through the line. It was a lovely shot through the offside.
Four slips and a backward point. Taskin goes in from that airport end and he leaves. That was a better delivery. Pitch just outside the offside. May have gone away a little bit. If we don't quite get the accurate discussion about what the ball is doing. It's because we're a deep extra cover or deep backward square, a little bit like the Adelaide Oval in 1925. Or Newcastle or Canberra, Monica. Yes. We used to go down side on there. So at the moment we're looking at Travis Head from deep backward point. So we can see the bounce, but not the movement very easily. Taskin tries once more. He comes in and Head leaves the ball outside the off stump. He's a very experienced and successful bowler, right arm fast medium, and he's getting the ball into the spot. Is there something in this pitch? Australia winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, well, certainly the Bangladeshis will certainly be looking to extract whatever they can, Jim, out of this surface. They'll be a little bit early, there's no doubt about that, with the extra lacquer on the cricket balls these days as well. So expect a little bit of movement, not only off the seam but through the air.
So Head taps away, Taskin Ahmed goes in and he's back and jabs the ball down towards mid-on. Getting in behind it, umpire Dharmasena down there, just signalling to his mate Richard Illingworth. There's just one more to come in the over. None for 4 Australia, and no surprises really about their line-up here. Going with 2 all-rounders, just to give themselves a bit of cover. Webster and Green, the 3 quicks. The quartet is back. That's another reason for being here live to watch. How many more games will that quartet of bowlers play for Australia? As Taskin goes in, back and in behind, hit on the pad, on the thigh, as it ricochets away into the slip cordon. So, still one more to come in the over.
Yeah, there was a no ball. Yeah. I think the boundary that was hit, Jim, I think it was a no ball.
All right.
But certainly...
That moved back and bounced, didn't it?
It did. It just came back into Travis Head. But you mentioned the quartet, with Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, Lyon. I mean, we've been very fortunate, haven't we, over the years to be able to witness those guys play so much cricket together and have so much success. And I agree with you. This, how much longer are they going to go?
That's a good question as Taskin tries in his back and in behind, middle this defensive stroke back up the offside of the pitch. That is the end of the over. Australia none for 5, a boundary and a no ball. And we're at the Marara Stadium, Jim Maxwell and Dizzy Gillespie. And hopefully we're going to get some good competitive cricket over the next few days. One thing we can pretty well guarantee, folks, it won't rain.
No, it won't rain. Although there is a few clouds, which is uncharacteristic for this time of the year up in the Northern Territory. You see a lot of clouds.
Centre.
But yeah, there's no threat of rain at all, Jim.
Now, Jaques Weatherald, is he playing for his place in these 2 test matches?
I think he needs to score runs. Runs are his currency, there's no doubt about that. And he's admitted that. Obviously, averaging 22 in test cricket just from the 5 games he's played so far. Made some adjustments to his technique in the off-season.
So Hassan starts the next over and he's pushed away by Weatherald, nudged neatly down to third man, and it hits the boundary now. There's no one down there. There never is with a new ball and opening bowlers trying to hit the edge.
I'll tell you what, there's a bit of a roar from the crowd there with the local boy, Jaques Weatherald, getting off the mark. First ball. Lovely applause from...
More edge than guide?
Yeah, possibly thickish outside edge, we could say, but...
Safe.
Safe. They got the 4 slips in place, the Bangladeshis, so...
Yep. Hassan Mahmood runs up and bowls it, and it's short, and he pulls at it, gets something on it, and it goes down towards fine leg as they dash through for 1. Body or bat? This looks like it's going to be a leg by. Yes, Richard Illingworth twiddles his leg for the first time in Darwin, and they get a run that takes the score to 10.
Just watching those first 2 balls that Jaques Weatherald has faced, there's definitely a slight change in his setup. If you remember last season during the Ashes, he was very crouched, hunched over, wasn't he, Jim? But
falling over.
Yeah, he looks a little bit more, standing a little bit more upright. at the crease, which I think bodes well. I think he'll be a little bit more balanced at the crease. He probably won't fall over to the offside.
This is a beautiful looking ground. When you could play pot black on this, it's
beautiful, isn't it?
It's just superb. Now, he runs in again and it's pushed away by Travis Head. It's nudged it around the corner to backward square 5 leg, and there's only a single down there as Taskin comes in to collect. So Head's gone to 5, Wetherall's on 4. The score is 11, a busy 11 so far, with an over and a half to go. No surprise about the decision at the toss, Australia winning it and batting.
No, look, we were discussing it at the back of the box before play, before the toss, and there might have been a slight temptation to put the opposition in, just seeing the surface, a little bit of grass on it, but it looks, you get through the first half an hour as it happens, and it'll be a good batting surface, I think.
And again, forward stroke from Wetherall, and it goes just away from him from the look of the shot. It hit the pitch. It was a good length, a very good length from Hassan Mahmood, and beat the edge.
Spot on, Jim. You're exactly right. The length was what beat Jake Wetherall there. Just hit it's probably pitched middle stump, middle and off, and just went away. It was a beautiful delivery, and not much Jake Wetherall could do with that, but you're exactly right, Jim. The length was the key there.
He just held his shape, his line, and didn't follow the ball, and it beat the edge. He goes again. Melbourne hits the pad, and they go for a single. They don't, because it's travelled away on the offside. But again, hint of the ball bouncing and moving. A little bit here for the opening bowlers as we start this test match, the first of a long campaign for Australia.
This is where the Bangladesh seamers need to make sure their lengths are right. I know Taskin Ahmed got driven to the offside in the first over, but I don't mind that. I'd rather the Bangladeshis be driven than be cut or pulled. If they're getting cut or pulled, they're bowling far too short. At least give yourself a chance to get those edges.
Hassan Mahmood comes up again. He's on the move back and across and lets it go. First movement with his left foot across on the line of the off stump, and then he saw the length. Not attracted to it. So Australia survived, prospered really, with 2 overs bowled in the test match here in Darwin on a beautiful day, an excellent crowd in, and there's a mob on the other side of the ground towards the Italian club, and the score 9-4-11. Travis Head bringing up milestones and milestones. 3,000 test runs in Australia.
That's a great achievement from Travis Head.
And he scored 5 in Darwin.
And let's face it, he scored them at a pretty good clip as well.
He certainly has. As Thaksin bowls to him and around the corner, it slid off. Just waited on the length, the bounce in at the line of leg with the leg, and probed it out towards square leg. So he's going down to have a jab at the pitch. You can see a line in the middle of the pitch where these 2 chunks of mud have been joined up when they've been dropped in the middle of the ground, and I don't know whether that's a length for anyone to bowl at. Probably wouldn't do anything, but it's bang in the middle of this pitch. It looks a beauty, really, like the whole of the place. It's fantastic. Thaksin bowls again, back goes Head, wonks the ball away there on the onside, and it's collected by the left arm spinner Rahim. So, what are we going to see in this game? Will it be a contest?
I think it'll be a contest. A lot of people are looking at that CA11 game that the Bangladeshis played and got bowled out for 54 in the second innings. Let's not forget, they got 263 in their first innings. And they've had some success in recent times. They beat Pakistan at home in recent times. So they're a team not to be taken lightly, that's for sure.
Taxinami goes in and bowls and heads forward, driving one hand off the bat, just making sure he controlled his stroke as it went out to Shanto on the offside. So Australia none for 11, and it's Weatherald and Head, then Labuschagne, Smith, Green, Carey, Webster at 7, Cummins, Stark, Lyon and Hazelwood. Well balanced?
I think it's excellent. I think it's good decisions. I think the only real decision was whether to play Boland or Hazelwood, and they've obviously gone with Hazelwood. Boland, we know, is unlucky. He's got 83 wickets at 19 in his Test career. He's been brilliant when Hazelwood's been unavailable or Cummins has been unavailable. But I really like the fact that Australia have picked Nathan Lyon.
Yeah. Taxing around the wicket now. Back goes Head, and once more wicket to wicket, and he defended on the onside. And umpire Damasan is suggesting to Taxin, you're in the danger zone, mate. Get off the pitch and you follow through.
And the reason I like the selection of Nathan Lyon is because with Cameron Green and Bo Webster in the 11, that's essentially your fourth seamer. So if you go and play all four seamers and not play Nathan Lyon, then you've got four seamers plus Bo Webster plus Cameron Green. For me, that's overkill. And you actually don't have enough variety and variation in your lineup. And I think having Nathan Lyon there makes a big difference.
Tucks it around the wicket again, and he's back, taken on the body, maybe inside edge to thigh pattern away to the onside. Is this the best 11? The 11 they'll be playing most of the time during this passage of Test cricket, allowing for the fact that maybe someone's got to be rested?
Well, there's 20 Test matches, and it could be 21 if the World Test Championship final. So, look, I expect Scott Boland to play a significant role in the next 12 months. I expect we'll see an injection of some other players as well to come in. Maybe Michael Nisa will play a role. I know he's injured at the moment, but there's no reason why he can't play a role.
From the airport end, Taxin bowls again, and back he goes and flicks it away on the onside from the line of his hip to backward square. And there's a man out there to collect it, and they get a run, and it's none for 12. And that is the end of the third over. But outside the senior fast bowling brigade, Nisa's one of those. You'd have to say he's over 30. Where do you go if you're looking? If blokes get injured or whatever goes, well, where are you heading?
You've got to find a balance between, finding attributes that you think can be successful at international level and rewarding performance at domestic level. And if you're looking through that lens, I'm not sure you can go past Fergus O'Neill from Victoria. I mean, he's got 200 Test wickets, 200 first-class wickets at 19. The guy's just doing all he can to put his best case forward for selection. But the argument is maybe he's not quite fast enough.
Now, Head leaves the first ball of a new over from Hassan Mahmood, just outside the line of the off stump. Traditionally, Australia, if they can, and look at the Jason Gillespie, Dennis Lee, my bloke with a bit of toe.
That's right. And look, because the international surfaces are probably slightly different to what are prepared at domestic level in Australia. That's for sure. But at some point, do you just say to domestic players, we are going to, guys who continually put performances on the board, whether it be bat or ball, at some point you've got to reward them.
Now, Mahmood goes in again and heads back, and he hits the ball to the onside out towards mid-wicket, where it's comfortably collected there on the onside. And Australia at none for 12 if he's just switching on and wondering what the hell is going on. Yes, it's a Test match. It's in Darwin, and it's like the middle of the Australian summer anywhere else.
How good is it? This is absolutely brilliant. I mean, we're very unique in our country, Jim. We're one of the few countries in the world that can play cricket 12 months of the year. For me, 23 years since there's been a Test match here is unacceptable as far as I'm concerned.
Mahmood bowls and he tucked him up and he's hit it in the air and it's going to fall safely. A leading edge. He got completely mixed up and the ball travelled back over the bowler's head and landed in no man's land between mid-off and mid-on. He was lucky there. He could have been caught.
She's a strange shot from Travis Head there. It was kind of the leg stump line. He's trying to work it to the leg side and he's only succeeded in a big leading edge. Fortunately for Travis Head and the Australians, it landed safely, but just shows this surface might be a fraction too paced.
Masood bowls again and he's back and he hits it away on the offside into a gap through point for an easy single and Australia go up to 13. Yes, it's going to be fascinating as we move on to see how the Australian team stabilises itself from this position. Will it, or will there be changes out of, form, injury? You wonder what will happen. I mean, the batting's as much under question, I suppose, in some ways as the bowling with the ageism factor.
Look, I think there's a couple of guys. I think you could probably put Cameron Green in this category. Marnus Labuschagne and Jaques Weatherall to probably the three.
Weatherall leaves. The ball, it came back, surprised him, but the length was such that it was always going to be over the off bail and outside the line of the off stump, as it proved. Number 13.
There's just a bit of lateral movement in this surface, Jim.
Yeah.
We're seeing that, but it seems to be we're seeing it when the Bangladeshis have been getting their length right. And the length we talk about is the top of the stumps, which that one was, as we've just seen the replay. It just went over the bails. But I think if they can get that length right, I would argue, go even fuller. Maybe that knee roll length. Bring all dismissals into play. That knee roll length would be the length that the batters will look to feel they can drive, which would bring the bowlers into play.
Namo is driven and he's missing it outside the off stump. First movement back and then he saw it a bit fuller and tried to plunge it through the covers and missed out. Corbin Middlemas is getting ready to jump into the chair. He's had his run round the hotel on the ground and he's almost relaxed. None but 13 here after 4 overs. Dizzy and then Corbin.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Darwin, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. Morning, Dizzy.
Morning, Corby. Morning to all our listeners.
How'd you go with the trophy?
Yeah, I just said to Jim, it was just a little bit heavier than I thought it was.
Right.
I thought I was going to pick it up one-handed and then, oh, geez. All good.
Head on strike, new over starting from the airport end of the ground and through it goes. Into the gloves of the keeper, Lytton Das.
Sorry I had to sneak off in our pre-show, Corb. I just left you in the lurch there, so apologies. All good. I got the call from CA. It was a very nice honour.
None for 13. And the Australians winning the toss and batting first. Travis Head there on 7 and Jaques Weatherall not out on 4. As Taskin's on his way in again here. He bowls to Head, who just decides to leave it, waves the bat overhead. And through to the keeper it goes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it just looks like the Bangladeshis are getting into their work now, Corby. Probably we've been a little bit critical. They've probably been a fraction short, maybe a metre or so too short, because they've been, Travis Head and Jaques Weatherall their first movements have been back and across, which would suggest that the ball, the lengths have been too short. But I suppose the last couple of overs from Taskin and Hassan, their lengths have been much better and they've created a little bit of indecision with the Australian openers.
They've got 3 right arm quicks. Bowling unit coming around the wicket again here to Head, who looks to work the ball off his hip. Runs away very fine down to fine leg. Did he get anything on it? Let's wait for the call from umpire Dharmasena. No, leg byes.
It's actually a real shame, Corby, that Nahid Rana is not here. Probably Bangladesh, he's a tall lad. He's comfortably their quickest bowler. Bowls well in excess of 90 mile an hour, over 145 Ks. Unfortunately, hasn't made the trip due to injury. would have been nice for the Australian crowds to see him in the flesh, because he's a high-end talent, and he's quite exciting. So hopefully he'll be back and back playing soon. I'm not sure what his injury is, but
side strain.
Was it? Yeah. Possibly. So hopefully he'll be better soon.
Taskin Ahmed on his way in again, away from the Michael Long centre as he bowls around the wicket here, and Weatherall caught on the pads. Shout for leg before. Umpire Damascena shakes his head. None for 14, the Aussies in the 5th over of the day. Both teams out there in white with the green accent. Bangladesh also the green caps and the green numbers and lettering. And the Aussies, they got a big red sponsor in the middle of their shirts, but apart from that, as we've come to expect. Are you more a whites or creams guy?
I like creams. I'll be honest. I'm not a huge fan. I understand the economic reality, but I'm not a fan of big sponsors, logos, front and centre of shirts. I think a bit more subtle would be more ideal for me.
Particularly the fact it's red too. As Ahmed continuing around the wicket, almost taking it on the full as Weatherall whips it away very fine, and that'll go all the way for 4. They're buys, so down the leg side and nothing on it whatsoever. Just a little heads up for our audience. We are sitting side on, so every now and then something like that's going to catch us out. But looking at the replay here, fallen wide outside his leg stump, and everybody missed it, the batsman along with the keeper.
Sitting side on, you realise just how fast these bowlers are, don't you? Taskin Ahmed is he's played a lot of international cricket, and to a good degree of success, and he bowls a bit quicker, probably skips onto the bat a little bit quicker than batsmen realise. But yeah, that one just obviously down leg side, with very unsighted from here.
18 without loss, the Australians. Last ball of the 5th over as Taskin Ahmed around the wicket and letting it pass outside his off stump. Weatherall through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, so Taskin Ahmed's bowled 3 overs up front. None for 6 his figures, the Australians none for 18. Just to catch you up on the state of play, the Aussies winning the toss, deciding to bat first. They announced their 11 yesterday, but if you missed it, Scott Boland got the nod over Josh Hazlewood, so a full-strength Australian team for the start of their 12-month Test Odyssey, which will have as many as 21 Test matches included. Tours to South Africa, to India and to England. Home series against New Zealand, and then that standalone sesquicentennial test against England. And even a World Test Championship final, who knows? Hassan Mahmood is continuing here on his way in from the airport end, and wristily whipped away by Travis Head backward of square. Just get the single for that. Shots through for 1 more, so Head's on 8, Weatherall's on 4, and the Australians none for 19. I asked Pat Cummins yesterday, Diz.
Yep.
Naturally, he said, the most important series is the next one, and of course, modern sports, well media trained. If I was to say to you in 12 months' time, you can guarantee that you win 1 series, even if the other results don't necessarily go your way. What's the jewel in the crown? What's the 1 series that the Aussies should be targeting over the next 12 months?
Hard to go past the Ashes, wouldn't it? It's a tough one. It's
Mahmood to Weatherall, who lets it pass over his off peg.
But there's so many important series. I mean, you've got, obviously this series, you've got South Africa away, which is a massive jewel in the crown. They're the current World Test champions. To play them in a Test series over there. You've got 4 Test series against New Zealand. You've got a 5 Test series away against India. Some unbelievable cricket coming up. I mean,
that's the one for me.
Yeah, India.
Yeah,
can win in India. Yeah, winning in India is very tough. There's no doubt about that.
I feel like if you look at the core guys in this group, so Smith and then the bowlers, obviously the Hall of Fame quartet there in the Stark, Cummins, Hazlewood line. There's Hassan Mahmood on his way in again and coaxed into cutting, a play and a miss from Weatherall. Ends up in the gloves of the keeper Lit and Das, so none for 19. I feel like the India one's the two of that. I guess the way I'd phrase it, how will I look at them differently in 12 months' time? And I think if they win in India, it's the one thing that can elevate them even higher than what they've already done.
Right. Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that is fair. I think if you asked you go to the local pub and ask the punters, one series to win, I reckon a fair chunk of it would say the Ashes, Corby.
Probably. I'm not sure. Even if they beat India and become a once in a 30-year Australian team and then lose the Ashes in England, I don't think Australian cricket fans will be too happy with that. As Weatherald lets it go again leaving on length over the top of his off stump.
I suppose that just highlights the trueness of this surface. We'll talk about that obviously with Phil Jaques before play. Just being able to leave on length shows you can trust the bounce, and like the old days at the Wacker where you could just leave on length and be real confident knowing that the ball's going to pass over the top. This is a good surface prepared by Jake Pavlich here at Marara Stadium. Great crowd in, Corby.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
And for people that aren't aware of this part of the world, we're not far from the airport. There is a series of sporting grounds all in the one complex. It's not the same ground that was used for the tour game. As Weatherald again lets it go outside his off stump.
That's the DXC Arena, which is across the road.
Gee, that looks good too.
It's a ripper. It's a very good, and the Pint Cricket Club is next to it as well. So it's a real sporting precinct here. You've got the rugby league grounds. You've got the AF. This is also doubles as an Australian football ground. There's a hockey centre, there's rugby league, there's basketball stadium just down the road where the Darwin, the Salties, I think it was their NBL1 team back when they played in the NBL1.
You don't have to do too much research to work out why that is. Weatherald's on 4. Last ball of the Mahmood over, and again he upends Weatherald here. Shout for leg before. There was a couple of noises, and the ball trickles away out to Mushfiqur, who does the fielding at square leg. So no run there, and a dot ball ends the over. Not out. Here's the call from Richard Illingworth. None for 19. The Australians winning the toss and batting first, and positive start for two state teammates as they once were and are again after Jake Weatherald transferred back to South Australia in the off-season. He's 4 off 15 and Travis Head's not out on 8. Former Test opener Phil Jaques sits back down. Hello, Jakesy.
Morning, Corbin. Morning, listeners. What a day for Test cricket.
Yeah.
Beautiful weather. Crowds in, real steady hum in the outer. Everyone excited about Test cricket coming back up this end of the world.
Tuscan Ahmed continuing, and Head just rocks back and takes it off his thigh pad down to fine leg for 1. He moves to 9. The Australian's done for 20. Tuscan Ahmed into his 4th over from the Michael Long centre end of the ground.
I guess the biggest question is why have we waited so long to play Test cricket up here at this time of the year again? Like, it was a success last time we took it up here, and just haven't been up here for over 20 years. This part of Australia has been starved of Test cricket, but all that's ended now, and looking forward to hopefully 5 days of good competition.
Robin Greensborough off the SMS, so 0467920222 if you want to send your queries through. Pick out the best of them and go through them across the course of the day with our expert commentary team. As Weatherald waves his bat, awaits Tuscan, and he lets it go outside his off stump again. Morning all, great day to be home sick so I can listen to the cricket. I've been saying the same as Dizzy for over 20 years. We should play at least 2 tests every year in the far north, and I reckon it's perfect for lower ranked or associate teams. They'll only get better playing against the best. It also feels like this is the window for it, isn't it? The month of August before, usually a major ICC tournament will be played in September or October, and then get into our home summer, and what a perfect way to blow off a few cobwebs.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good opportunity for, as you said, the lower ranked Test playing nations to play against the world's best, and for our guys to get into their summer as well.
Tuscan around the wicket again, bowls to Weatherald, who lets it pass. By the way, Todd, there was a stifled appeal from down below, but not joined in by those on field, so I'm not sure what that was all about. Creating their own fun in the Morris Rioli stand. Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, is going to join us as our feature guest for Grandstand at lunch today. So I'll put to him about the report from Dan Cherney that this time next year there's talk about 3 ODIs against New Zealand. So I don't think they're going to get a Test match next year back in Darwin or in the far north, unfortunately. So obviously a crazy busy schedule for the Australian Test team over the next 12 months, but looks like it'll be white ball cricket again next year. As Weatherall's hooking, does well to keep it down, as didn't quite come out the middle of the bat and just trickles away back with a square leg for 1. In fact, they'll cross back for 2, so that's well run between the Aussie openers. Weatherall moves to 6, none for 22.
Got a little bit big on him there, didn't it? It's sort of a little bit out of control, but managed to keep it down. Yeah, it's a massive 12 months, isn't it, Test cricket? 20 tests, as you said, all to play for. South Africa, into New Zealand, into India away, and then that potential of the World Test Championship. And then IPL shoved in the middle, before the Ashes.
Tuscan Ahmed continues around the wicket and prodding forward. Weatherall just tucks it down the fine leg for 1 more. So he moves to 7, heads on 9. And the Aussies won the toss and chose to bat first, and Travis Head hit the second ball of the day for 4. Caught him, by the way, for Bangladesh. So Lipton Das, the keeper, Shadman Islam, one of the openers at first slip. Najmul Shantu is at second slip, the captain. Tenzid Hassan, who's the other opener, is at third slip, and then Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who is that explosive all-rounder who we've loved to watch him play at international level, is in the gully. Momin ul-Haq at backward point as it is currently. So 3 slips. In fact, 2 slips. Just as I'm speaking, one of those has jumped out into a leg slip position. So now 2 slips, a gully, backward point, and a leg gully in a catching position here for Travis Head. Tuscan last ball of the over, and Head lets it bounce off his thigh pad and run away backward of square. There's no run there, none for 23. It's an unusual looking field.
Yeah, it looks like the Bangladeshis might have watched a bit of the Ashes last year with that field to Travis Head. It didn't have much success for them, but they certainly see something there with Travis Head's technique. He does tend to fend a little bit high into that ribcage region. Can get across a bit too far sometimes from around the wicket, but he's had enough practice last summer. Yeah. I think he's worked it out by now.
We were promised a change in Jake Weatherall's technique, so we spoke a lot about it during the Ashes, didn't we? How he fell over a lot and was an LBW candidate throughout the series. Have you seen much adjustment in him so far in his short 19-ball stay at the crease? So let's wait for Hassan Mahmood, who's going to start a new over here. 3 slips in a gully. Weatherall back in the crease, full-blooded drive. Jams down on it in the end, and it trickles out to point. None for 23.
He looks very different. He's not as crouched over. Definitely not as low in his setup. Big trigger, sort of coming from quite a tall position to triggering sort of back. I think he wants to go back and across. He's going straight back at the moment, but definitely looks more balanced at the crease. I think that fuller ball that caused him a few troubles last summer shouldn't be as big a problem for Jake Weatherall. Hopefully a big summer ahead for him.
Back foot's almost inside the crease. He's so deep. It's Mahmood to him now, and Weatherall rocks back, takes it off his hip through mid-wicket for 1. Tajul Islam, the left-arm orthodox spinner, does the fielding coming around from mid-on. It's been a bit of a struggle for him, hasn't it? I mean, he's a popular guy in Australian cricket, given a lot of people barrack for the guys that knocked down the door in Shield cricket to get the opportunity in the Test team, and he was that as the leading run scorer for a couple of years for Tasmania. He's obviously the homegrown lad here, so there's a sentimental hopes for him, but you can even hear it through the effects mic. He hasn't middled too many so far. His hook shot that he played didn't quite come out the middle of the bat, that drive in the previous over. So he's still trying to find the middle. Jake Weatherall, 8 off 21. 24 without loss, around the wicket to Head, and Head just really takes a hand off the bat and dead bats it down to fine leg for a single. So Head's into double digits. He's 10. Weatherall's 8 because he's winning the toss and batting first. None for 25.
You wouldn't say it's been an overly convincing start from Australia, but they've been getting the job done. They've looked relatively untroubled. Apart from the leading edge from Travis Head that sort of landed between mid-on and mid-off, hasn't really been any outstanding chances yet created by Bangladesh. But yeah, it's been scrappy. Just finding their feet into a new Test summer, or dry season, if you like to call it that. At the moment, we're not quite summer yet, but we're still in the depths of winter down south.
It feels more oppressive than some summer days down south, doesn't it? The temperature at the moment. Around the wicket now to Weatherald, a miscued on drive, and that'll break the infield. So won't be 4, but Weatherald will get at least a couple for this. And Tajul Islam trots back from mid-on to do the fielding, so 2 more for Weatherald. He joins Head in double digits. So 10 for Weatherald, 10 for Head. None for 27, the Australians.
Yeah, I think wherever Jake Weatherald's at there, we're gonna know every run he scores. This home crowd very much behind one of their own. First real Northern Territory boy, I guess. Damien, as you said, Damien Martin was from up here, but spent most of his life in WA, and
felt like a little bit of a stretch, didn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Yes, he was born here, but certainly grew up elsewhere. As Weatherald coaxed into driving, a play and a miss, looking to drive on the up, and that's a very unusual shot for an experienced player. Fortunately, to miss the outside edge and threw into the gloves of keeper Lytton Das. Wasn't that short? Sorry, it wasn't that full.
No, that was very short, and straight away practiced the forward defence. I think he knew that was a little bit of a loose one. Jake Weatherald just needs to stay in his box for a little bit longer. This first hour is going to be the main time where the ball's going to do anything at all. Just a little bit of sideways when it's pitched up.
Hassan Mahmood on his way in again. Last ball of his 4th over, around the wicket to Weatherald, who punches back, straight back past the non-striker, and down the ground. They are long boundary straight here at Marara Oval, and that is going to get there. It's a boundary for the hometown lad, and Jake Weatherald in his own backyard is on the move. Australia none for 31. Weatherald overtakes Head. He moves to 14. Head's 10. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Phil Jaques is sticking around. Up next, Ben Cameron to join him for the first time today.
Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Corb. Hello, Jaxie.
Morning, Ben. That'll calm a few nerves down for the local boy. That was probably the shot of the morning there from Jake Weatherald. Beautiful full face, getting the weight back into the ball. Normally sweats on anything short, likes hitting square of the wicket, but that was as good as it gets down the ground.
Looks like we're going to have a change in the bowling as well. Ebadot Hussain is going to come into operation from the Michael Long centre end of the ground, or McMillan's Road end of the ground. Travis Head still on strike. 3 slips and a gully in place. A deep backward point as well, which is positioned right in front of us. A little bit of cloud cover has just rolled over as well. The Aussies 31 without loss. And whacking away, just waiting on Ebadot, who runs in now, right arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-hander, who lets it go through to the keeper. Shouldering arms.
I did look at the weather forecast this morning, and it did say slight chance of a shower. I think that's wishful thinking from the local weather bureau up here in the dry season, but there are a few dark clouds up. Something to roll in, you never know. Hopefully no rain today.
Yeah, fingers crossed it stays away. There's a good crowd in attendance. They're just lining the banks, which is slanted down towards the ground, nice and close to the action. Those in attendance in this Morris Rioli stand enjoying it all. Head awaiting Ebadot again, who bowls now, and Head goes back and defends. It's got a little bit gloomy. It is humid. It is an adjustment for those of us coming out of the south, like Corbin said earlier on today.
It'll certainly feel like home for the Bangladeshis, that's for sure. It certainly feels like that tropical environment. Getting off the plane yesterday, it hit me like a bus. Coming from the southern states. It's been quite cold, and not a couple of days away at the snow, luckily, on the way down. So I'm coming from minus 10, so it was a bit of a stretch.
And on 10, Weatherald on 14. Ebadot bowling, arriving now. Head, cut in half. As Ebadot gets one to just jag back, and Head lucky it didn't take out his stumps. Down on his haunches after that.
It was a dramatic play and miss. Cut him in half, as you said. Just missed the top of the stumps. His feet didn't really go anywhere. That was a lucky A lucky miss from Travis Head.
Didn't miss the top of off by much.
It didn't miss a lot of things, did it?
No.
So inside edge, the pad, the stumps. All around it.
Everett runs in again, passes the umpire and bowls to Head and again cuts him in half. He's got this ball talking at the moment, Everett. Just jagging back off a length, and Travis Head whacks away with his glove at his thigh pad. Trying to get himself set. Lyndon Das behind the stumps, taking the ball around about knee roll height on his keeping pads.
There's a look of disgust on his face from Travis Head as well. He can't believe how much that he's jagged back. He's done a fair bit. 2 in a row.
And a good start here from Everett Chowdhury. Right arm over the wicket to Head. He's going forward this time, struck on the pad, big appeal. The finger stays down. And the Bangladesh players are a little unsure as to whether they will send this upstairs. What did you think, Phil Jaques? We are side on, so the line is difficult. The length, did it look like it was too high, or was that hitting?
I'd definitely have a look, and they are. They're going upstairs.
So
Look like it might have just got him outside the line, I think.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Front on piece.
So he has had the ball jagging back, so there's a good chance this is pitched in line. Travis said with a nervous moment early on. Nitin Menon is the TV umpire, his earliest involvement in this test match.
Okay, ball seems to miss the bat here. I will go straight to ball tracking piece.
I think that's just outside.
Yeah, looks like it'll be missing as well. He didn't quite get that one to jag back in the way that the others had.
Pitching in line, impact, umpire's call, wickets missing. Thank you. I'll go back to Kumar on field. Kumar, you can stay with the decision.
So missing the off stump, Travis Head survives. Australia remain 31 without loss, head on 10. Weatherald, the hometown hero, 14 not out at the other end. Just repeating, the Aussies won the toss, they elected to bat. And as I said, 31 without loss as it stands at the moment. The Aussie team probably, as expected, Head and Weatherald at the top. Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, Cameron Green bats at 5. Alex Carey, the keeper, at 6. Bo Webster at 7. Then the quartet, Cummins, Stark, Lyon and Hazelwood. Everett tries again here to Head. He's fending away a ball from his thigh pad, a little unconventionally as well. Looked a little bit awkward, flailing around Travis Head as he kept that ball out. The end of the over. So Australia done for 31, Head on 10 and Weatherald on 14.
I reckon Travis Head's hit more balls with one hand at the moment than he has with two hands on the bat. There's been plenty of movement, just a little bit of uncomfortable bounce for him. He's taken that bottom hand off the bat quite a lot. It's been a fighting start from him, really lacking a bit of fluency early on.
He's really looked uncomfortable out there, hasn't he? Dad from East Perth has got involved on the SMS line, loving having the Test cricket back. If you say Lyon represents the ACT, would this be the first time every state and mainland territory is represented in the national cricket team? It's a very good question. Where's Rick Finlay when we need him?
It certainly wouldn't happen very often.
Have we got a Tasmanian? I don't think
Webster.
Oh yeah, Bo Webster. Yeah, of course. I think it may well be. Hassan Mahmood beginning a new over, and Weatherald flashing and just missing the outside edge. He's done that a number of times here on this opening morning, Phil Jaques.
He certainly has, just throwing the hands at a good length ball. He's in a little bit of a hurry. He's hit a couple of nice shots. The adrenaline's starting to pump a little bit. It's just important he doesn't take it for granted, the start that he's got. Wait for the right ball to attack.
Hassan Mahmood back in this Bangladesh team. Played in the standalone test against Zimbabwe in Harare. None for 102 on that occasion. Right arm over the wicket here to Weatherald, who's square driving exquisitely. It zips along the carpet, away to the cover point boundary before, and that is Jake Weatherald at his best.
Yeah, pouncing on a bit of width again. Jake Weatherald, he loves that square of the region. Again, wasn't all that short. Just put the foot straight down the wicket, through the hands, but this time got his head over the top of the ball. And a majestic shot. He's good to watch when he gets going, this man.
It certainly is. Flourishing blade on the square drive. 3 slips in a gully, a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg, and also a fine leg. Hassan Mahmood gets this one to jag back, and Weatherall chops it on. Balloons out into the gully. We did play an ODI series against Bangladesh in June. 5 players backing up from that successful 2-1 series victory for Bangladesh over Australia. So Tanzid Hassan, Najmul Hussain Shanto, the captain here today, Letton Das, the wicketkeeper bat, as well as Mahdi Hassan Miraz, the spinner, and Taskin Ahmed, who have obviously seen in operation from the McMillan's road end of the ground earlier this morning. So some of them do know what it takes to beat Australia, albeit in a different format. Hassan Mahmood bowling again. Weatherall feigns to play, then raises his bat out of the way. Through to the keeper it goes. 35 without loss. The Aussies. Weatherall on 18, head on 10.
Yeah, and I think the fact Australia batted first in this game as well, I think it shows that they respect this Bangladeshi side as well. I think if there would have been a little bit of a question to go, let's stick Bangladesh in and see if we can get a quick kill, and especially after they're getting knocked over for 54 in that warm-up game, there might have been that little bit of a temptation to put them in, but the wicket's a good wicket. I think it'll only get worse, and good decision by Australia.
Weatherall awaiting Mahmood and defending. Just drops it down at his own feet, has to tap dance around it, then kicks it away. Fielders come in to sort it out. Mushfiqur bending over to pick it up and start the return to the bowler, so 35 without loss. Corbin and I did see Mushfiqur Rahim, the most experienced player of this Bangladesh team, after having a hit yesterday. He wasn't a happy man. He was walking back through the car park carrying his bat, looking at inspecting the back of the bat, screaming in disgust. So I don't know whether he'd been hit or whether he dropped his bat and it damaged it or what was going on, but he wasn't a happy man.
Might have been his favourite. He got a little ding on it.
Mahmood bowling again, and Weatherall lets it pass once more. Letton Das very low down. Takes it off his bootlaces at the end of the over. None for 35, the Aussies. Great to have you with us. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport from Marara Stadium in Darwin, a top-end series. First time in 23 years we've done this. Harry from Goondiwindi, morning team, over the moon to have Test cricket back finally. Quick question for Ben: who is your unicorn currently in the Australian Test setup? Now this is an Australian rules football piece of chat here, Jaques, for you, who is predominantly a rugby league man. As Taskin begins the new over, bowling to Head, who's whipping off his pads, doesn't quite get it. Thick inside edge, away for 1 behind square, so none for 36 move the Aussies, head along to 11. And it's the most overused phrase in Aussie rules commentary at the moment. Every player, or a lot of players, far too many are described as a unicorn.
So they're just like, you don't see them very often, is that right?
Yeah,
so
very unique sort of
players. What do you reckon? Yeah, Australian side.
You'd probably have to go the all-rounder, wouldn't you? I mean, that's been the unicorn for Australian cricket. We've been trying to find the right one for a long period of time.
Is Cam Green worked up to unicorn status yet?
Yeah, he's getting there. Weatherall facing up again and running it late. A thick inside edge. And it goes away towards fine leg. And that will reach the rope for 4. He chopped down on it late. It was a thick inside edge. And it zipped away to the fine leg boundary for 4. Eberdot puts his hands to his head, frustrated. Weatherall 22, heads on 11. Australia 40 without loss.
Certainly making it talk off the wicket, isn't he? Getting the seam back into the left-handers. His feet didn't really move there. Jake Weatherall left his stumps a bit open. A bit fortunate with that inside edge. Hits away with another one.
Bangladesh's most famous, or one of their most famous victories came 4 years ago as Eberdot bowls here to Weatherall again off his pad. It just dribbles down the leg side through to Lytton Das. And Eberdot has said on that occasion actually took a career best 6 for 46. It was a win over New Zealand at Mount Maunganui in January of 2022. So he's played 2 tests this year, hasn't taken a wicket. Unfortunately, in those, none for 54 and none for 9 against Pakistan in Mirpur, and then none for 96 against Zimbabwe in Harare. Seems to be bowling well here. Eberdot in and bowling again, and Weatherall forcing off the back foot. Through backward point. Fielding done out in the deep by Honourable Huck. So a single to Weatherall, who's moved nicely to 23. Head back on strike. The Australians 41 without loss. How have you seen Weatherall's innings so far, Jaques?
It's been a little bit scratchy. Looked a bit nervous early. Found his feet. Played a couple of nice shots down the ground and square of the wicket. He's had a little bit of fortune, as has Travis said. Just a few inside edges, a few balls nibbling back, cutting him in half. But so far so good. He seems to be building into his innings nicely.
Eberdot bowling again and pulling his head forward of square for a wide mid on. And that will zip along this carpet-like outfield. Away to the boundary for 4. Travis Head just easing into his work. The Aussies none for 44 as we approach drinks in the first session here on day 1. And a slightly overcast Marara Oval. Very warm, sticky, humid and hot. An adjustment for us Southerners coming up here for Test match cricket in August.
It certainly is. Travis Head just sweating on something short on that occasion.
Sweating being the operative word.
Sweating being the word.
Eberdot arrives again and Head lets it pass down the leg side. Looked like he was going to try and dirtle it away, but playing a miss, 45 without loss. Head on 15, Weatherall on 23. Eberdot a couple of overs, none for 10. Just to paint the picture here at Marara, there's some beautiful natural trees lining the ground. We've got the banks of the fans sitting there in their deck chairs and many sitting on rugs that they've laid out. We've got the Italian club off in the distance. We've got the golf club sort of further off in the distance. Square onto the wicket. We've also got the Pint Cricket Club, which is a beautiful deck. That's where they played the tour match. So
it looks amazing out there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful setting. Michael Long Centre.
Certainly done some work since I've been here last, which would have been 20 years ago, to be fair.
Hassan Mahmood set to continue. Right arm over the wicket to the left-hander Weatherall, who's driving up-ish. Playing a miss. Flashing blade again.
I think we're going to see an aggressive Jake Weatherall today. I just think he's in that mindset to playing his natural game. He is a dasher.
Yeah.
Probably haven't seen a lot of that just yet at this level, but I think if he gets going, I think he's going to really be playing in a positive manner.
Passing the under edge there as he looked to square drive. It has been his want in Shield cricket to play that way. Do you think that's the best approach for him to take?
I think the best approach for him to take is his approach, and I think he's worked that out after a little bit of time away, playing the Ashes last year. He's going to want to be his version.
3 slips in a gully. He's forward and leaving. Ball that has good carry through to the keeper, Das. Swung after it, passed as well. Das working to his right to glove that, well above head height.
I think if you're gonna play Test cricket, you want to be doing it on your terms. You want to be doing it your way, and playing your way. There's nothing worse, I think, than than having a crack at a different level of cricket and not being yourself at this level. And I didn't feel like he was himself last year at times, whether it was the pressure of it, whether it was just finding his feet in Test cricket. We're certainly seeing a more aggressive Jaques Weatherall today.
Hassan Mahmood runs in and bowls to Weatherall, who's chopping it on, and it drops down on the offside of the pitch. 45 without loss, the Aussies. Weatherall 23, heads on 15.
At least he can look back on his career. If he doesn't take his chance today and his chance at Test cricket, at least he's done it his way and he's had a crack playing his way. And I think it's a good thing. You need to be brave at this level. You need to back yourself, and Jaques Weatherall's doing that.
3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid off, mid on. Forward square leg and a fine leg. Hassan Mahmood right up over the wicket. Weatherall driving, edging out. Caught behind. Again, he was flashing at that square drive. A little bit of bounce. And Hassan Mahmood removes the hometown hero. Jaques Weatherall is out for 23. And the first Australian wicket falls. They're 1 for 45.
Unfortunately, that bravery that we talked about has probably not paid off today. Just a little bit of a good length delivery. Again, having a real flash at that one. Getting a little thin edge. And Weatherall has to go. It's getting a nice applause and a nice ovation from this crowd. Unfortunately, his stay is over. We'll have to wait to see if there's a second innings.
So Jaques Weatherall reveals his bald head as he takes off his helmet and trudges off. It was a comfortable catch for Letton Das behind the stumps, took it around belly button height. And Marnus Labuschagne skips out a man who has been short of runs. We're having a drink here at Marara, so we can pause. And on the other side of this, it will be Jim Maxwell to join Xavier Doherty.
Every community has stories worth sharing. ABC Your Say is your chance to join the conversation. Tell us what's on your mind. Visit abc.net.au/yoursay.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
The head waits and he drives at this. That's cool. Splendid shot. So Hassan starts it next over and he's pushed away by Weatherall. Nudged neatly down to third man and it hits the boundary now. There's no one down there.
Hassan Mahmood on his way in again. Last ball of his 4th over around the wicket to Weatherall, who punches back straight back past the non-striker and down the ground. They are long boundary straight here at Marara Oval, and that is going to get there. It's a boundary for the hometown lad, and Jaques Weatherall in his own backyard is on the move.
Right up over the wicket here to Weatherall, who's square driving exquisitely. It zips along the carpet, away to the cover point boundary before, and that is Jaques Weatherall at his best.
Test cricket is on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Welcome back to Marara. Jim Maxwell sitting alongside Xavier Doherty after a very interesting first hour with Australia getting away to a good start, but they just lost a wicket. There was I won't say inevitability about it, I thought, Xavier, but he was going to nick one sooner or later somewhere.
He was, wasn't he? I must say the Bangladesh deserved that wicket. They've pounded this Marara pitch hard. They've extracted some indifferent bounds, beaten the edge. They've had a big shout on Travis Head. But yeah, I think you're right there, Jim. That shot of Jaques Weatherall, he played some similar ones and got him away, but it was a risky shot so early on in this test match with just that variable bounce there.
Yes, well, it's been a little bit for the bowlers there, hasn't there? As hard as it is from our advantage point, a deep cover backward square to see what's going on. You can by, using your imagination and your memory, perhaps, work out what the ball is doing. And they've bowled pretty steadily. I mean, there's not a rapid attack, but they've bowled a number of deliveries that could have taken a wicket, and one did.
A heavy ball, I would say, for, like you say, not express pace, but doing enough to create a few issues.
So after the drinks break, it's Labuschagne leaving the ball alone, just spurting away outside the line of his body. A reluctant player of the ball early on, and Hassan got him watching and leaving the ball alone down the leg side. But there's just a kind of looseness about Weatherald, which makes you wonder whether he's a long-time opener for Australia. But he looked like getting away today. He middled a few, and he was just getting through that awkward period in the first hour.
Yeah, he sort of plays that game where you think he's settled, and then, like you say, Jim, that the rash shot, when it comes off, it looks $1 million, but not great when it doesn't.
Nice hit, bowls outside the line of the off stump, and again the watchful Labuschagne is leaving the ball alone. He goes very quickly on length, and if he's trusting the bounce, and that most of the time it'll go over the bails, he'll leave it alone. So he's just arrived. Travis Head is on 15, Weatherald out for 23. It's 1 for 45. Australia winning the toss and deciding to bat. No surprise?
No surprise. A very popular decision from Pat Cummins this morning. I think most people here came here to watch Australia. They put on a bit of a batting clinic and watch their man, the newly crowned AB medalist Travis Head, play a few of those big shots that he's managed to get away already this morning, and we'll be hoping for a big day at the crease for the Aussies.
So over the wicket again, the new over pushed away to the onside from Taskin for a single just to the gap there at mid-wicket, and it's 1 for 46. Travis Head blazed away through the covers for the second ball of the match to pick up a boundary, and Australia settling in excellent conditions. It feels the most pleasant day sitting here, but apparently it's Sweatsville out there, isn't it?
If you have to leave the commentary box, it does get a little uncomfortable. Yes, Jim. I've packed a couple of spare shirts just in case.
What, for every day?
No, for today.
Today?
3 a day.
Yeah, you're a Sweatmobile, eh?
I've packed 9.
You're a Sweatmobile.
Tasmanian, Jim.
That's right. Well, you're not used to anything over 10 or 12 degrees, I suppose, down there. The cooler climbs, and Taxon comes in and he bowls outside the off stump, and Labuschagne, you guessed it, at the last moment he wielded his conductor's baton away from the ball. It's a fascinating thing, and now here you go, here's your research project for the day, is that we are sitting here on a sweaty day in Darwin, and there are some people who are on the slopes at Thredbo and Perisher. Is there another country in the world that has winter and summer at the same time? There wouldn't be many, would there? We have snow in one place and heat and sun in the other. Jackson bowls it now, and it's wide of the off stump.
The US was the first thing that came to my mind, given how big it is.
But at the same time?
At the same time, you'd imagine at some of the altitude there'd be snow, and then I've never been to the...
Our research correspondent Ben Einstein is on the case here behind me. Yeah, he's going to find it. I don't think there'll be many.
No, you're probably right. It's magnificent that we're here, though, Jim, because...
To Tasmania, are they moving up here now because of the weather?
It's a long time. It's a long way away from...
Most of the Victorians have moved out, I know that.
Yeah, I think most get to Brisbane and just settle there at the moment.
Tucks in bowls again and leaving once more, just pushing and watching and allowing the ball to go through. So the early watchfulness here from Labuschagne, nothing remarkable about that, the 1 for 46.
But how good is it? You can have, yesterday I woke up and it was 6 or 7 degrees, and by the end of the day it was near 30, and I started brushing up on my cricket about lunchtime yesterday. It feels a little strange.
What are you doing down there? Why haven't you left?
Someone's got to build the stadium, Jim.
I thought you were going to say build a house, because you were a carpenter, a builder of some sort, weren't you? As Taxon runs in again, and once more, yes, you guessed it, You don't get any prizes. He watched it go through outside the off stump. But now you're a match referee.
I am.
You getting hints from Booney?
I do. I've had a couple of catch-ups with Booney about just the best way to go about the job. But
keep your head down and don't do anything until you have to.
I am still out of season, so you've got to go easy on me on the rules and regulations this week. I'm just... Like I said, I only started tuning back into cricket yesterday, so...
But how much do you need to know?
You need to know a bit.
Common sense, isn't it?
You need to know a bit.
Do you?
Yeah, a little bit.
About what? About what?
All the laws of the game and what...
But you're not on...
No, I'm not, but you do have to be across it.
Yeah.
So just go easy.
Tax-in bowls, you guessed it, he left it alone. This could be one of the longest innings of leaving the ball alone that we've ever seen. You'll have to look that one up too, Ben, while you're searching for the climate of hot and cold and snow and sun. End of the over, 1 for 46 Australia. I'm with Xavier Doherty and we're talking about anything that comes into our head. You got something? Miami is like Darwin in the winter, whilst there's plenty of snow in the north. And of course we have Hawaii and Alaska. Ron Flatter from Louisville and Kentucky.
So the US is correct? You can give me a tick for that one, Jim?
Very good, okay. Yeah, but they don't play much cricket there, so... In goes Mulmwood, pushed away on the onside by Travis Head out towards mid-wicket. Yeah, okay.
No, it's a great getaway. I did spend a dry season up here when it got too hard bowling in the indoors down at Belrive. So I decided to head north and played about half a season up here for the mighty Waratahs down at Gardens Oval, Jim. Beautiful little...
That's a lovely ground. I haven't been there,
Magnificent. But, it's a great part of the world and a good escape for those searching for some warmer weather.
Did you get any wickets?
Not many.
No?
Jim,
didn't bowl the straight one enough. And Oswald goes in again, and it's short, and he carts it away very neatly in front of point. It's rushing out towards the boundary. It's pursued, and they get a couple of runs as it's collected in front of the Italian club and whatever else is on the other side of the ground. 2 runs. Not quite Middleton timed, but the score moves to 48 on the cut from Travis Head.
Hassan hasn't engaged the sweepers just yet. Ebedo from the other end has employed the 2 men square of the wicket just to try and control Travis Head. Hassan, who's 1 for 21 off his 6, is feeling he wouldn't mind Travis Head playing those square of the wicket shots just at the moment.
3 slips and a gully. Bowles Head drives at this and drives it well through extra cover, and it's running away towards the boundary as far away as it might be. It's so well timed, it's going to run across this smooth outfield and away to the boundary for 4. So Travis Head going along very nicely. He's bringing up the 50 for Australia. 1 for 52. And that beautiful shot. He just waited on the length and then put the ball away. Not voluptuously, but he hit it hard.
In Travis Head style, not a lot of foot movement, but just threw the hands through it. And as you said, very well timed.
So 3 slips gully, backward point, mid off, mid on, square leg, fine leg, and the next ball is forcing him to push, and he nicked it into his stumps. Inside edge. Not the first time we've seen that happen in the career of Travis Head. Just hit the length, it moved thick inside edge. And alas for Head, who's out for 22. And that's the 2nd wicket. And they'll be delighted about that. A bit of bounce.
Yeah.
And he nicked it into the top of his leg stump.
That's what you call the perfect 4 or 5 day length there from Hassan. Again, not a lot of foot movement from Travis Head. Just dragged his length back a fraction from the previous delivery, which was put through the covers. Just that uncertain length that batsmen find hard to deal with. Do I push forward? Do I press back? Just stuck on the crease, and a little bit of extra bounce and dragged it back on. So another big wicket for Hassan. He's 2 for 25 just at the minute, and providing a bit of substance for Bangladesh at the moment.
Well, here comes the insatiable bulwark of Australia's batting, Steve Smith. Has he still got the game, the hunger? I don't think you'd dispute that. But it will be interesting. You just sense that the Australian batting has become a bit vulnerable in the last year or two. And those dismissals may well indicate some of that vulnerability in the way those batsmen were out. But this will be fascinating to see what the man who lives in New York can do with a cricket bat now that he's got it in his hand again.
Yeah, I was talking about my preparation. Started lunchtime yesterday. I'm not sure. Steve Smith, not too much earlier than that. He tends to leave things late, residing in Manhattan. Just every now and again ducks back over to Australia to don the baggy green.
How much longer will that occur? All these questions around the longevity of the Australian team, given there's an ageing factor about it at the moment. But they've proven to be pretty potent, winning more than losing in recent times. So Smith's out there. Australia just lost its second wicket. And Masood goes in and bowls just wide of the off stump. And it goes through without any offer from Hassan Mahmood. So he has 2 for 25 in his 7th over. And Australia, all of a sudden, losing their openers. And the game a little on edge now.
That's good. It's good. I think a lot of people want to see Australia dominate these 2 test matches, but I think deep down there's also a lot of Australians out here who want to see a contest. You know, that's the thing about sport. You don't want to see one-sided affairs. And for the first 80 minutes, it's been a good contest.
Mahmood bowls back, goes with no. With typical reaction, he pushes the ball away, realises quickly it's no run to get off the mark, and holds his bat up to the non-striker. And that's the end of a very useful over. 2 for 52, with Labuschagne not playing. 7 balls, North not out, and Smith on North.
First one off the bat for these two. I say we've been here for 80 minutes. It's probably closer to 75 because I think the Bangladesh anthem just crept past kick-off time. That's one of the longer ones, Jim, isn't it?
Well, if they play that at the Los Angeles Olympics, they'll have 3 minutes of ads in the middle of it.
They will. They'll find a way. But
yes, it's up there. It's up there for sure.
I think the clock did tick over past the start of play while we were still standing out there.
So away from the airport end again. Labuschagne is on the watch and on the leave, with Everett Hussain operating another right arm fast medium bowler. It's got a massive sight screen as we have at both ends of this ground. And there's a bit of building going on down at that end of the ground. That's where we were broadcasting from 23 years ago, when Australia beat Bangladesh in the 2 test matches. The only 2 played against them in Australia. Beat them in 3 days here and then again in Cairns. But we're on to Mackay next week. And Labuschagne scratches and gets himself sorted. Everett runs in towards him and he's forward. He edges the ball and it goes into the ground just in front of a diving second slip. So the first ball he's really been attracted to. He nicks into the slips. It's taking a while, but he's getting closer to the middle of the bat. It was a safe nick, soft hands into the ground.
Yeah, it was soft hands. Nice length from Everett there. Just straightening back down the line. First time, as you say, Jim, that Marnus has been attracted to forcing himself into a shot. Facing 9 balls balls now. He wouldn't want to go too many more. He just seems to be digging himself a little hole.
Aberdot bowls and he's on the leave again, just outside the off stump. So disciplined bowling from Bangladesh, and they look half a chance with the ball this morning. There's been enough nibble there to suggest that a couple of wickets would fall, and that didn't happen until almost an hour had gone, when a flashing Weatherall was caught behind, and then almost straight away within an over or two, Travis Head, as is often the case, he gets onto the crease, doesn't quite get the length right to defend, and he edged it into the top of his leg stump. Away he goes again, pushes to the offside, wants a run. Smith says no, as clearly it was going straight out into the covers. So Labuschagne and Smith on noughts, 2 for 52.
Clearly a very defensive Marnus Labuschagne to start his innings here. 11 balls. He did push a little harder at that one, and another full one from Aberdot. But he's sort of starting to creep in the territory of just being bowled to here at the moment. It's all well and good to be watchful and, you know, to get yourself set at the crease, but you also want to be at some point putting some pressure back on.
Aberdot goes in again and he's leaving the ball. That little swish outside the off stump. The plane, like the bloke conducting the percussion band in the park. Just a late movement to tell that bloke who's on the trombone. Not yet, mate. Just wait. Wait till you get your cue. Do you play musical instruments?
I don't, Jim.
No?
Yeah, not an area of expertise.
Not even the comb or anything like that?
The recorder was mandatory in primary school.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
At our school, but outside that, I don't think I've picked up an instrument since.
Aberdot tries again, rushes in and bowls. Labuschagne back and defends away on the offside. So another maiden, and Australia stuck at 2 for 52. Corbin Middlemas is going to come in and join Xavier Doherty.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Darwin on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. And Australia have losing both their openers, so Hassan Mahmood with the double strike got both the openers out. So apart, 2 for 52, the Australians. Smith and Labuschagne both at the crease, neither to get off the mark as yet. Still morning. Morning, Xavier.
G'day, Corb. How are you? It is still morning. Yeah. You've been here for 4 or 5 hours already. Put in the early shift. Early bus for you this morning.
Here comes Tuscan Ahmed, who's been swung around, by the way, so he's now operating from the airport end, and a leading edge for Steve Smith lands safely along the ground, trickles out towards cover point in a single take, and one of them all. Huck does the fielding, so 2 for 53.
Did you see that? First for the summer, Corb. The first time Steve Smith backed away, distracted from something behind the bowler's arm for the summer. So mark that one down. 15th over of the first test. Few more to come. Well, hopefully for Australia's sake there'll be a few more to come. We'll spend some time at the crease.
2 for 53. Both openers dismissed, as I mentioned, the way in which they felt. Jake Weatherall the first to go for 23 as Tuscan Ahmed on his way in again. It's to Labuschagne. It's an inside edge and that'll work out okay. Trickles backward of square leg and they take a single. Now through for one. Aberdot Hussain does the fielding. So both Marnus and Smith off the mark in back-to-back deliveries, 2 for 54. Weatherall out for 23. Caught nicking off the Lytton Das, the keeper off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. And then Mahmood got his second wicket an over later as he picked up Travis Head, chopped back on off his bowling for 22. So it starts with both openers. What do you made of the pitch through 15 overs, X?
There's some inconsistencies there, no doubt. There's been a tiny bit of sideways movement, not a huge amount.
Oh, jammed up there, Labuschagne Smith trying to whip it away on the leg side. Inside edge onto the body.
But just the way that Travis Head in particular played some of his deliveries, where he just sort of the shoulders sort of slumped a little bit, just giving up that the ball might have shot through. There were 2 or 3 of those. I think the ball that Head actually got out on bounced a little more than he expected. Dragged, trying to play that square of the wicket shot, just dragged it back.
The short boundaries here are square, and yet it feels like it's been so hard to score square of the wicket. Scoring's been a relatively tough period as Tuscan Ahmed on his way in again, and Smith's back and defending out on the onside, back past the non-striker. And yet despite that, the Aussies 2 for 54 after 15 overs. Maybe the way modern cricket's played, and maybe the batters don't have the same temperament they once did, that guys are a little impatient, keen to get a move on with things, but you've had to be patient on this pitch.
Yeah, and Marnus certainly done that. 1 from 14 deliveries. They've just got to absorb a little bit here in Australia. They're not having things all their own way. A little bit of inconsistent bounces. Probably just worth spending a bit of time at the crease and see how that plays out.
Smith awaits Tuscan Ahmed. He's back and just takes the weight off it, just drops it on the offside, and an easy single for Steve Smith. Great to see him back out there with all his usual mannerisms and fidgety movements. Adjusting the pads. He's got the sweatband on, which we've come to expect on his left arm, and there he goes, wandering down the pitch to do some gardening.
Yeah. Well, how would he spend 4 months? Was it 4 or 5 months since he last played international cricket?
Went to the PSL, so he played for the Moulton Sultans over there, coached by Tim Payne. So he had a little stint in the PSL, and then naturally, of course, played Major League Cricket. Of course, yeah. Now that he resides in New York,
as a local,
doesn't have to go far. Labuschagne lets the ball pass wide of his off stump through to the keeper Das. It's the end of the over. Tuscan Ahmed's first from the airport end. So the Australians 2 for 55 with Smith on 2, Labuschagne on 1, Weatherald out nicking off on 23, and Travis Head chopped on 22.
Not something that I've quite picked up on my radar just yet, the MSL.
Yeah.
I know Dizzy, I was chatting with Dizzy yesterday about it. Is it just finished? Or not?
Yeah, it's over now.
Not long ago. So, that one sort of slipped past me, but obviously going well enough to get some of the big names involved.
Major League Cricket. It's fast growing. There's every chance this will become the second best T20 competition in the world. Like the money that's involved in it is incredible.
What did I call it? MSL.
I think you got the
MLC.
The L on the side.
Sorry.
That's all right.
People knew what I was talking about.
The LA Knight Riders, you'll be keen to know, beat the Washington Freedom in the final. There's 2 teams over there too, by the way. The San Francisco Unicorns have a connection with Cricket Victoria.
Okay, yep.
And the Washington Freedom is essentially a New South Wales team, so they run a lot of the back room stuff there and the cricket program. So both of them have Australian links, those 2 franchises. So the LA Knight Riders won the final. But the Freedom, which is Steve Smith's team, that has a lot of Australian guys. Ben Dorsch has played there. Mitch Owen was part of that team. And unfortunately, we didn't have any representation in the LA Knight Riders. No Aussie guys there.
Okay.
We've got a delay here, which
we do. There's
a fly on the side screen.
There's not a fly. It's a cameraman who's in front of a massive side screen.
Gotcha.
But it's putting. I think he's out of the way enough, but just putting Steve Smith off enough to.
16 overs into the test. We've had 8 overs from that end.
And now this has come.
Steve Smith has arrived. 29 degrees, 59% humidity. The forecast at the moment. Steve's not happy with what he's looking at with the cameraman who's in front of the big, broad, white sight screen. Which, how tall would that have to be, X? That'd have to be 10 metres in the air?
Yeah, 10's about right.
And 20 metres wide, at least. As Eberdot rolls wide of the off stump and Smith lets it pass through to the keeper.
Yeah, 10 metres. If you think about walking into the swimming pool and you see the diving board, that's about right, isn't it?
Yep.
The top one that I'd never jump off.
It's huge.
It's massive.
Yeah.
Covers
some scaffolding that have been erected, and the cameras sit on top of it at either end, but there's also a camera at ground level, which is the one that's annoying Steve Smith.
They've decided that he can't move, so we're just going to play anyway.
Right. So every time I turn on the TV and watch cricket on Lords, and there's people sitting in front of the side screen, no one's got an issue with it. And yet here it's a problem. As Eberdot bowls and Smith gets a nick. Oh, did it carry? And Tanzan at third slip. Judging by the reaction, I think it did. And Steve Smith given a life on 2. And Tanzan Hassan, the opener, in at third slip, has shelled one.
He has. That's definitely carried. Steve Smith squared up. Deep outside edge. Very low, but definitely carried to third slip there. And that is a huge chance for Bangladesh gone down. Yeah, that really should be taken. They're not easy. He had to come forward a little bit. So when you've got to put your nose on the line, it does make it that little bit tougher, but that should have been taken.
Oh, what a let-off. Smith dropped on 2. And the Australians 2 for 55. Smith away, it's out the middle of the bat here, defending out to mid-on. 2 for 55, Smith dropped on 2. Tanzan Hassan, by the way, is the man that put him down. He was the guy I was talking about in the pre-game that scored 22 of the 54 in the tour match. The problem with fielding at third slip too is that his captain's at second slip, so not only you put down Steve Smith, one of the all-time greats, you then got to turn around and chat to your skipper about it. Eberdot, Hussain Chowdhury should have had the prized wicket of Steve Smith. He toils on. Smith takes a ball off his hip, backward a square for 1. Pick up and a throw, misses. Sam Mahmood, who's got both wickets so far, just giving Labuschagne the hurry up. 2 for 56.
I've been impressed, Corb, with this output from Bangladesh. You know, it's hot, it's humid. They didn't get a wicket for the first hour of the match. They're asking a lot of questions at the minute and really making life difficult for the Australians out there.
Just repeating grandstand at lunch coming up in half an hour, so we'll be live here as we always are, uninterrupted from the cricket and the Australian Test team in action, and Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, to join me. What a fascinating off-season it's been for Cricket Australia. As Labuschagne looking to hook, it doesn't quite get it, rolls away to Mahmood, who fields it square leg. 2 for 56. It's been pretty noisy, hasn't it, for an off-season in Australian cricket where the Test team hasn't played in 8 months?
Yeah, there's been a lot going on. Where did it land? We've still got the 8 Big Bash teams, don't we? Is that right?
For now.
For now, yeah.
Still on the books.
One of them will be playing with a big grey cloud hanging over them, or maybe a couple.
Yeah. So we're going to have the same 8 teams this year's edition than we've always had, but then who knows? Name changes, colour changes. Brave new world. As Labuschagne lets a ball go outside the off stump and through to Lytton Das. 2 for 56. Smith on 3, dropped on 2. And Labuschagne's there on 1. So Steve Smith dropped by Tanzan Hassan moments ago off the bowling of Abidal Chowdhury. He'll be a little unhappy with that, I'm sure. But we'll put all that to Todd Greenberg coming up during the lunch break and get an update on the state of play and everything that's happening at Jolimont, Cricket Australia headquarters over the off season. Corbin Middlemas alongside Jaques and Gillespie. Hello, Diz.
Hello, Corb.
Thoughts on the first 90 minutes of play?
Yeah, there's obviously a little bit in the surface, isn't there? Just enough to just create indecision. I think the Bangladesh seamers have looked dangerous when they've got those lines and lengths right.
Ringfield, 2 slips in a gully. Tuscan Ahmed on his way in from the airport end and dropping it on the offside. Steve Smith, you heard the cry of no immediately. It's a big let-off, isn't it? I know they come quick in the grippers, and that's the gig, low down, and
they've got to be taken, don't they?
Yeah.
Gee whiz, a team like Bangladesh to create the opportunity, but you've got to take the opportunity, and otherwise the Australians and a player like Steve Smith, you hope from their sake that he doesn't make you pay, but certainly it's a big let-off for a big let-off, that's for sure.
Smith lets it go outside the off stump. Taskin Ahmed in his 6th over. He's now bowling his 2nd consecutive from the airport end or the southern end of the ground here at Marara Oval. We mentioned the surfaces. Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of sort of bounce and carry, and yet every now and then one will sort of shoot through. And as you said, it's a tricky surface, and particularly for the modern player that loves to play their shots, you got to be pretty patient.
Certainly do. I think this Bangladesh attack, the seamers will give the Australians enough opportunities to score. So just got to stay patient from a batting perspective.
Taskin Ahmed's on his way in again, delivers now to Smith, who turns it away to mid-wicket. There's no run on offer there. So Smith 3 off 13, Labuschagne's 1 off 17. 2 for 56 the Australians, and talked about the opportunity that presented for Travis Head. He chopped on 22, trying to become the first man to score 100 in all 8 capital cities. Jake Weatherald, meanwhile, out for 23. He nicked off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood, who's got both wickets so far. Steve Smith's got a little opportunity that beckons here. So the 9 teams that are in the WTC, the World Test Championship, so your full-fledged nations. Smith squared up, a couple of noises. Smith just walks down the wicket and reenacts exactly what went on, and stifled appeal, no review. 2 for 56. Bangladesh, only nation he hasn't got 100 against.
Really?
Yep. So obviously we haven't played Ireland, but out of the 9 that are in Test Arena, the other.
Well, let's be honest. Test match hundreds against Bangladesh are hard to come by.
Well, that one's on me.
You led me into that.
One's on me. Just led with my chin there, didn't I? Just straight into. Let's see if he can add that in this series. Steve Smith, he's on 3, awaits Taskin Ahmed. He's nicking through the gap in the cordon and down to the rope for 4. And Smith's living dangerously early, put down on 2, and now finds the gap in a split cordon on 3. He moves to 7. The Australians 2 for 60.
Again, a good length there. Taskin Ahmed. Just should they have a 3rd slip? Oh, cool.
Well, if he's dropped a 3rd slip in the previous over, why is he not there now?
It's a very good point. You just feel that mid-wicket is almost a wasted position, isn't it? Especially if you're looking to bowl off stump, full stump line. Mid-wicket should never be in play. Really, you've got your square leg to cover if you do get a bit straight, but you need to have someone else there.
Smith's still there. Taskin Ahmed to him now, and Smith forward defending out to cover point, and Monamal Huck comes in to do the fielding, so dot ball to end the over. Just the 8th boundary of the day so far. 2 for 60. The Australian Smith on 7, Labuschagne on 1. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas and Jason Gillespie at Marara Oval in Darwin. It is cloudy today. More cloudy than we anticipated, but it's going to be hot and humid, and Steve Smith given a couple of chances before he's into double digits.
Just highlighting the lengths. When Bangladesh seamers get it right, there's potential opportunities or create opportunities. I don't think they've bowled badly by any stretch. I think they've actually bowled reasonably well. And they'll be pretty satisfied if they could jag another wicket before the lunch interval. You'd have to say it'd be Bangladesh's session.
2 of their best bowlers both absent too for Bangladesh. 2 of their best quicks. Abidot Hussein's on his way in. Bowls to Labuschagne, who rocks back and just defends out towards mid-on.
It's a pretty important series for Labuschagne, Corby. Just last 12 months, I think he's averaged about 25. Just no ball there.
TV umpire, so 2 for 61.
Yeah, I think it's an important series. Look, all series are important, but I suppose, the spotlight has been, hasn't it, on probably Jake Weatherall, Marnus Labuschagne, and probably to a lesser degree Cameron Green. I expect all those guys to play a significant role in the next 12 months with these 20 and up to 21 test matches.
3 slips in a gully for Labuschagne as Eberdot to him now, and he lets it pass over the top of his off stump. It's averaged 28 in the Ashes. The 100 drought is now extended over 1,100 days. So wow. Manchester in 2023 is the last test 100 for Marnus Labuschagne.
Because he started in a blaze of glory too, didn't he, in his test career? He got 6 or 7 hundreds quite quickly. It'd be interesting to see the numbers from his first 20 tests compared to his last 20. I think the numbers tell a very, very different story.
2023 is a long time ago now, isn't it, when you think about how much cricket's been played in the last 3 years. It's Labuschagne. Looks on, Nicks! Did it carry? Jantu takes it low down. He likes it. Eberdot Chowdhury's got his finger up, and Marnus Labuschagne only now turns and walks. He's out again. Cheaply, Marnus goes for 1. Eberdot Chowdhury's got his wicket now. Jantu takes the catch at second slip. And Australia are 3 for 61 as Marnus's lean run continues. And this is one of those catches low down to the ground. Marnus wants a second look on the replay before he departs. And he is out, and that is a clean catch for the Bangladeshi skipper.
Yeah, don't know why he was waiting around there. Marnus, that was cleanly taken there at the second slip. Good delivery for Eberdot. Just having Marnus Labuschagne just fishing just outside that off stump. 1 off 20 deliveries.
Hasn't that become a theme too? The slow starts and, just seeing a lot of balls without... We saw in the early part of last domestic season when he was scoring hundreds, his run rate or his strike rate was back up to, levels that I guess you'd more accustomed with the modern game as such, or with the current test batsman, but...
I think when Marnus plays his best, he's busy. And what I mean by busy is he's looking to rotate the strike, get down the other end. Darren Lehman's always said, best place to bat all of the time is at the other end, because
can't get out down there.
Well,
only one way.
Well, only one way, yeah, that is true.
I wanted to continue the Marnus chat with you, and very quickly I'm sure our focus will shift to this young man. So Cam Green is young in terms of the dressing room. He's the only player sub 30 in the Australian squad. But
quite incredible, that, isn't it?
He's 27 now, averaged 24 in the Ashes series with a high score of 45. And after the long layoff, having batted as low as 7 and 8 during the Ashes series, he's back at 5, hoping to bed down the position. We've got plenty of time to bat here. 3 for 61, and Green's in. Half an hour to go before lunch. Green awaits his first ball. He's nicking 2. 1 bounce into the ground. I don't know if he tried to let that go, and it's come off the bottom of the bat. 1 bounce before reaching the keeper, Lytton Das. And the Aussies, dare I say it, on the ropes here.
I think it was a very late decision to play. Just died a little bit off the surface. It didn't carry. It was, again, not a bad length. Just if you're being a little bit critical, it's just maybe a fraction short, but the line is excellent. It's just that 4th stump line. You're unsure whether to play or leave it. In that case, that's the indecision that came in there.
In his last 9 test innings, Cam Green has batted 3, 5, 6, 7 and 8. 3 for 61. He awaits Eberdot Chowdhury, and he's out the middle of the bat here, just defending back down the pitch, and the bowler Fields on his follow-through. So Steve Smith, by the way, dropped on 2, then nicked 1 through a split cordon on 3. He's there on 7. And wickets have been falling around him. Labuschagne out for 1, caught at second slip off the bowling of Eberdot Chowdhury. And then Hassan Mahmood got both the openers, head chopping on for 22. Weatherald nicking off to the keeper on 23. A tricky opening morning of the series, and the first test, Australia and Bangladesh, here at Marara Oval in Darwin on ABC Sport. As Green off the back foot punching out to mid-off, and there's no run. You worked with Marnus Labuschagne, didn't you, at the PSL?
Yeah, he was captain of the Hyderabad Kingsmen. I was the head coach there. Had a great working relationship with Marnus. He was great. He started off the tournament slow. I was sort of pushing the owners would think we need to bat him at the top, and Marnus was keen to open. The owners had said to me initially, well, we'd signed him as that middle order player to sort of manage the innings and stuff like that. We kind of felt he'd be better suited to just go out there, fields up, just go out there and be aggressive. And when he did that, he started to put together some good scores.
Abidal Chowdhury, last ball of a successful over to Green, who drives straight back down the ground. That's a nice way to get off the mark. And Tajul Islam, the left-arm orthodox spinner, races back in front of the side screen, does the fielding. And the big long strides of Cam Green runs out 3. So he's off the mark with a triple. 3 for 64. There's a nice confident on drive for Cam Green. Just leans on it and punches back past Steve Smith. 3 for 64 end of the over. Jason Gillespie's hanging about. I'll let you pick that up with Ben Cameron, who's in next to take you through to lunch.
Test cricket is on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thanks, Corb. I'm in the PSL news. So what did you want to do with Marnie?
Batting got him up the top of the order, because the owners originally had contracted or signed him up, got him in the auction to players sort of in that middle order to be that sort of anchor. Yeah, but just felt it was probably best served to have him come in at the top, and he was great. When he opened the batting, he was very aggressive and batted quite nicely.
Taskin continuing, right arm over the wicket to the tall Green, who goes forward and forces on a drive, plays it straight to mid-off.
But what impressed me the most about Marnus in the PSL was his leadership. His captaincy was excellent.
Yeah, right.
I didn't quite know what to expect. I didn't know Marnus particularly well before the PSL.
What aspect of his captaincy, like his actual leadership, or do you mean in terms of his tactical nous?
Probably man management, like getting around the boys and that. He was, sometimes he'd be like get pretty excitable and have a lot of things going in his mind. So
he's like a Labrador sometimes, isn't he?
Absolutely. And he just needed to be calmed down from time to time. But
Taskin bowls to Green, who's driving again. A beautiful off drive. Didn't quite time it perfectly. And they'll at least get a couple, and possibly even 3. They will turn and come back for a third. So well run by the Aussies, and Green into his work. He's along to 6. The Aussies 3 for 64.
Yeah, and just finishing off that with Marnus, his captaincy. Yeah, he was impressive. Tactically, he was really good. His management of the players, and obviously you have a number in the franchise world. You have players from different environments, different cultures, and I think the way he gelled everyone together, was a real highlight for me. And tactically, it was good. He enjoyed it. He gets excitable as he does, but he just loves the game. I really enjoyed working with him.
Smith flexing at the knees as Taskin approaches, strikes him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. It's stifled quickly.
Might have been the issue there.
Richard Illingworth, unmoved, statuesque. 3 for 67, the Aussies.
Just looked a little bit high from our view here at the deep cover point. Captain Shanto was having to think about maybe looking upstairs, going upstairs, but possibly outside the line as well.
So that's sizable grab across from Steve Smith, isn't it?
It is, it really is.
Feet close together, standing outside of his grounders. He awaits Taskin, who arrives now and bowls to him, and Smith fending a ball away into the gully. Quite demonstrative as he does, fidgeting. Flails his arms around.
It would have driven me nuts as a bowler.
Yeah.
Just absolutely nuts. Just all these manners. It used to annoy me when a batter, if you bowled a good delivery, would say, "Oh, well bowled." Yeah, mate, I don't need you to tell me. I know I bowled a good ball. I don't need you to tell me. You just concentrate trying to hit it.
So you would have been particularly annoyed when he's going, moving his arms around.
Oh, absolutely.
Taskin from the airport end. Runs in and bowls to Smith, who goes forward on the defensive. Pushes it out into the covers. A loud call of no. Quite waving his bat around like a wand, like he sometimes does when he's saying no.
Tell you what he is. He's entertaining to watch, isn't he? He's been such a wonderful player.
True great.
Oh, without a doubt. He's for me, he's one of the best batters Australia's ever had. I would argue as well. He's one of our best slip fielders as well.
Yeah, he's taken more catches than any other non-keeper.
So it's hard to go past him. If you're picking your ideal slip cordon for Australia, all the usual names who come up: Bobby Simpson, Mark Taylor, Mark Waugh, but Steve Smith would be in that conversation for sure.
Taskin rumbles in again, and Smith leaves the ball on line and length, very wide of the off stump. Into the Taskin over. Bowled 7, none for 20. The Aussies 3 for 67. Smith on 7, Green on 6. Marnus Labuschagne, the last man out for 1. I heard you and Corbin chatting about that. It is a lean run for Marnus Labuschagne now. So 22 tests without a century.
Wow.
1,100 days, as Corbin mentioned.
Yeah.
The average has stepped down year on year over the last 4. So 4 years ago, the calendar year, he averaged 56. The next year, 34. 30 the year after that, and 20 thereafter.
Wow. So that's quite the drop-off. I wonder what it is like. Have the surfaces changed, or have bowlers around the world worked him out?
Yeah.
Have they found a weakness that they're exploiting?
Ebadot Hussain Chowdhury beginning a new over from the McMillan's Road end, and Green just turns it away through square leg immediately. Yep. He zips through for the quick single. 3 for 68, the Aussies.
What has impressed me about Marnus is remember the start of last summer, before the Ashes, there was a lot of talk, there was conjecture about his place, and he went back, he was playing for Queensland, and he absolutely churned out runs.
Yeah.
He scored a heap of runs. He was, and I think the selectors need to take a lot of credit for that. They could have easily, a lot of people were calling for his position to come into question, but no, hang on a minute, he's gone back, it's Shield cricket, he's scored mountains of runs, he deserves his opportunity, and I think that's fair enough.
Ebadot bowling to Smith, again turning it away off the leg stump, the forward square leg.
It's always interesting from a selection point of view, selecting the Australian side. We talk about it obviously with bowlers, but the batters as well. You've got to find that balance as a selector. You want to select players on attributes that you think can succeed at that level, but also you've got to marry those attributes up with genuine performance at domestic level. So if guys are churning out runs after year, or taking wickets year after year, there has to be some sort of reward for that as well.
Smith whacking away as Ebadot approaches, and Smith leaves the ball outside the off stump on a good length. Through to Lytton Das, the wicketkeeper.
So there are a number of cricketers, around the country that with bat and ball they're performing strongly. That's why I really like the selection of Jake Weatherall.
Yep.
He's scored good runs for Tassie. I know he's in South Australia now, but he scored the last couple of years. He scored good runs for Tassie down at Bellarine Oval. Yep. He bats half his time down there, opening the batting on a tricky surface. He's performed strongly, and he's deserved that opportunity. So I like that from the selectors. They've done that. They think there's attributes there that can succeed at this level as well. 3
slips a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, forward square leg and a fine leg. Ebadot passes the umpire, bowls to Smith, beats the edge, or does he? The Bangladeshi team has gone up. They are all appealing, and immediately they send it upstairs. Steve Smith unmoved. But we will have a look at this.
Umpire Damasina was shaking his head straight away. He didn't think he got anywhere near it. But
third umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. I will need to check the front foot first, please.
So umpire Nitin Menon, who is the TV umpire, that's his voice you hear there coming in. Australia 3 for 68. Smith, who was dropped on 2.
It's a big moment.
Yeah, massive moment. And questions again around Australia's batting.
Well, Steve Smith's almost like slightly walking off.
Thank you. It's a pedigree front on, please.
He looks guilty to me.
He does look guilty, doesn't he? He started edging towards the pavilion.
Fair delivery.
Ebadot Hussain Chowdhury.
Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can I have RTS, please?
Steve Smith started to walk, but
keep it going.
There is
come
no
back
movement.
again, Kevin. Few frames before the bat. Okay, I don't see a clear spike here. Come back again, please, and roll it forward. Rock and roll, please. No, I don't see any spike. I don't see any deflection here as well. Okay, I go back to Kumar on field.
So Steve Smith is going
Kumar,
to survive
you can
here.
stay with the decision.
Clearly heard something in Bangladesh. They can't believe it.
Yeah, they are shocked. They went up immediately. They were extremely confident. Kumar Dharmasena was unmoved. Steve Smith didn't walk, but then when they reviewed it, he started edging towards the pavilion. Got about 6, 7, 8, 9
It was the
meters off
guiltiest
the
little
pitch.
walk, wasn't it?
Yeah, he looked like he was about to go. And then even when the first replay went up, he started edging closer off the ground, and then he turned around and said, I might have a life here. I'm back.
All right here.
I think he's hit it.
I'm with you. I think he's got the tiniest of feathers.
Lytton Das was almost so confident he was nonchalant about it.
He was, yeah. It's just
sort of, that's out.
That's definitely going to be out. There's a murmur on the snicko, isn't there?
It's not the high lines we're looking for.
No.
It's just a murmur. Only one review remaining for Bangladesh as Ebadot Hussain is in again and Smith defends it out towards cover point. 3 for 68. Smith on 7, Green on 7 as well. The Aussie batting is again. It feels like there are question marks there, and our 3 biggest tours coming. We've got South Africa in October, which will be no walk in the park.
It won't be a walk in the park. That's going to be a tough series. That really is. It's going to be an exciting series as well.
India in February and then the Northern Ashes. So these question marks around our batting aren't going away.
And don't forget our friends across the ditch.
Yeah.
The Kiwis are coming out for 4 tests, which is exciting.
Ebadot to Smith. Who's standing on his toes to defend out towards point. Gesticulates that ball just lifted at him. 3 for 68. Smith on 7, Green the same.
What's that word?
Gesticulating.
Wow. Never heard that before.
Really?
Yeah. Because every day's a school day, isn't it?
Day's
You
a
and
school
the
day.
ABC.
You and Ray Chamberlain. Ray Chamberlain always uses that phrase as well. Every day's a school day. We tried to cross down to him in the AFL rooms one day. He didn't have the mic turned on.
Right.
Which makes it hard.
That makes it
He said every day's a school day.
That makes it a bit tricky, doesn't it?
Just a reminder, coming up at lunch, Todd Greenberg is going to join Corbin Middlemas for Grandstand at lunch. So much going on in Australian cricket. Privatisation around the BBL. There was a board meeting yesterday for Cricket Australia. Todd was in that. Taskin right arm over the wicket, bowling to Green, who's pulling a top edge. It'll go down to deep backward square. It'll be 6. Carries the man out in the deep. I'm not sure how much Cam Green knew about it, but he went with the stroke. And fortunately for him, it carried all the way over the rope. 3 for 74, Green along to 13.
It's a decent bouncer from Taskin Ahmed. I think it hurried Cameron Green somewhat.
Wasn't a convincing stroke. He threw his head back.
It certainly wasn't, but it was a good bouncer.
3 slips in a gully, still in place. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Taskin arrives, bowls to Green, who's trying to cut, chopping down on it. Chopper out towards cover point. Beautiful setting, albeit warm and humid. Fans in the outer don't seem to mind too much, enjoying their day at the Test match. Just a little flutter of the flags as maybe not much more than a zephyr just drifts across Marara.
I love that word, zephyr. I had that in my head when you just before you said it.
Just in sync, this.
In sync, buddy.
Taskin bowls, Green leaves. Scratches away at his card and then just goes for a little wander. It's been overcast for most of the day. Slightly ominous Looking clouds just loitering above, but all good at the moment. Jaques Wetherell, you coached him for a long time at South Australia. The changes to his technique that he's made for this summer, what did you notice earlier on today?
Yeah, so what I've observed, Benny, is it just looks like he's standing up a little bit taller at the crease. He's not as crouched.
Taskin runs it again, bowls to Green, strikes him on the pad. Maybe a little hint of an inside edge, balloons out towards gully.
So he's not as crouched in his stance. I think the criticism of him, he was so crouched over that he almost had a blind spot. I reckon Corbin and Eddie Cowan were talking about this, and Eddie was talking about how he's so crouched, he's almost got a blind spot on around leg stump. And if you remember, he was getting hit on the pad a lot.
And falling over.
So he's more standing a little bit more upright at the crease. He'll be able to access the leg side. He'll be able to access sort of wide mid-on a lot better. And if he's looking to play the ball, play it straight rather than try and play it too square, he'll be in a better position anyway.
Green picks up his bat, awaits Taskin, and then defends with the full face of it down towards mid-off.
You'd always tell a batter is balanced at the crease if they're able to access mid-on, wide mid-on, with a full face of the bat, instead of trying to whip it square to sort of mid-wicket square leg. If they're still looking to play it straight, you know that head position and body position are good.
We're actually obliged as commentators, when someone plays it on drive, to say, look, he's balanced and he's seeing them well. Right. It's the hardest shot to play.
The hardest shot in the book, that's right.
Taskin passes the umpire and bowls to Green, who plays it uppishly, caught at mid-wicket. He turns it away to mid-wicket, and Green has to go for 13. And the Aussies are 4 down. They're 4 for 74. Mushfiqur Rahim, the 39-year-old, moves beautifully to his right to take the catch. And the Australian batting, all those questions are unanswered. You're on the first morning of the first test against Bangladesh, chasing Gillespie.
And that's a just reward for Taskin Ahmed, just behind the line, so he's safe there from a no-ball perspective. Well moved by Rahman there. And if you look at it, if we thought 3 wickets was probably Bangladesh's session, 4 wickets is definitely their session, as lunch has been called here, Benny.
So Cameron Green again misses out. He trudges off a runner ball 13. Steve Smith, the unbeaten batsman, on 7, and the Aussies 4 for 74, as you said. That is going to be their session here on the opening morning. Green trying to force it almost off his hip. The hand came off the bat. The ball ballooned to mid-wicket, and Mushfiqur Rahim did move very nicely. And Bangladesh, they are cock-a-hoot as they wander off the ground. They are very pleased with their efforts in this morning session here on day 1.
They are proud as a peacock at the moment. That's 4 wickets against the Australians. Against the Australians at home. It's a good effort. I thought they bowled reasonably well, the Bangladeshis. They've toiled hard. Been a bit inconsistent at times, but as we've seen, when they've got their length right, they've been dangerous.
So the scorecard recapping the morning session on day 1 of this first test here at Marara in Darwin. The Aussies won the toss. Pat Cummins, he elected to bat. Unfortunately, Jaques Wetherell, he looked positive early on, but he was out for 23, caught behind by Letton Das off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. Travis Head followed shortly after. He was bowled by Hassan Mahmood for 22. The Aussies were 2 for 52 at that stage. Marnus Labuschagne, again, struggled to get going. He was out for 1 of 20 deliveries, so just couldn't quite get into his innings. He was caught by the captain, Shanto, off the bowling of Eberdot. The Aussies 3 for 61 when he departed. And then Cam Green, as you just heard there, the last wicket to fall, caught by Mushfiqur Rahim off the bowling of Taskin, out for 13. So the Aussies 4 for 74 at lunch here here on day one of this Northern Test Series against Bangladesh. The bowlers, Tuscan 8 overs, 1 for 26. And then the other Bangladesh bowlers over the course of that morning session, they've just taken that off the screen. So we've lost them momentarily. Dislobert, how did you think that they went with the ball this morning?
I thought they were reasonable. I think, as I just alluded to, at times a fraction inconsistent, but I think overall, when they bowled the ball to the fuller length, still looking to hit the surface hard, not just float it and put it up there. When they actually bowled it hard into the surface on that fuller length, they looked dangerous. There was a number of player misses from Travis Head and Jaques Weatherall, which suggested there was a little bit of lateral movement off the surface. And it's looked at times a little bit tricky. And as we see Nathan Lyon, Mitchell Stark have just wandered out. Starkey's got the rugby ball. They're just having a look at casting their eye down on the surface. Then Nathan Lyon having a look at the popping crease.
What did you make, just very quickly, what did you make of how the pitch played in that morning session?
Some carried through quite nicely. Others maybe not so much. So probably a little bit of inconsistent bounce. But overall, I think it played pretty well. I think offer a little bit of opportunity for the bowlers early, and yeah, it's a good surface. Just
to complete those bowling figures for the Bangladesh bowlers, so Tuscan Ahmed, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Hassan Mahmood, 7 overs, 2 for 25. And Ebadot Hussain, 7 overs, 1 for 17. Those of you listening on local radio in the Northern Territory, you're off to the Country Hour. While for everyone else, we will continue, and Todd Berg, the Chief Executive Officer of Cricket Australia, is going to join Corbin Middlemas for Grandstand at Stumps. Jason Gillespie has graded the first session a tick for Bangladesh. They've won the first session over the Aussies, but coming up next, it is going to be Grandstand at lunch with Corbin Middlemas.
ABC Sport.
Over at lunch. End of the over. Bails are flicked off. We're heading off for a refreshment and a meat pie. And that ends the morning session. That is lunch.
On ABC Sport, this is Grandstand at Lunch on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Grandstand at lunch on day one of the first test of the 2-test series between Australia and Bangladesh, the start of Australia's 12-month test odyssey. 4 for 74 at the lunch break. Jaques Weatherall, of course, the local hero, opening up top after Australia won the toss and chose to bat first. Hassan Mahmood on his way in again. Last ball of his fourth over around the wicket to Weatherall, who punches back, straight back past the non-striker, and down the ground. They are long boundaries straight here at Marara Oval, and that is going to get there. It's a boundary. It didn't go as long as he'd hoped, though. Weatherall out of there inside the first dozen overs.
Hassan Mahmood right up over the wicket. Weatherall driving, edging out. Caught behind. Again, he was flashing at that square drive. A little bit of bounce. And Hassan Mahmood removes the hometown hero. Jaques Weatherall is out for 23.
The newly minted two-time Allan Border medalist, Travis Head, also got away to a start, but got no further than 22.
The next ball is forcing him to push, and he nicked it into his stumps. Inside edge. And alas for Head, who's out for 22.
And Steve Smith, he did manage to make it through to the lunch break despite losing teammates all around him. It wasn't without consequence, though. He did have a few nervy moments himself, Steve Smith, on his way to 7 at the lunch break. As Ebadot bowls and Smith gets a nick. Oh, did it carry? And Tanzan at third slip. Judging by the reaction, I think it did. And Steve Smith given a life on 2. And Tanzan Hassan, the opener, in at third slip, has showed one. So he's dropped a 2 at third slip. He then nicked the ball through where third slip would be into a split court and over later. Then he seemingly nicked behind, was given not out. Bangladesh did review that, and the on-field decision was upheld. So Smith's still there on 7. Green out for 13, Marnus for 1, Weatherald for 23 and Head for 22. Bangladesh take the honours in the morning session of the first test here in Darwin. 4 for 74, the Australians. This is Grandstand at Lunch on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemas. My feature guest, who better to speak to after a busy off-season than the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Todd Greenberg, joins me in the box. Todd, appreciate your time.
Cool, thanks for having me. Enthralling first session, not the way I had scripted it up, but enthralling Test cricket.
Yeah. What a scene, though, by the way. Like, how good is this to have Test cricket back in this part of the world for the first time in more than 2 decades?
Yeah, I mean, playing cricket in, call it Northern Australia at this time of year is a distinct advantage for the sport, and, you know, I'm really happy we're here playing a Test match who hasn't been here, as you said, for more than 20-odd years. So, yeah, lots of support. Interestingly, you know, we've sold, 15,000 tickets over the coming days. Almost half of those come from interstate. So, bringing a lot of people in to Darwin. It's great. A lot of kids here. I think a few people got a day off school, which is nice to see.
Is it a sign of things to come, or is this just a lightning bolt one-off?
Well, for Test cricket it may be more difficult, but we've certainly got plans to play white ball cricket here. And again, playing in this temperature, these conditions at this time of year, probably is a sign that cricket very rarely stops. You know that. We've had this conversation before. I don't think we have seasons anymore. We're just playing cricket wherever we can play, whether it's here or abroad. So it seems like such a great opportunity to do it at this time of year. So let's keep doing it.
The players seem to have lapped it up. I mean, they visit the major Test venues and obviously play so much cricket across the country in the major markets or the big capital cities. But you was able to see Jake Weatherald and Alex Carey out doing some fishing, and I think a few of the guys have their families here. So
they do.
Seems like they've really enjoyed the opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of the guys have brought families, which is nice. You know, probably gives them a break from the winter, particularly in Melbourne, Adelaide, Sydney. But I mean, the challenge for places like this, it's very expensive. It's a very expensive place to come to bring cricket. Our broadcast partners like yourselves and others, you know the expense to come to locations like Darwin. So the support of government, the support of tourism agencies in order to help us offset some of those costs are really important. But I'm really pleased we're here, and you know, if there's young boys and girls here, hopefully see their heroes in their Australian cricket team, and then go on and play cricket and be lifelong fans.
New Zealand next year? In this part of the world?
White ball cricket here next year, yes, that's right.
ODIs?
Yes.
Yep. And any other, where will that series be? So they'll play here in Darwin? Is it just in Darwin, or is it?
I think those conversations are just about to finalise at the moment. Maybe some other opportunities around Cairns or Mackay, but we're having those conversations right now. Yeah.
Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, with us on Grandstand at Lunch. The Australians 4 for 74 with Steve Smith not out on 7. I mentioned a noisy off-season. There's been a lot of people always joke about, cricket, it needs to dominate the conversation.
Talkability, they say.
Talkability, there you go.
We gave plenty of that this winter, that's for sure.
You absolutely did. I know you had a board meeting yesterday, and we hear about the privatisation around the corner and everything else. Where's it at for the average cricket fan that tunes back in, having not heard a Test match since last January, and all of a sudden they're catching up on what's been happening at Cricket Australia? How would you summarise it?
I'd summarise it that the project has been going now for the best part of 18 months, and it will come to a conclusion, I'd suggest, in sort of the early to mid part of September, where ultimately the CA board will make some decisions. I've said this to you before, and I'd say it again, particularly for people who've not heard this over a period of time, is this may well be the most significant long-term strategic decision Australian cricket makes in a generation. So I know we've copped some criticism about how long it's taken, have we done enough work, or has it taken us too long? There's sort of both sides. I don't make any apologies for doing a deep piece of work and engagement with our members and players, because it is a very big decision to make, and we're on the precipice of making these decisions, and it won't appease everybody, it won't please everybody, and there'll be lots of debate, but our job is to take as many of the inputs as we can, consult deeply, widely, listen, and then ultimately make some calls.
Will any of the teams be sold before this year's Big Bash?
No, absolutely not. That was never been in our conversations or plans. It's always been something that we've been talking about for the start of 27-28, which, correct me if I'm wrong, would be Big Bash 17 at that point, and that's always been the plan.
Did you get it wrong from the jump in trying to I guess you talk about, we're not going to make any apologies for taking our time with it. Were you realistic enough with your original timeline as how long it was going to take
take to get all these pieces in place?
I always thought it would take us a while. I think, and I've said this a couple of times, if I was to be critical of us, it's probably we haven't maybe communicated or told the story, the background, the reasoning on why this project's important over time. And so, if we were giving ourselves a report card, we could probably have done that better. In saying that, I counter that by almost counter myself on the argument by saying we've got 6 state members and the ACA, and I think it's incumbent on us to have those conversations with them in the first instance. So I didn't want any of them to be thinking that we were out there publicly trying to prosecute an argument. I wanted those debates to be had behind the closed doors, and so those conversations have been had, and they've been very fruitful. I think they call it in our industry robust conversation. There's been plenty of that, as you'd expect. But so that was the genesis of not talking too much about it, but we're a realist. We work in a publicly facing environment. These things are going to be debated.
It felt like it had frayed at the edges a bit, and getting deep into the weeds here, I apologise for our audience that perhaps don't follow the day-to-day storyline, but on the ABC Cricket podcast, we talk about it plenty with myself and Ed Cowan. It felt like by the time we got to that June meeting, and essentially you were involved in that, and obviously Cricket Australia called everyone in, and the key talking point out of it was essentially we need to get these 4 pillars right before we move on to the next stage, and the self-determination model, as it was put, give states the option what they want to do with the sale of their teams. How was it at that point that everybody didn't walk out that meeting seemingly on the same page? Like, I thought it was uber clear coming out of that hey, we need to sort out the MOU, we need to sort out what the governance model looks like, what the state distribution looks like, and then we'll go to market. And yet even after that point, it felt like there were still some states out there saying, hey, we want to race ahead, we want to sell our team. How did everyone not leave on the same page?
I think that is a microcosm of the challenge of the system that we work in, that, for a large majority of that meeting, the members met, and Mike Baird and I were in some of those conversations, not all of them. But it tells you the complexity that sometimes what you hear and what's been said are different. That was one of those. But I do think it's a sort of a summary of how difficult it is to create a level of alignment in a system like ours. And we've worked pretty hard to try to bring everyone on the same journey, making sure people could air their views and debate it. But at a moment in time, which is coming pretty imminently, it's on us and it's on the CA board to demonstrate a level of leadership, make some decisions.
So am I right in my takeaway that the 4 things need to be sorted out before you go to market?
Yeah, those 4 things. So for the listeners who understand, there's the governance of the Big Bash itself. So when we talk private capital, we're only talking about bringing private capital into clubs, into franchise, into teams, not at the league level, not at Cricket Australia level. So all of the things that create governance and decision making of the rights of Cricket Australia will remain pure and sacrosanct, as you'd expect. So private capital coming into clubs. So there's a work stream that says how are we going to govern the game at a Big Bash level, how the rules, the salary cap, ticket prices, marketing, those sorts of things. So that's a Big Bash governance. That's one work stream. Second work stream is how do we deal with future distributions and allocations that the states would enjoy from the centre, from the revenues. That's the second one. The third one is clearly the players. How do we have a conversation with the ACA and the players? And the fourth one, which was sort of added in recent times, is the governance best practice at the national level, is CA's governance. Are there things that we could learn? Are there things that we can improve? And I think we're open to all of those. The first 3 are well advanced. The last one is also well advanced and being just talked about with the members as we speak.
The reporting of it, and again, we only get bits and pieces by what's reporting. Understandably, these are conversations that happen behind closed doors. But talk about having a state representative, like someone that would sit on both the state board body and on the board of Cricket Australia. It's a model that we've had, obviously, in the past in Australian cricket. Is that the favoured way?
I think that was part of the discussion, but I don't think that's where it'll end up. I think we're looking at some other governance models. But ultimately, governance in a sport like Australian cricket is determined by the members. And so it's a high threshold. The bar is high to change, as it should be. You need 5 or 6 members to agree on something. My experience is it's been hard to get 5 to 6 to agree on most things, so that's understandable. But I think we at Cricket Australia should always have an open mind to best practice of governance. There should always be an open mind about, is there a way that we can do things better? And is there a way that we can communicate with our members in a different way? And if there's a way to improve that, I'm absolutely open to that, as is Mike and the entire board.
It was interesting when that first got put forward, and obviously I do a podcast with a board member at New South Wales, and Ed Cowan, and I quickly clapped back at him, and I thought, you guys can't agree on anything. How are we possibly going to go with all of you around a boardroom? And I guess the counterpoint would be, well, if you can't get the states to agree at the original level, you can't take it much further anyway, as we found out on this particular occasion. That are we almost better off having that buy-in right from the start?
Yeah, my perspective, that conversation is less about governance, more about communication. And if we're doing a decent enough job at the governing bodies level, and our CEOs and the leaders and the chairs of the states and the members are well engaged, I think we can solve almost any problem. But lack of communication, or they're not the right level of communication, will stymie some of these things. So that's incumbent on us, I think, as the governing body, to make sure we communicate well. I'm not going to say we're perfect, but we're trying pretty hard.
Yeah. Self-determination model. It sounds like an adventure on a video game. What does it mean for the average cricket fan out there? What's a self-determination model?
Well, I think it's as simple as this, that there's an opportunity all over the world at the moment that private capital is coming into sport, and it's significant into cricket. We don't want to be ramming that down anybody who doesn't want to do it. So the members should have sovereignty over the decisions they make. Members being our 6 states, the 8 clubs in the Big Bash. And some of our clubs are very, very interested in bringing a new private partner into their business, creating different capabilities, different ways of doing business, and clearly bringing more money in to invest in cricket. There are other states who have a very different view on that. And I think we should respect both of those opinions. If a state is keen to continue in its path as it is and doesn't want to bring a private owner and capital in, I'm very supportive of that. But I'm equally supportive of someone who wants to do it. So self-determination means you allow each other to make those decisions, and then it's on us to make sure we run the league in a way that has some private capital and some not. And there are lots of examples, both here and abroad. I mean, the NRL runs a league with some private capital and some without it. I'm sure there's a way we can do it.
Cricket Victoria seemingly got out over their skis with the announcement of the Melbourne Rangers, who are going to be the Cricket Victoria team once the privatisation model goes through, with the plan seemingly that the Melbourne Renegades are going to be sold in full. What did you make of that whole episode when the Cricket Victoria announced essentially, hey, we're going to become the Rangers, only to then be told down the track, no, you're not, and the Stars and the Renegades, at least for one more season, will operate as they have been?
Yeah, I mean, I think I said before about good communication. That wasn't ideal at the time. I think it's a bit of a microcosm of Cricket Victoria's keenness and their plans to keep moving forward, and they've not shied away from that. They've been one of those clubs I talked about that's very interested in bringing a partner in, and they've seen what's happening all over the world, and they want to get moving. So they're slightly frustrated by this system because we haven't got there yet. I've urged them to be patient, and patience is not a commodity that most people have when looking for change. So,
did you know they were going to do that?
No, I didn't. No, I was unaware. So it caught a lot of us by surprise. I mean, I have been talking to them a lot, and I understand what their plans will be in the future, but it sort of caught us a little bit out. But flesh wound, we've moved on, and I think we'll get through this BBL, but there's definitely change coming.
Does it hurt the competition in the short term? Like, if you're a Stars or Renegades member, why would you go and support those teams this summer knowing that they won't exist beyond that?
Well, I'm hoping people can see through and see a bigger picture than that there will be both those clubs in Melbourne. They might look slightly different, but that might be a good thing, not a bad thing. So I'd encourage people to sort of think more half glass full. They've had a great 15 years in the Big Bash. The Big Bash has done a very good job for Australian cricket, but we want to make sure we continue to grow that, and we're not going to continue to grow it if we just keep doing the same thing year on year. We've got to be prepared to invest, we've got to be prepared to change.
You're the former boss of the Players Association, or the Cricketers Association. You're now obviously the boss of Cricket Australia as the Chief Executive. Todd Greenberg with me on Grandstand at lunch with the Aussies, by the way, of 4 for 74 after the first morning, the opening day of the first test against Bangladesh. That the players want 33% in the MOU. Can the game afford that? 1 in every $3 of the game's revenue going to the players?
Short answer is no, and we've made that pretty clear to the players and the ACA. I think the revenue share model has served Australian cricket incredibly well over a number of generations of players. So I'm very supportive of it, and I think it's the right model. In saying that, though, the best thing we can do is to grow the actual revenue pie, which will allow us to pay the players more. And importantly, if that grows, players get paid more. But equally, I can do more of what you're looking at here in Darwin as we look on the field. We've got kids playing cricket, and it's really important that roles like ours look at the elite level, but we've got to keep feeding the bottom of the sport. And to do that, there has to be a balance of how much money is apportioned, and I think the revenue share model with its current percentage is the right model.
So you wouldn't be keen for an uptick at all on that? Right. Okay. And obviously this is a negotiation from start to finish, but how's that been received from the ACA?
Well, we're a fair way apart because they have openly looked for an increase in the revenue share model, and my position is, I think we can get you more money, but you got to help us grow the revenue pie, and to do that we've got to make some changes. So for me, it's not about the percentage points of the revenue; it's the total number of revenue, and you got to help us grow the pie. And I've had lots of conversations with players, and unashamedly, I've said also an increase that has to go to the players who are generating the revenue. Well, we've got a very big and deep system in Australian cricket. We've got to make sure we apportion the money in the right areas.
You're going to India to play a game in the BBL, so it's going to be in Chennai between the Renegades and the Scorchers. Mm-hmm. To what end? What's the point of playing a game in Chennai? What does Australian cricket gain by doing that?
Well, a number of things. I mean, India is obviously the biggest market for cricket, so how do you get more eyeballs into the Big Bash, and how do we generate more revenues into the Big Bash? At the moment, we sell broadcast rights into India at a very small clip because, to be frank, the Big Bash is not a brand that's well known or well understood in India. If we can break open that broadcast market, it's not going to happen this year or next year, but the only way you start doing that is with some long-term strategic plays, and this is one of them. Taking our two brands of clubs and the league into India, it'll be less about cricket and more about diplomacy and government, trade and tourism, and we'll have a week of activities, and the pinnacle of that week will be the game. Our goal is to sell out the stadium in Chennai and give people an experience in India what BBL feels like. So it'll be a full house in India, but it'll be a BBL game in the way we run the BBL. Yeah. And it'll be broadcast back to Australia. And I think in time we'll look to take other clubs, and those states and those clubs will then have opportunities to engage with India and the market of India, and it will continue to globalise our brand of the Big Bash. I think ambition's a good thing. I don't think ambition should be a dirty word. I think we should be ambitious to grow the Big Bash.
How many will we get there?
Well, I think the stadium is like 30-odd thousand. Yep. Maybe 32. You might have to correct me on that. Our goal, and my staff know this because I'm hammering them regularly in weekly meetings, is we want to sell that stadium out. Yep. I want a full stadium. I want to be able to demonstrate that the Big Bash is in India, in Chennai, and it's a big and bold and successful achievement. That's not going to happen without a lot of hard work, and there's a lot of people doing a lot of work on that at the moment.
Have you been watching the 100 in the UK?
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit, but I've been listening to feedback from lots of people who've been over there. I haven't been there personally. I was over there for the Women's World Cup, but came straight back. But we've had some of our staff there. I know some of the state CEOs have been there, and so I've been really interested to hear the level of engagement from their conversations with owners, with private investors. I'm told that the quality of the cricket on the field has been of a very high regard, and that's come from an increase in investment and more players and better players. So not without its teething problems, of course.
So apparently viewership up, but obviously the quality of play is better, the high quality players you spoke about, but attendance is down.
Attendance is down.
And some of that has been a disconnect between changes in brands and not being able to connect with the community in the same way. Is there something we can learn from that?
I think the primary change on why attendance is that historically they're different to us. The ECB centrally sold tickets from the centre. So to be like Cricket Australia doing all ticket sales to the Big Bash, we've never done that. It's always been in the hands of each franchise. So when the 100 came in, they didn't aggregate that. They gave it to each franchise. And I think some of them have openly said to us in feedback, we underestimated the challenge of that. We underestimated, particularly a private owner coming in and just thinking we'll put them on sale a month in advance and everyone will come. But it's not as easy as that. It's not as easy like we're sitting here in Darwin to sell this place out. It's strategic. You have to have lots of good, smart plays in order to get the outcomes. And I think they've probably underestimated some of that. That's our feedback.
You think more due to that rather than some team names changing or...
Look, I wouldn't discount the fact that would be the case. I'm not sure about that over there, given that the 100's a relatively new competition, so what a brand might mean and a change, I'm unsure. But we will, dig deeply with the ECB at the end of their tournament and get some learnings, and I think that's good for us. Good to be healthy and find out some of the mistakes they might make, so we don't make them.
Should we be prepared that the names of our BBL teams could be changing?
I think that's a watch out for us. Absolutely. Now, some of that might be really good. Some of that might be a real challenge. Ultimately, those decisions though get made by the owners of the franchises. So let's take the Scorchers in WA. I think they've got a very strong brand, and I think they've got a really strong synergy with those who support them. So that's a decision for them to make at the appropriate time. There'll be some others who might be very protective of their brand. There might be some others who see a value of bringing a new brand in. So those conversations will be live at the right time.
A few former cricketers were unhappy that they didn't get to don the tux and get out of the Australian Cricket Awards, and there was Travis Head accepting his AB medal and his quarter zip and his T-shirt.
Yeah, I saw that we've got a bit of feedback about that, which I can appreciate and understand. My only challenge would be if someone's going to be critical, and I'm like this in any day of life, if I'm critical about something, I'd want to bring a pretty good solution. And at the moment, it's very hard to find a solution to this particular challenge. What I don't want to do is have a 500-person black tie event, and when the winner of the AB medal stands up, that they're in a hotel in Colombo accepting the award. That, for me, defeats the entire purpose. So trying to find a date where our best male and female players are in the country at the same time is proving quite elusive. We have a goal to do it, but we've got to be able to deliver on it. It's not easy.
So is the plan to do it this summer?
We're having a look at some dates at the moment. I'd say this to you, Corb, that I don't think it's a fair comparison to put that awards night next to the Dally M's or the Brownlow, because it's just not like that. I think that was how it was positioned maybe a decade ago, but cricket is a very different sport. We don't have a start and finish like the domestic footy codes do. So I'd like to remove that comparison, and we've got to figure out what's best for us as a sport, and we'll figure a sweet spot out. But as I said, I don't have the solution in front of me at the moment.
We're not a tabloid network. We haven't delved too deep into the story around the Australian women's cricket team and the relationship and the breakdown of a marriage that's gone on and all of that. That's obviously a lot of people would have seen the reporting of. I guess the part that interests us is that the power imbalance, that if you have the vice captain of a team who's seemingly involved in a relationship with a more junior member of the team, have you had to address that internally to make sure that isn't causing any friction?
Yeah, the short answer is yes, we have. I agree with you. It's very much a personal matter. When it broke in the news, it wasn't news to us, so I think that's important. A lot of these conversations were disclosed some time ago. We have a lot of significant policies around respect at work and how we deal with these things, but we have added some additional guardrails, and what I mean by that is making sure that the perception of conflict, whether it's perceived or real, around selection, particularly for the vice captain. And so we've had those conversations with Ash and with the team, and I'm very comfortable where we're at, as is the board.
Would it be different if she was the captain?
Well, it could be, but I think in any leadership role there needs to be guardrails around whether it's perceived or it's real conflict. And so the CA board have carriage and leadership over all of our appointments in leaders, both male and female. They're very comfortable with where we're at. They're very comfortable and supportive, I should say, of Ash as a leader and a player, and that's why she is in the leadership group. But we have added some guardrails and processes to make sure that we do protect both her and the entire team.
Todd, your time's always greatly appreciated. Thanks for stopping by on your whirlwind trip to Darwin. I think you're, in last night, out tomorrow?
Yep, but always good to be here. And I really appreciate you guys having the opportunity to talk to you like this. We'll do it over summer, but to be here in person in Darwin to support the game and to kick off what's going to be 20-plus test matches over a short period of time is really good. So we appreciate the support and look forward to talking to you over the summer.
It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Thanks for being so generous with your time. Todd Greenberg with us, the Chief Executive at Cricket Australia, during the lunch break here, Grandstand at Lunch on ABC Sport, with an update on what has been a pretty busy off-season for Cricket Australia. The second session on day one is not too far away. Steve Smith to resume on 7. The Australians 4 for 74 in a spot of bother. That's coming up in 10 minutes' time, but for now, the latest from the newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. Telstra boss Vicky Brady has defended the telco's executive salaries after she received an 11% pay rise. The company today posted a 3.2% rise in full-year profit to $2.4 billion, and Ms Brady's salary rose by $600,000 to $6.8 million. However, her bonus has been slashed by a similar amount due to the outage on July 8 that affected millions of Australians. During Telstra's results presentation this morning, Ms Brady said she and other executives had been held to account.
The board formed a view and held us to an account as a senior executive team by making an adjustment to FY26 remuneration. The external expert investigation is still underway. When those findings are complete, of course, the board will consider those findings.
Opposition leader Angus Taylor says a bailout deal for Tomago aluminium shows the federal government has failed on energy policy. The New South Wales and federal governments have agreed to spend $2.5 billion over 10 years to secure the future of Australia's largest aluminium smelter. The smelter's owner, Rio Tinto, had threatened closure from 2029 amid the rising cost of renewable and coal-fired power. Mr Taylor says Labor's net zero targets are to blame.
This is a $2.5 billion admission of failure on energy policy in this country. The reason they are having to do this is because electricity prices are too high.
Former Army lawyer David McBride says he won't comment on whistleblower protections for now after he was released from jail on parole in Canberra this morning. Mr McBride was convicted in 2024 of stealing classified defence material and sharing it with journalists, leading to the ABC's Afghan Files investigation that revealed allegations of illegal killings by Australian soldiers in Afghanistan. He became eligible for parole today, which was granted by Attorney General Michelle Rowland. Speaking to media outside the jail, he wouldn't be drawn on his message about whistleblower protections.
In fairness to the Attorney General, I'm not going to say anything political today. Good question, though, although I will at some point talk about those things.
Nationals leader Matt Canavan says he doesn't want to see any reductions to working holiday visas after a shadow cabinet colleague suggested cutting them. Liberal frontbencher Andrew Bragg told the National Press Club yesterday a modest reduction in international students, working holiday makers and post-study visas should be considered to bring down net migration. But opposition leader Angus Taylor says that's not coalition policy, while Senator Canavan says working holiday visas serve Australia well.
Not be seeing changes to working holiday visa makers because that's not the reason why we've had the surge in migration. We've had those circumstances in place for a long time, and what we'll be focusing on is those programs that are blown out.
One Nation's West Australian leader says homophobic comments from a former candidate don't represent his party's views. State political reporter Keane Burke has the details.
Parminder Singh ran for an upper house seat in last year's state election but missed out. He's continued to support the party though, and in a video recently posted to social media, he told a Perth content creator being gay was a mental illness. One Nation's WA boss, Rod Caddy, says he made those comments in a private capacity. He had this to say when asked if the party would endorse Mr Singh as a candidate in the future.
I'll put it this way, things are being dealt with and I'll let them play out with the party at the moment behind the scenes.
Mr Caddy says Mr Singh has contacted him to apologise for letting the party down.
And the Aboriginal Land Council of Tasmania says it's devastated to learn that a deadly strain of bird flu has been detected in the state. The state's first case of the H5 strain has been confirmed in a brown skua found in a national park in the state's northwest. The Tasmanian government is urging anyone who comes across sick, injured or dead wildlife to avoid contact and record the incident. The Aboriginal Land Council of Tasmania's General Manager, Sarah Wilcox, says preparations for this scenario have been underway for more than a year.
But it doesn't sort of change the fact that it is devastating. It's one thing, everyone knows it's coming, but then to actually know it's here, it is quite impactful and quite distressing for our community.
And Northern Territory Police say a woman in her 30s has died at Newbeer, a famous rock art and sunset site in Kakadu National Park. They say the full circumstances surrounding her death are not yet known and a report will be prepared for the coroner, and the site has been closed. ABC News.
Find out which songs mean so much to Lainey Wilson, David Byrne and Jacinda Ardern in brand new Take 5 with me, Zan Rowe. Best thing you'll ever hear. Starts Thursday, August 20 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
ABC Sport coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Live and alive. Jim Maxwell here with Xavier Doherty at Marara Stadium, Marara Oval in Perth. Wonderful venue. beautiful ground here. And for Bangladesh, it has been 2 hours of pure heaven in Test cricket, given their rare, occasional and lacklustre performances against Australia in the little Test cricket that they've played. But this morning, they bowled because Australia won the toss and decided to bat. And on the stroke of lunch, Cameron Green was caught on a miscue that went up and away to be onside, and he was out for 13. 4 for 74, and it didn't look like that with Travis Head and Jake Weatherald, who almost got 50 before the wicket of Weatherald fell to a catch flashing on the drive, and he was caught by the keeper. Travis Head nicked one that bounced into his leg stump. Just after that, 23 for Weatherald, 22 for Head, and then Marnus Labuschagne looked like a tail-ender out of form, to be honest, before he nicked one low into the slips, and he was out for 1 from 20 balls, caught low down from the bowling of Hussain. Steve Smith's had a few moments. He's 7 not out. He was dropped in the slips. He was almost given out, caught behind the Bangladesh players thought he'd nicked it, but the replays on the DRS indicated there was no nick. He's had a streaky time. 4 for 74, which probably says, Xavier, although Australia have looked a little ordinary with their batting, what can we say about the Bangladesh bowling? They've been on the money. There's been a little in the surface, and they've got the reward. Good afternoon.
Hello, Jim. Yeah, you've covered that beautifully. It was, a very good second hour, wasn't it, from Bangladesh? They just on the cusp of that first drinks break. It was they hadn't quite got their wicket, and Jake Weatherall gave his up, but then certainly the second hour belonged to Bangladesh. As you mentioned, Steve Smith himself thought he was out. I wouldn't say he was halfway off the ground, but he'd started making his way to the change rooms. And then, fortunately for him, the famous snicko and the video replay was on his side. And aside from that, there was also a reasonably regulation drop catch at third slip off Smith as well. So it actually could have been a little bit worse, but I've absolutely loved the work from the three quicks of Bangladesh, Taskin, Hassan and Ebedo Hussain. They've just slammed this Marara wicket, haven't they? They've just tried to extract every little piece of sideways movement, which there was a little bit, but mainly the up and down, of which we saw a couple, not extreme, but they're just enough to create a few headaches, and they're certainly providing a few of those for the Australians just at the moment.
The sun's out. It was a little overcast with only a peak or two of clear sunlight overhead, and there's still some cloud around. There's no threat of rain, but Carey's wanted out into the middle there. Often the saviour for Australia in recent times. And he's been outstanding wicketkeeper batsman. So he's joining Steve Smith. His very scratchy score of 7 from 25 balls, 4 for 74. And you wonder what sort of score would Australia need to be competitive on this surface and against this Bangladesh team, which seems to wobble a bit when the ball does bounce a bit more than a Chittagong.
Well, I think with the attack that Australia's going to have, they're not going to need too much more than 150, Jim, and I don't want to disrespect Bangladesh too much, but Australia have one of the great bowling attacks that we've seen, so they'll be able to defend and keep themselves in the test match wherever this first innings score does end up. But yeah, they are going to make hard work of it here, Australia, unless something remarkable happens soon.
Hassan Mahmood runs in. First ball after lunch is just outside the off stump, and Smith allows it to go through. Hassan Mahmood hustled in 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. Taskin has 1 for 26, and Ebadot Hussain 1 for 17. So far, no spin bowling, not required. And not a lot of overs to be bowled, honestly, given the start just after the top of the clock here. But Smith looks around and he sees 3 slips gully, a man at point, and he rushes in and bowls, and he's punched down towards mid-on, and there's no chance to score out there with Hassan Mahmood down at the construction site end of this large and well-occupied ground, you'd have to say. Good crowd in. A lot of people have come from interstate to watch this, apart from the locals, and there must be 4,000 or 5,000 here. It's not a big ground in terms of spectator capacity, but it's got the look of some of the older ovals in Australia, like the MCG in its heyday before the stands arrived. Now he bowls again and it bounces at Smith. Just got up near the splice of the bat as he pushed Hassan Mahmood away. Very attractive place for watching cricket and a lovely surface to play on from the look of it. The smoothest outfield you could imagine.
It is, yeah, very good surface here, and has provided something certainly something for the quicks early on. I'm going to cut you off, Jim, but you were on a roll. I like Steve Smith, the second ball back after lunch, advanced here at Hassan, just trying to do something. We saw both Smith and Marnus Labuschagne chew up a few balls. It looks like he's not going to take the same approach after lunch.
He leaves to the next ball, which is just up and outside the line of the off stump, and it flies through to the keeper. So they look well organised and disciplined with their cricket so far, the visitors, and looking much more likely than perhaps 23 years ago when they lost both test matches decisively. And may it happen here and in Cairns. As I say, it's the only time Bangladesh have been to Australia to play test match cricket. So they're making a pretty good fist of it at the moment as he runs in and bowls near the pads. It's worked away by Smith very neatly. Dinked it behind square. The chase is on as they saunter back for a second run, and 2 runs will do to get Smith and the scoreboard moving just after the lunch break here.
You were here for those games, Jim?
Yeah.
What stands out for you? Anything?
The accommodation.
The accommodation, okay.
Yeah. It was the most hilarious place we've ever stayed at.
Not where I thought you were going to go, but that's okay.
No, well, we can't talk about cricket all the time.
No, we can't. No, of course we can't. No. All right.
We stayed at a hotel that was made famous by a certain postal bomber. And he runs in again, and I went in and he's pushed away on the offside to end the over. It was called the Top End.
Okay.
It was Kerry O'Keefe with Glenn Mitchell and myself with the major rages and players here. And it was, what will I say? It was a lively hotel.
Yeah.
Not so much in the bar and the usual suspects, but as the night progressed, it got quite noisy in other areas. I don't think we've stayed there since.
Okay.
I don't know whether anyone's stayed there since, but the postal bomber, who was quite famous way back in the late 90s, he was bailed up there.
Okay.
You'd have to look up the history.
I will.
So we've moved to more convivial, salubrious pastures since then, and very comfortably installed at the moment. So I think I did pretty well to fill the gap between overs as Carey takes strike, and he's ready to go, and it's going to be Taskin, the tall right-arm opening bowler. And the other amazing thing about it, and I don't think it's changed as I look across the field now, Taskin runs in and bowls it, Carey leaves it alone, is that the Kerry O'Keefe, who was working with us then, took a journey on the far side of the field where you can see the Italian club in the distance, and there was a bar over there.
Okay.
And he came back with a report, and I knew he hadn't had a drink because he's disciplined and he wouldn't have done it during the day, but he said, you can't believe this, we're in the Northern Territory, they're selling beer over there that's mid-strength. He just... He said, what's going on? Mid-strength Northern Territory, it's sacrilegious. He said they were selling top-flight whiskey, rum and everything else, but mid-strength beer, as he's backing across and plays away on the onside. So we thought that was all a bit contrary for this part of the world, and I don't know whether it's changed.
I don't know.
Maybe we need to send a posse round there to test out the victuals on the other side of the ground. We've got one or two accomplices here we might be able to send round.
Find a volunteer at some stage towards the end of play, maybe.
Test and try before you buy. Remember that. Anyway, back to the cricket. Carey's out there. Australia's in the poo at 4 for 76 at the moment. They won the toss and the batter. Why didn't they bowl?
No, good decision, I think. Very good decision.
Okay. Taskin, tall, right arm in again, and he pitches in line. Carey's behind it and plays it down the pitch.
Well, you know never to judge the cricket until both teams have batted, Jim. Like, you know,
that's a truism of the world.
76 is not great. There's a long way to go. There's still some good batting to come, and as I mentioned, some very, very good Australian fast bowlers, and not a bad spinner either. So
I wonder how long it'll be though before Australia, if this is the pattern with their batting, find themselves eking out middle order, late order runs to make a score. When are they going to have a reliable, consistent top order? Taskin goes in, back, Carey plays away onto the offside, because it looks like it's needing a bit of surgery if this continues. 4 for 74, and Marnus Labuschagne, as I say, looking more like a tailender out of form than a number 3.
Is that not the normal? I know we've been spoiled over time.
When you had Warner McGrath, it didn't matter, because if we made 150, they get 110.
Yeah,
we had bullets.
But I just think back from my time watching this Australian team. Obviously, there was the Steve Waugh and Ricky Ponting times, but even then there were some players that were always under a little bit of pressure. And I know maybe there's one or two more at the moment, but
he bowls again. That's almost a no ball as he goes in and Carey pushes away on the offside. I can say that not because I'm sitting next to a budding match referee who'll be closely looking at all the Shield games this summer, but because we're side on.
We are.
Which is in itself very unusual.
It is. We haven't got a great view for everything, but we can watch the bowler's front foot. From, what's this? This would be the southern end? It feels like a southern end.
No, this is the western end.
This bowling.
We're west here. South's down near the
south. So that's where the bowler's coming from, Jim.
Taskin bowls and the inside edges into his pad. Fair enough, sorry. I mean cheeky down. Yes. We're on the western side of the field in the stand.
Looking towards... Anyway.
What's this Bigelow name? What's the name of the stand? What's the name of the bloke?
Rioli.
Rioli, that's right.
This is Rioli.
Rioli. The Riolis own the Northern Territory, don't they?
There are some very, very good Rioli footballers, Jim.
That's the end of the over, by the way. 2 overs, 2 runs, 4 for 76. You follow Aussie rules?
I do.
Yeah. What about the Devils?
The Devils.
When are they going to play?
They are 2028.
They built the ground yet?
They've got a couple to use, but there's
Bellerive.
Bellerive will be one.
That's the only one,
York
isn't it?
Park. No, York Park is
another one.
A couple of hour drive away from the main centre.
Now, just outside the off stump to start, Masood gets the ball past the off stump, and Smith is leaving it alone.
They're on a recruiting drive at the minute, but they've got to keep...
What, for builders?
For builders, yeah. Well, I think they've got a couple of builders they've narrowed it down to for their...
Have they actually
Whiz-bang
they
stadium.
started? They dug a hole in the ground?
They've started to dig a hole in the ground, but they haven't got anyone to fill it up just yet.
So the politicians have done their bit and put the spade in and said, over to you.
That's right. That's about where it's
at. Is it actually happening?
It's happening.
Or have we got prevarication going on?
I think it's past all the hurdles, cleared all the hurdles it needed to, so...
Robbed a bank. Now it's Masood again, and he's on the creep forward. He's looking. He can't get it away.
Yeah.
So when's the ground expected to be
finished? The ground
finished?
is to be 2030. It can't be built overnight, Jim. So they're expecting to start later this year or early next, and 2030, and I think play their first game out of their 2031.
Import some labour from Victoria. They've got nothing to do in Victoria.
I don't think, well, I'm not sure what the hold-up is. Just
they put all their infrastructure projects on hold. They must have builders all over the place.
There must be some.
That's
so
right.
Make your way across the strait.
Across the Bass Ditch. Here we are. There's lots of slips. Will there be a nick? Masood goes in and bowls again, and it's short, and he's uppercutting over and behind point, and it flies down to the boundary for 4. The counter-attack from Steve Smith. He races along to 13. Australia 4-4-80.
Yeah, he pounced on that Steve Smith, short and wide from Hussain. We haven't seen many of those, but the intent is a little bit different after the break. They are looking to find that bat on ball. A bit better use of the feet down the crease from Smith. Brought about a loosener that was short and wide. It deserved to be put away. The intent, I don't know if it's the fact that Alex Carey's out there, and he will certainly play that way, but it looks a different Steve Smith to the one we saw before the break.
Positive. Masood bowls again. He punches away to the onside. It's picked up out there at mid-wicket by Eberdot. I don't know whether this one was read out before. I was asking about where's Buff for the winter cricket. Well, he's in England. He's coaching Northants. They won a competition, didn't they?
Did they?
They won a one-day competition.
Okay.
What's the Blast? Yeah. So that's good.
He's back for summer, though, I think, Buff, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's...
I don't want to jump the gun.
He's bringing his caravan along.
Yeah.
He'll be here. So we've got a lot of cricket to look forward to as we press on. We might get some good cricket here. Smith goes back and eases the ball down into the gully. Sets up for a run, almost run out. He wasn't getting any support from Carey. It looked a dangerous run. He just pushed it into the turf. It was hurled in from Gully, who moved to his right, picked up and threw. And Smith had to scramble back, and he's winding his right arm at the moment. It was a good dive, wasn't it?
It was a good dive. He's been caught out by the fact there's not a centre square here. So there's just the main strip. So Steve Smith played a cut shot into just basically the outfield. So he didn't get the kick off and past the gully fielder that he expected. It just sort of held up and sat up nicely. And by that point, Steve Smith was halfway down the wicket.
He waits again. Masood goes in and bowls to him, innings forward, pushing the ball away into the covers, carefully playing it. And umpire Damasena says over. So at the end of the over, it's 4-4-80. And Carey hasn't scored. Smith is on 13. And Mahmood has 8 overs, 2 for 27. Oh, Corbin, you're coming in. He's had his little chat with Todd Greenberg, and now he's going to have a chat with Xavier Doherty.
Radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. Live from Marara Stadium in Darwin. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Jim. There's Alex Carey standing up and just working the ball off his ribcage out to mid-wicket. There's no run there, so Tuscan Ahmed starting a new over from the airport end. About to make his way back to the top of his mark. Sun's starting to poke through. It's more overcast than we anticipated.
It is. I think Jaques did say there was a chance of rain.
Yeah.
I think that's a fib. But there are a few more clouds than I expected.
I must admit, I didn't really look at the forecast. I knew it would be hot and
32.
Dry.
Yeah.
A little less humid than it is in the peak. As Ahmed pushing across the lefty, and Carey just watches it balloon well over his helmet. It's got to be a wide. No.
Get a bit of leeway.
Jeez. 4 for 80 in Australia at the moment. Smith on 13. Really had 3 lives before he made his way into double digits. He was dropped on 2. Very next over, he nicked the ball to the same spot, third slip. Somehow there was no third slip, so 2 slips in a gully, and the ball ran down to the boundary for 4. Then he was on 7, and then I heard you guys on commentary. Sounded like he nicked behind. Not out was the ruling on the spot. Bangladesh chose to use the second of their reviews. Didn't show anything. And Smith looked guilty too. So either he's got a really good poker face or
DRS didn't find anything as Carey butts down on a full ball and bounces away out towards Mushfiqur Rahim, who does the fielding working around from cover. So he's 13 now. Carey yet to score. The Australians 4 for 80.
Very poor poker face, wasn't it, from Steve Smith? He was on the way off.
Maybe it was a good poker face. Maybe he got them to burn their review. And he knew he didn't hit it.
Well, they were straight up. I think they were convinced that there was an edge. And the body language from Steve Smith suggested that he thought he'd hit it.
Yep.
And, maybe a technical error, maybe, might get him off. And there was a murmur on the snicko, but not enough these days to overturn it.
Carey waves his bat above, awaits Tuscan Ahmed, and he defends out to mid-on. And before it gets there, the bowler chops it off, and he's followed through. The men out this morning, so just recapping, Jake Weatherall the first to go for 23. That's the top score in the Test match so far, nicking through to keeper Linton Das off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. Mahmood also picked up Travis Head, his opening partner, who chopped on for 22. Marnus Labuschagne went for 1, genuine edge to second slip. Shantu took the catch off the bowling of Eberdot. And then Cam Green went for 13. He was caught a superb catch. Mushfiqur Rahim diving out in front of the wicket of Tuscan Ahmed's bowling. And he was dismissed, caught square leg mid-wicket, out for 13. Cam Green in the morning session. Tuscan on his way in again, bowls to Carey, looking to pull again. He doesn't get it at the middle of the bat. Rolls away to mid-wicket.
There are two ways to be none off 11, isn't there, Corb? There was Marnus, who didn't lay a bat on ball and not one shot. And Alex Carey's none off 11. He hasn't let a single ball. He's tried to hit every ball just to try and score. So two different ways to go about it.
You can hear the way the ball sounds coming off the bat.
Yeah.
And no one's really middling it. What does it tell us about the pitch?
Yeah, there's two pace, a little bit of indifferent bounce. A little bit. It's not extreme, but I didn't get out there pre-match. I caught the late taxi.
Yeah.
So, but the feedback was it looked pretty good, but the drop in wickets you never really know until a ball's bowled on it.
3 slips in the gully. Carey, 0 off 11. He's jammed up here. Ball onto his thigh pad. Trickles away on the leg side. They take a single. Throw comes in at the stumps. Misses from Eberdot. I think he got a little bit of bat on that. So Carey, after a dozen balls, is off the mark. 4 for 81, the Australians, shortly after lunch on day one.
Yeah, so you're spot on, Corb. We've seen a couple of cracking cover drives and a really nice straight drive from Travis Head, but it has been a wicket that's hard to find your timing on, and I think that's probably the way it'll stay. They don't tend to quicken up or change once they start in this manner. So it'll be interesting to know if there'll be spin. Nathan Lyon turns on most surfaces, but you'd imagine he'll extract something out of this Marara pitch.
I feel like Tuscan Ahmed and myself might have sort of similar genes when it comes to dealing with sweat, albeit he's doing a lot more work than I am when I'm outside. But holy smokes, you should see his shirt at the moment. It is like a wetsuit. It's stuck to him. He's dripping.
Yeah.
He's been out there for 28 minutes after the break. He's bowled his heart out, to be fair. I'm just standing there with a microphone in the sun.
It was warm out there for
the same amount of sweat.
20 minutes.
Yeah. It's Carey on strike. Awaits Mahmood. He's driving back past the non-striker. They thought about a single, and in the end, indecision cost them. Tajul works around to do the fielding. Tajul Islam, the left-arm finger spinner, picks it up at mid-on, and after all that, there's no run. 4 for 81.
Yeah, I love the way Alex Carey goes about it. Like he hasn't hit anything out of the middle just yet. He's trying, he's trying to shift some of this pressure that they're under. 4 for 81. He's so good at this. It's he just changes the swing of the game and gets things back on his team's terms, whether he's playing here for Australia or South Australia, which he does so often. With every opportunity he gets, he does it.
Mahmood to Carey, back foot punch through the vacancy of cover, and there's runs there. Tajul Islam works around from mid-off to retrieve it, so single taken. Carey to 2, 4 for 82, the Australians.
And what that does, it puts the pressure back on the bowlers when you know someone's trying to score against you. We saw Marnus come out and leave his first 11 balls. It becomes so easy to bowl to. You just get comfortable at just bowling that really nice spot, and then batting becomes harder and the pressure builds. But when you go about it like Alex Carey does, looking to score, and you've got someone that's willing to hit you for a boundary every ball, or trying, that's his first option. they become really hard to bowl to.
You mentioned in the pre-game X, the guy you're looking forward to seeing in the morning session was Cam Green. Put a little rider on it, saying, I'm not sure if he'll get a hit. He certainly did. He was out right before lunch for 13. It's Hassan Mahmood on his way in again, bowls wide of the stumps, and Smith lets it go. But what did you see from him in his 13 balls?
I was out the back having the lunch, Corp.
Right.
But no. Thanks for the
thanks
for the heads up. And it was an ugly out, wasn't it? It was an ugly out, a back of a length ball that he's plonked on the front foot to and tried to. Or did he try and hit it through mid-wicket? And it just wasn't there. So, he was trying to force, but...
What do coaches say? If you're going to hit it, hit it. And if you're not going to hit it...
No, that's right. So
it was almost like catching practice in the end, wasn't it? Just bobbled up on the leg side.
Just an ugly way to get out, particularly on a break. Never a good time to get out, but when your team's under the pump a little bit.
Hassan Mahmood tries again over the wicket to Smith, who again gets jammed up, hits him on the back leg, rolls away. He asks the fieldsman if he should have picked it up, and like any good fieldsman, he says, no, leave it alone. The batsman doesn't let it touch the ball.
Yeah, so he's moving around here, Steve Smith. We're just copying a replay of him moving across his stumps. He's trying to create. As I mentioned a moment ago, he's trying to put some doubt in the bowler's mind, trying to extract a bad ball, trying to shift the momentum.
Fidgety Steve Smith, number 49 showing on his back. No need for sweaters today. As Hassan Mahmood bowls to Smith, who drives, takes a hand off the bat, ends up out with Mushfiqur Rahim, who does the fielding at mid-off, and there's no run.
What number would you wear, Corb, if you were to... What was your footy number?
Yeah.
Did you get to pick one?
Either number 1 or 34.
And? Because? With Matera, he was here with 34? No, you're an Esther man, of course.
No. I don't know. 34, I used to wear 17, and then the best kid in our team at school was number 17.
Okay.
So twice 17's 34.
Oh, there you go.
But there's no other reason. And then, just...
Number 1? Was there any...
Number 1? Mark Johnson was my favourite player for a period of time.
Yeah.
4 for 82. There's Smith nicking along the ground, and it beats Gully. Gets through. So he did manage to take a bit of pace off it, but not enough, and that's going to go all the way to the long boundary for 4. So Smith with a nervy boundary again coming through the corner, and he moves to 17. 4 for 86 at the end of the over. What number were you, X, quickly before you go?
3. I'm out.
Reason for it?
No, I've got another 10 minutes. I'm out now.
I think you're under.
I'm out now. I did too. Yeah, I was number 3 for Australia. You just get what you get.
Right.
Or 24 was my junior footy number.
And you don't get upset?
And you don't get upset. So, yep.
Actually, maybe you're not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll let you go too early.
I'm staying cool.
You are staying. This is my fault. I've completely misread the roster. I think
You're on Melbourne time?
I think I kicked Jim out early as well. I'm all over it. All over the place. So Gary on 2, Smith 17, 4 for 86. New over starting, Tuscan Ahmed, and Gary's on the back foot, plays out to mid-on. 4 for 86.
24. Joe Smoking Joe Mercedes.
Yeah? That's the number you would have
24. That's what I wore in my junior footy.
Yep.
And then when I got the choice for Tassie.
And how come you didn't wear that for Australia?
Boguesy actually had 24 when I came into the Australian system, so I didn't get a choice there.
Sun beating down now on a partly cloudy day. Gary on strike. He's on the back foot and just pushes it out to mid-off. We did have the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia on during the lunch break.
I caught a little bit of that. Back from my lunch,
I guess the big takeaways out of it, reinforce again that we won't be selling the teams, the BBL teams, until
this year. Yeah, won't be.
Until this year. Until end of this year's Big Dash, so they won't try and rush anything through, despite the fact it feels like there's some impatient states out there that are pretty keen to get a move on with it.
He was caught out by Cricket Vic's move to do that.
He said that he wasn't aware that they were going to roll with the Melbourne Rangers thing. it's a tough sell, isn't it? Which for Stars and Renegades supported it to invest the same way this year. 4 for 86. Tuscan Ahmed around the wicket to the lefty. There's a pull shot out the middle of the bat from Alex Carey, and then a race away for 4. And that's a way for Alex Carey to feel good about himself. His first boundary moves to 6, and the Australians 4 for 90.
He was quick on that, Alex Carey. Didn't feel like he got all of it, but enough of it and a rapid outfield here at Marara to get away. But again, he still hasn't let a ball go. Alex Carey pounced on that straight away.
Also said the game can't afford the 33% the players are pushing for in the new CBA, looking to be reworked. He basically said, hey, we need to make the pie bigger rather than just increasing their share, their slice of the pie.
Okay.
So he's holding pretty firm on that. Obviously, the CBA, the new agreement with the players needs to be struck before the teams can go to market. This Tuscan Ahmed's on his way in again, bowls to Carey, who's on the back foot and just knocks it back with a point, straight to the fieldsman in nominal Huck, who does the fielding.
Was there a reason why they... So I think it's 28% at the moment, isn't it, or something like that? 20.
Yeah.
And they want that increase?
Yep. Want 33.
They want 33. Was there a reason from the players' side of why they want that increase?
I'm sure there would be.
There would be? Yeah, yep. Sorry, I was wondering whether he mentioned that.
He didn't.
I haven't been keeping the finger on that one.
What else did we talk about? Next year, not even though it's been a 20-year wait to get here for the Darwin Test match and Test cricket back here, not necessarily Test cricket every year going forward. So next year it's going to be white ball games against New Zealand. So the Australian men's team will play here in a white ball game.
Okay. Well, South Africa were here last year and I didn't make the trip up, but all that on TV.
Excellent.
And tuned in.
Yeah, of course.
Presented really well
here on ABC Sport. Well, we saw Devalt Bravis make a spectacular 100.
Just what you need around that time when footy starts to get a little tedious.
Tuscan Ahmed on his way in again, around the wicket to Carey, who's looking to hook. Did he get anything on it? Stifled appeal. Litton Das doesn't go up behind the stumps. And there's the one short one, so 4 for 90. Smith 17, Carey 6. Again, Carey continues, which has been his want so far, despite the fact he's 6 of 19. He's swung the willow at everything.
He has. The leg gully. Has the leg gully been there all over? Is he newly employed? He's leg gully, who has brought about the downfall of Alex Carey in the past. So they've been doing their research here, Bangladesh.
Two slips a gully, the leg gully. Carey on strike, driving, back past the non-striker. Again, didn't quite get it, but it's going to break the infield and they'll get at least 2, probably 3. They will get 3, and Tajul Islam does the fielding and Carey gets back for the triple, so he moves to 9. 4 for 93, the Australian. Smith on 17, as we are about half an hour into the second session.
Do you want to go again, or no, I think one more over?
You're okay. You're okay.
I'll do one more. Yeah, but it's great to have cricket on this time of year. Have the Australian team playing again on home soil in front of a crowd that, as you say, Corb, doesn't get a lot of content up here. They're enthusiastic out there.
Did you play up here much?
A club season, which I started to touch on with Jim. I played for Waratah with Eddie Cowan for I want to say 8 to 10 weeks, and we did not win a game. Not one game. So the inclusion,
2 Test cricketers playing in the same team.
We weren't Test cricketers at that stage. This is about 2003. We were fringe Shield cricketers, but professional cricketers.
Usually stands to reason, though, that you're on a reasonable trajectory. Hassan Mahmood starts a new over as Carey just uses the force of that delivery and bumps it back past the non-striker down the ground for 4. It wasn't a full follow-through, but just lent on it. And it raced away to the boundary, so Carey to 9. And the Australians now 4 for 97.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Alex Carey. Almost had to dig it out.
Yeah.
And as you say, it was like a punch, no follow-through whatsoever, but beautifully timed. He just makes things happen, Alex Carey.
He was 9, by the way, so he goes to 13 with that boundary. You obviously get the chance when you're batting down the order to see what's worked and what hasn't for the top order, but Carey's come out with a real intent, hasn't he?
But I think he would have done that anyway, wouldn't he? Like, I know you do want to sum up the situation and the conditions, but you also want to stick to what works well for you. And counter-punching is his game.
Mahmood around the wicket. Miscued drive there from Carey on the hop back to the bowler. 4 for 97. Hassan Mahmood in his 11th over. He got both the openers out much earlier today. If you just flick the radio back on, so Jake Weatherald nicking off on 23. Hassan Mahmood also got Travis Head, who chopped on 22. So 23 for Weatherald, 22 for Head, and then Marnus Labuschagne out for 1, caught at second slip. Abidot Hussain and Cam Green out for 13, caught in front of the wicket at mid-wicket by diving Mushfiqur Rahim off Taskin Ahmed's bowling for 13. Now the back foot punch from Carey, wanted a single, sent back. Diving effort there from Tajul Islam. We haven't seen him yet, the left arm finger spinner. I know you've got a big red mark next to his name as
I do.
Fellow left arm tweaker.
I think it took 7 for, I think, last time out against Zimbabwe, which the test match reel, I think they were done in 2 and a bit days. Yeah, it was looking like at one stage we wouldn't need to see him.
29 overs into the test match. We've only seen the right arm quicks so far. They got 3 of those. 2 of their best bowlers both hurt for Bangladesh. Mahmood bowls to Carey, beats him, plain a miss into the gloves of Lytton Das.
Yeah, big cover drive. I think there to hit. It wasn't like the Weatherall dismissal, which was just sort of length ball. That one was up there, drew Carey into the drive and just nibbled away past the outside edge. But this is a great place to play cricket, particularly if you're in the depths of winter.
Yep. Did you have any individual successes?
Honestly, it was so long ago.
Right.
Probably. I might have taken a wicket or two.
Fun.
It was a lot of fun.
It's a good city, isn't it?
A lot of fun to come up here in the winter and get some cricket under the belt.
Hassan Mahmood continuing around the wicket, carries forward and just stonewalls it back to the bowler. I feel like Darwin's the kind of place, if you love Darwin will love you back.
That's right. There's a lot to do. There's a good vibe about the place. Everyone's in good spirits.
We're lucky enough to be staying down the waterfront, which is a great spot. There's obviously Mitchell Street.
Did you choose that? Who's in charge of choosing? It's a really nice place to stay.
Yep, we're very lucky to be there. Mitchell Street's where it's all happens. A bit more rowdy there. We're probably more waterfront people. I think probably passed us by a little bit, Mitchell Street. Last ball of the over, Hassan Mahmood on his way in, bowls on the stumps and defended by Carey out towards cover. That's the end of the over. 4 for 97, the Australians. Partnership 23 at the moment between Smith and Carey. It's unfolded entirely after the lunch break, after Cam Green's dismissal triggered lunch. He was out for 13, Marnus Labuschagne for 1, Weatherald for 23 and Head for 22. Head chopped on, Weatherald nicked off to the keeper, and Labuschagne nicked off to second slip. And Cam Green was caught in front of the wicket trying to turn the ball off his pads and bobbled up. Mushfiqur Rahim out at mid-wicket or square leg was able to dive away and take the catch, and Green out right on the lunch break. The wickets, Hassan Mahmood, who we just saw bowl from the Michael Long centre end of the ground. He's got both openers, one for Abidot Hussain and one for Taskin Ahmed, the only 3 bowlers used so far until now. So we got a bowling change. There's going to be our man Mehdi Hassan Miraz, the 28-year-old all-rounder, the number 3 ranked all-rounder in the ICC Test rankings, is on to bowl his right arm offies to Steve Smith as Phil Jaques sits down after lunch. G'day, Jakesy.
Afternoon, Corbin. Spin for the first time. Beauty getting a bit of a trundle here, the off-spin up. Just to see how he goes.
He's bowling over the wicket to another right-hander as Smith just turns it around the corner to backward square. It's fielded there, what would be inside the ring for a one-day game. So the field that he's got mid-wicket back, as you'd expect. A bit of protection there, and mid-on's probably 3/4 of the way to the boundary, a little deeper. First slip, short leg, and an attacking position, and then a ring field outside of that. Smith forward and defends back to the bowler.
I think we'll see a positive approach from Steve Smith and Alex Carey here. I think The off spinner, Mahidi. A little bit of a look, see if there's any assistance.
Mehdi Hassan Miraz on his way in, turned away by Smith, straight to short leg and slaps into the shin pads. And feels from underneath the helmet there in Tanzid Hassan, who drops Smith on 2.
Not a lot of spin in the first couple, so it'll be a positive approach.
Mehdi on his way in again, Smith driving. Can't break the infield, and Raheem does the fielding. Your experience up here, Jaques? Play much cricket in Darwin?
A little bit of A cricket here. Yeah, over the years, a long time ago now.
Mehdi on his way in again, bowls to Smith, who works it off his pads again to backward square, and Eberdot does the fielding. There's no run.
Wasn't a drop-in wicket then, though.
Okay, part of the
it used to be a bit more natural square and.
Any runs?
Not heaps.
Smith awaits, Mehdi delivers, Smith drives, back down to almost long on, the man who's 3/4 of the way to the boundary, Mushfiqur Rahim, so single taken, prevents the maiden. That's the first over of spin in the test match and the 30th over of the innings. 4 for 98, the Australians, with Smith on 18 and Carey on 13.
The wicket we played on was a little bit of a nibbler up front. The ball didn't bounce a lot, so there wasn't a lot of balls going over the top of the stumps where you could leave on length. So it made it quite difficult. It was hard to get rhythm on. Too dissimilar to this one, to be fair. Maybe this one's got a little bit more carry than the wicket I played on, but it was a really low, slow. Felt like every ball was going to hit the stumps. Couldn't really leave with any confidence and enough sideways.
Have a good team?
Strong. Yeah, lots of test players came out of that era.
Hassan Mahmood starts a new over, bowls to Smith, who's driving on the up. It breaks through the infield. Diving effort from Tuscan Ahmed at backward point. Thought he was half a chance to catch it. Now he's trying to save a boundary. He can't do that. It's 4 more for Steve Smith. And another boundary for him comes behind the wicket, so behind point, where he's scored a lot of his runs so far. He's 22 not out. And 100 is up for the Australians. They've lost 4 wickets getting there. 4 for 102.
Smith, as he quite often does, very animated with his assessment of the wicket after he plays a miss hit.
Yeah.
Just alluding to the fact that the ball's bouncing a little bit more than he thinks. Popping up almost. Not sure that the ball was quite full enough to drive that one, Stephen.
Steve Smith whacking away, 22 not out. And a nervy inning so far. He square drives here, and that's a superb shot. The other side of Tuscan Ahmed at backward point and away for 4. There's no doubt about that. And Smith's best shot of his innings so far. He's 26 not out. Australia 4 for 106.
And that was almost a replay of the one before, but just a bit fuller. And a lot more in control of that one, Steve Smith. The one before just a bit shorter, held a little bit, almost popped a tiny bit. This one, fraction fuller, probably didn't bounce as much. Just opened the hands and smashed it past point for 4.
Just found this top end series 2006. See what you played, T20s, you played a 50 over game.
It was T20s, was it?
Apparently. Smith gets jammed up there. There's a shout for caught behind, only a stifled appeal.
Some 50 overs. Is that minimum? No. Pakistan.
Pakistan, no.
You got the wrong series.
Might have been a rain-reduced game. Sorry, where it ended up being... Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes it. Rain.
20 overs?
20 overs. It was a 50-over game, I reckon.
50-over game that was shortened to 20 overs aside. That was one of the matches in the series, but just to get an idea on that Australian team that you had. You opened the batting. Smith looking to cut and chopper out on the offside, fielded in the gullies.
I remember it was earlier than that.
Okay. So you might have had multiple trips here.
Oh, no, hang on. No, we're right.
Mark Cosgrove, Shane Watson, Brad Hodge.
Opening, I was like, I'm sure I opened with Chris Rogers, but I opened with Chris Rogers in the next game.
Brad Haddon, captain and the keeper, James Hopes, Chris Rogers, Mitchell Johnson, Brett Dory, Cullen Bailey and Dan Cullen. All part of the 11th team, Australia A. Playing against a New Zealand side. Chris Martin and Craig McMillan both played in that. There you go.
Geez, my memory has escaped me. I don't remember we played.
20 years ago.
Playing against New Zealand.
20 years ago. Smith trying to work it off his hip and finds a fieldsman there at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Felt like we played a lot of Australia A cricket back then. I remember playing, I'm sure we played a Pakistan side as well here. Top end. I think there was a lot of top end cricket. Australia played in the winter and in the A setup.
We see a lot more of Australia A in season 2 as well, didn't we? Going back to those years where they would often play, the touring team or whatever. I remember going to the Wacker once to watch an Australia A team play Zimbabwe in a 50-over game. It sort of feels like A cricket is out of season a lot now. And Smith hit on the pads trying to creep across as his usual way to go about it. Customary for Smith. Bounces off his pads and trickles away to backward square. They get through for a leg bye, so 4 for 107.
It'd have to be a warm-up game for the tour, which is now not in vogue at all. The whole warm-up games leading into tour games. But
my marathon stint is finally over after pinching some minutes off Jim Maxwell.
That was a long hour, wasn't it?
Oh, I'm out of here. 4 for 107. Smith's there along with Alex Carey. The Australians haven't lost a wicket in 40 minutes after lunch. Ben Cameron's on the way.
Live Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
McGilvray wouldn't be happy. He wouldn't stand for it, Jim says.
Broke the rotor.
Yep, broke the rotor. The Aussies 4 for 107 and they've pushed on after lunch, it has to be said, Phil Jaques.
Yeah, pretty expected from these two. They do like being positive. Carey's been extra positive, hasn't he? Although his strike rate doesn't suggest that. 13 off 26. He's played a lot of shots for those 13.
Mahidi in and bowling here with his off spin to Steve Smith, and he goes forward and defends, just pushes it out into the covers.
Smith's had a little bit of luck. Let it be told as well. Just went down a slip. One where we thought.
Bowling again here, and Smith pulling to the backward square leg fielder who makes a tumbling save.
On the Bangladeshis all thought that Steve Smith hit it. He saved the life by DRS.
I must admit, I thought he hit it as well.
He looked guilty, didn't he? It was a very guilty body language. You wouldn't have passed it the family test around the dinner table, would it?
The off spinner bowls again, and Smith nurdles it very fine down towards fine leg, and they'll set off for a single. They'll come back for a couple. So 2 more for Steve Smith, 4 for 109. Yeah,
he looked like a naughty toddler, didn't he? That he'd drawn on the wall. He sort of looked like, didn't it? It was like
he started edging towards the pavilion, then he kept edging towards the pavilion. So Mahidi Miraz.
Technology saved him.
In and bowling again. Smith just whips it off his pads and will take a very leisurely single. Sachets down to the other end for 1, 4 for 110. Smith on 29, Carey on 13.
Not a whole lot of demons in this wicket from a spin bowling perspective, is there?
See what Mahidi can find from the surface. This captain Bangladesh at ODI level. Mahidi as he's around the wicket here to the left-hander. Carey who goes well forward, bat and pad close together as he defends. Just leaning on it towards that short extra cover. He was the player of the tournament way back at the 2016 Under-19 Cricket World Cup. In and bowling around the wicket again. The lefty down the track, hits it in the air, close towards the mid-off fielder, but it gets past him. And that will be a couple for Carey. At least a couple. They'll think about coming back for 3, and they will on the return from Shadman down at the boundary. So Carey again displaying his intent. 4 for 113 the Aussies into the over from Mahidi.
I'd love to see the ground dimensions here, because that straight hit is a huge hit, isn't it?
It's not quite, it doesn't quite look like it's as long as the Adelaide Oval, but it's sort of...
It's right up there.
Yeah, it is a big surface area here at Marara. Smith and Carey partnership along to 39. Story of the day, if you're just tuning in, Thursday afternoon, might be on your way home from work or something of the like. The Aussies won the toss, they elected to bat. Jack Weatherall, the hometown hero, the first man to go, he was out for 23. Head out for 22 shortly after that. Marnus Labuschagne, he struggled. He was out for one. A 15-ball stay at the crease before he departed. Caught by Shanto off the bowling of Eberdot, who coincidentally has just come back into the attack here. Bowling from the McMillan's Road end of the ground. Still 2 slips and a gully in place. Eberdot, right arm over, bowling to Carey. Down the leg side, it flicked him just off the thigh pad, and it will run away for leg byes. Umpire Kumar Dharmasena stands on one leg, taps his other thigh and says 4 leg byes. The Aussies 4 for 117.
Bit of a wayward start, wasn't it? Eberdot sliding down leg side. Diving away to his right-hand side. Bangladeshi wicketkeeper just couldn't quite get the paw on it. 4 more to Carey. He moves along. Oh, he's still on 16. It's a leg bite. For 117 Australia now.
Carey whacking away again as he awaits Eberdot. Right arm over the wicket, striking Carey on the thigh pad, and they'll take another leg by here. So Smith back on strike, 4 for 118. Cam Green out for 13 just before lunch. So the Aussies reaching the luncheon interval at 4 for 74. Green out for 13. What did you make of his stay at the crease, Phil Jaques?
Nervy. It's the only way to describe it. I think he looked like he was trying to get away by being positive and aggressive, and I just felt like he just tipped over the edge a little bit too much on a wicket that was hard to find rhythm on. He just never really got going, and the shot he got out on was probably one he want back. I think it was caught a square leg.
Hits the crease and Smith drives a beautiful cover drive, and that will find the rope. That is Steve Smith when he is up and going.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? Another wayward delivery. A little bit full this time. When the bowler's over pitch on this wicket, it is a nice wicket to drive on. It's that in-between length that's a bit harder, and just have to be a little bit more patient on it. Wait for the right length. Steve Smith pounced all over that one.
He looks like he's got an appetite at the moment. Steve Smith. He looks like he's settling in.
This is the one team he hasn't made 100 against. Get the full deck.
Das crouches down, Eberdot bowls, and Smith very watchfully defends as he cribs across and then plays it with the full face of the bat back down the pitch. Lytton Das, an interesting one. He doesn't go down as a keeper. Doesn't go all the way down. He just sort of half crouches down and waits for the ball.
Yeah, a bit old school, isn't it?
He even gets down into
he didn't even get into a half. Half on that was a little bit late.
Very laid back, Lytton Das.
His main job's to catch him, so as long as he catches him, well, he won't comment. If he misses one, though, we might.
Eberdot in and bowling again here to Smith, who's driving again straight to the cover fielder, outstretched. Diving right hand from Mushfiqur, able to knock it down. Doing a good job there. Took the catch to remove Cam Green earlier on. It is interesting, all of the different keeping styles, isn't it? I mean, like when I was a kid growing up, you'd see the Aussies and the keeper would skip to their right to a right arm bowler and a right hand batsman and take it sort of on their left hip. As you could see Adam Gilchrist doing so. Smith flexing as Eberdot runs in at him again, and Smith, more defensive back down the pitch. Didn't get a long way forward, playing it more from the crease, but that's the end of the over, 4 for 122. the English style, they sort of stand very still, as you would have seen playing a lot of county cricket, Jakesy.
Yeah, they like to catch it a lot more in front of their eyes.
Yeah.
Australians like it on the inside hip, still in line with their eye line, but to cater for the extra bounce and that outside edge that they might get to be able to make the movement that they need. As the English, because you get the wobble after the wicket quite often with the Duke ball, they tend to like to stay a bit more still and let it wobble and then move, catch.
Yeah, I remember the first time as a kid when I saw Tim Ambrose keeping, and he stood very still and just pouched it almost right in front of the
and he's a young
waist.
He's a young Aussie as well.
Yeah.
Before he went to England.
Was he?
Yeah, Sydney boy.
Haiti bowling and on the back foot, Carey punching into the covers.
Grew up in Manly, Tim Ambrose.
There you go.
Yeah.
Never even knew that.
But yeah, tried his trade. Once he hit his early teens, he was over there and playing county cricket.
Haiti Miraz in and bowling to Carey, who goes forward, and it's an inside edge. It is. Some of these Bangladesh names, it's fascinating. I mean, the team sheet we're given, we were told that he would have Haiti on the back of his shirt, and that was his preferred name, but historically he's always gone by Miraz. That is the name that he has on his shirt, in fact, as Carey is back and punching off the back foot down towards the long on for a single. Very casually, so 4 for 123. Carey on 16. Smith on 33. Back on strike.
Keeping us all on their toes, aren't they?
Yeah. I might stick with Miraz as he's bowling here to Smith, who's playing and missing. Das can't glove it cleanly. He was very much caught on the crease there, Steve Smith, and fishing outside the off stump.
Filthied himself there too, shaking his head. Didn't really get into a great position. Just tried to cover it up.
Miraz bowls again, and Smith plays an awkward-looking cover drive. Thick outside edge, the ball slews off that. Out through cover point. Everett doing the fielding, and 2 more for Smith. 2 more for Australia, 4 for 125. Just on the keeping styles as well, I mean, as Aussies were always told, take the ball behind the stumps on a return throw, whereas in England they very much like to take it in front of the stumps and drag it back onto the pegs.
Yeah, there was a bit of research done about speed of taking bails off. And
Miraz again, well flighted, and Smith down the track and on drive. Again, he just walks through for 1, so into a little bit of a holding pattern this game, 4 for 126.
It kind of makes sense to take the ball in front and come back with the ball to save
certainly
time
for the
rather
ones
than let it go beyond. But
yeah, certainly for the ones that are missing, it's quicker,
run
isn't
out.
it? Yeah.
The ones that are the ones where they feel like there was a chance of a run out. If they feel like you're going to miss the stumps, take it in front. It's going to hit the stumps, obviously, try and get it behind, but it, I mean, the safer play is always to catch it behind, and then you've got the option of it hitting the stumps or taking them off. But that split second can often be the difference, can't it?
4 for 126, the Aussies. Smith on strike again. Beautiful atmosphere, the burble of the crowd, as Jim would tell me, just around Marara. People enjoying the afternoon. 2 slips in a gully, deep point. Everett Hussain in and bowling here to Smith, defending from the crease. Goes walking after it and then says that one just skidded on.
The animations are high, aren't they? You know he's switched on when he's animated, Steve Smith.
Histrionics.
He likes to let everybody know exactly what's happening. There's nothing guessing. That one stayed low. That one jumped a little bit.
Beyond the 2 slips in a gully, a deep point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg as well. Warm day, plenty in the grandstands beneath us, just fanning themselves. Everett right arm over, bowling to Smith, who's pulling. Didn't quite get all of it, took his bottom hand off the bat. Good enough to get it out to deep backward square for 1 more.
Wait on, not now!
And Das firing at the non-striker's end as Smith sort of cruised down to that end. 4 for 127, the Aussies.
I reckon he might call for some gloves. It looked like he slipped off a little bit there. Sweaty conditions.
You and Xavier Doherty were telling me a few tales at breakfast this morning about being 12th man for Steve Smith, and just how often you've got to run out the gloves and how particular it can be.
The eye drops, the lip balm, the sunblock.
Have you got eye drops?
You got cotton wool.
Carey facing up, Everett bowling, and he chops it onto his body. It ricochets away into the gully. So it asks for all manner of things.
It was like a game he used to play to try and catch out the 12th man. It's like, what can I ask that he won't have? So it was almost like I'm up for it as a 12th man if I've got what he wants.
And so the gloves were numbered, were they?
Oh yeah. Numbered from 1 to about 1,000.
And just bring them out in order.
Had a whole bag full of gloves. And probably needs them up here, to be fair. His shirt's looking more like like he'd been swimming in it. A little rash vest, dad vest, they call it.
Everett to Carey, who's digging out a full delivery, but down to mid-off. Yeah, it's like the fish and chip paper. It's gone a little transparent because it's sort of sticking to his body as well. You were one of the players who stuck with the inners, weren't you, Jaques? You're a loyalist to the inners?
I did like an inner, yeah. I went the fingerless ones. So I liked to have the feel of the bat. I didn't like the full ones at all, but I felt like they were a bit bunchy in your fingers. But the fingerless inners always felt like they were just like normal batting. I didn't like swapping my gloves very often.
Carey awaits Everett, gets a length delivery and cuts it away, a little bit of width on offer.
Felt like I broke the concentration the more breaks you have. I was very much a let's try and get through to that next hour, and that was my mental approach to it. If I had to change in between, it was a bit of a break of concentration, and it sort of left me a bit vulnerable. So I prefer just to have the breaks when they were prescribed rather than making my own breaks and giving the bowler another chance to get me out. But so the longer I can hold the gloves, the better. But if you had to change it, you just had to restart and go again.
Took a single there on that Carey cut shot, so 4 for 128. Smith back on strike. Just picks up his bat as Everett approaches and bowls, and Smith more defensive as is his want. Doesn't get a long way forward when he plays that forward defensive. End of the over, 4 for 128. Carey on 18, Smith on 37, and Smith is gesticulating towards the 12th man and saying, I want a drink, maybe some gloves, so they'll be on their toes in just a moment.
I'm not sure what he was going for there. That was a very strange one. We'll have to see if we can work it out.
He just got a thumbs up back from
Xavier Doherty will know. He'll know for sure.
He was stressing out, sitting up here.
He was stressing out that he was going to get called upon again, try and get caught out. It'll be something obscure, there's no doubt.
So Miraz to continue. Around the wicket to the lefty, a length delivery, forcing off the back foot out towards cover point. Now Jim Maxwell's just picked up a little error that I've made in the rotor. Made a few boo-boos on the timing, so he's gathered everyone around to point out my mistake, so thanks, Jim.
The skipper just getting a new plan.
He's finding it very amusing, Jim Maxwell. You always tell me, Jim, it's the commentator's responsibility to know when they've got to get off. Miraz around the wicket to Carey, who's trying to turn a ball behind square off his thigh pad. 4 for 128 here, and Mahady Miraz doing his work from the airport end of the ground. Miraz trots past the umpire and bowls again, gives it some air, strikes him on the pad. He likes it, Miraz, but doesn't have an awful lot of support. Richard Ellingworth shakes his head. Miraz just has a little chat. Carey was down trying to lap sweep it. Hit him on the pad. Carey scratches away, and the Bangladesh team won't review it.
It's a long way outside off.
Yeah.
I think they might have been sliding on to hit the stumps, but certainly a long way outside the line. At least a stump or two.
It's closer by the end. looked initially, but just having a look at it, might have been closer as Carey's back and cutting out towards point. 4 for 128 remain the Aussies.
Still the right decision to not review that on way out.
Yeah.
There's just one review remaining. We've got the 3.
I think that would have come into their thinking as well. Moraz unfurls. Carey goes forward, defends just down on the offside. Ball bobbles out into the covers. Sun pokes its head back through the cloud cover. And just outside the off stump near the replay. Moraz bowling again, and Carey whipping away off the leg stump. Takes an easy single mid-wicket, comes around to run it in. Eberdot picks it up, he'll be bowling. And I think on that note, we will have a drink here at Marara. So the Aussies 4 for 129, Smith on 37, Carey on 19. They've successfully navigated the first hour after lunch without losing a wicket. And I'm about to duck off to go and fix my rotor to avoid the wrath of our captain, James Maxwell, who's about to come in after this. Australia, they are 4 for 128.
I don't know what we're going to find here.
Discover a vault filled with all the cases, all the crime.
It's dangerous. You don't trust anyone.
Shetland, The Capture, Treasure and Dirt, and so many more.
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Stream now on ABC iView. ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh.
Here we are, there's lots of slips. Will there be a nick? Masood goes in and bowls again, and it's short, and he's cutting, uppercutting. Over and behind point, and it flies down to the boundary for 4. The counter-attack from Steve Smith.
Tuscan Ahmed around the wicket to the lefty. There's a pull shot out the middle of the bat from Alex Carey, and then a race away for 4. And that's a way for Alex Carey to feel good about himself. His first boundary. And a nervy innings so far. He square drives here, and that's a superb shot. The other side of Tuscan Ahmed at backward point and away for 4. There's no doubt about that. And Smith's best shot of his innings so far.
Hits the crease and Smith drives. A beautiful cover drive. And that will find the rope. That is Steve Smith when he is up and going.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Welcome back to Marara. So Australia have had a very positive hour of cricket. Almost a run a wicket. Minute? Let's try that.
Try that again, Jim.
We'll try that again, yeah. Smith and Carey in this partnership has taken the score from lunch of 4 for 74 to 4 for 129. So that's 55 runs in 14 overs, around 4 and over. And what are we seeing? A softer ball, an easier pitch, good batting. Anyway, Dizzy's with me. He knows all about the Bangladesh bowling and how to play it. And he's been watching a bit of pace, a little bit of spin, and some pretty good batting. Dizzy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jim, and good afternoon to all our listeners. Yeah, look, certainly the bit of the air's gone out of the ball, so to speak, after post-lunch interval. The ball's just a little bit older, less shine on the ball, maybe as you said, got a little bit softer, and batting looks a lot different than it did in the first session, doesn't it?
It does. I'm just watching Steve Smith having a massage out there. He must have a bit of cramp or something. But talk about having Jeeves and all the other butlers in the dressing room.
I just wonder if he's not well, Steve Smith. They've brought chairs out there for the drinks interval. I just wonder if he's just feeling a bit under the weather, maybe.
The heat.
Maybe unaccustomed to it.
He's come from New York. It wouldn't be like this in New York, but I would have thought if he's ever crooked, just give him a bat and send him out to have a hit.
Just crack on, you reckon?
Yeah. The way he's been playing here, after an edgy start, he could have been caught before he started. Really,
he's expanded his game. Since the lunch interval, he's played some really nice drives off the front foot through the offside, square drives. He's looked quite good. And as I said, the Bangladeshi seamers, there's probably not as much on offer for them now, and we didn't see much spin from Nahedi.
Have you faced any of these bowlers who are on display today during your world record performance?
It's been a while since I finished the greatest innings of all time. That was 20 years ago, Jim. So
but you were not out. I would have thought Pat Cummins would have you in the nets yesterday to warm up for this.
Yeah, or at least maybe just invited in to talk about facing Bangladesh bowlers.
About the advisability of having a night watchman.
Yeah.
That's the story. Yeah. Phil Jaques, of course, was out there with you. He threw it away for 60 odd.
Couldn't handle the heat, Jakesy.
So we start after drinks. And it's Carey who's on strike. He's bowled! First ball after drinks. Come on! Eberdot has gone through his defences and it's whacked into the stumps. Bowled him neck and crop.
I wonder if he got an inside edge, that, Jim.
Yeah, he may have, but it was on target. And that's a big breakthrough. As I've said a number of times sitting here, you could write a book about first ball after drinks. And how many times has it got a wicket? He may have, but it looked pretty handy. He just moved back. He's around the wicket, straightened up and went through his defences.
Yeah, just got an inside edge and a cannon into leg stump. I think he was beaten by the length there. Alex Carey went to play back. He probably could have looked to play that off the front foot because it wasn't that short. I think he was deceived.
It's a big wicket for Bangladesh.
It's a huge wicket for
Carey out for 19. Yep. 19. And now Webster.
Bo Webster
is coming out where he can do a bit for Australia, as he's done in his brief career so far. Webster and Green, the two all-rounders picked by Australia. And at the moment, Australia having won the toss, just going down the board for you. Weatherall was caught by the keeper, Das, of Hassan Mahmood for 23. Travis Head played under his leg stump, inside edge for Mahmood for 22. Labuschagne 1 from 20 balls caught low down in the slips. Now, first ball. Here comes Webster on the back foot, in behind the length from the third quick in the attack. Eberdot. There's a no ball though to start with, so another 1 to the score. And then just before lunch, Cameron Green had a ping at one from Taskin on the stumps, and he managed to lob it away to the onside, and it was caught out there by Mushfiqur Rahman. He was out for 13. And now the fifth wicket, Eberdot Hussein's bowling Carey, and there's under 5 for 130 the score now. Smith, of course, is going along okay. After a shaky start, he's 37. Right, Eberdot again. He runs in and bowls it, and Webster's away through the offside. Bo Webster just shuffling forward, pushing it firmly out through the covers for a couple. So what contribution can he make, as he's done so often in his brief but useful career?
It's like his movements have been the first couple of balls he's faced. He's moved well.
He's got what's behind 3 slips gully, so they've kept the field there with a little bit of movement off the surface still. And Ahmed Adrasan runs in, beats the edge. Another handy ball. Just hit the pitch and moved away outside the off stump. Okay. The SMS, if you'd like to give some advice to the producer or me or anyone else, is 0467920222. All right.
Any advice for Benny Cameron on how to
do a roster?
Right?
Yeah, that'd be handy. Has he taken that one down yet? Thank goodness. Yeah.
Well, I was scheduled to start at 2 p.m. today.
Tomorrow or today?
According to the rota.
All right, well, you never know. Here he goes, pitches up, and it's off a thickish edge. Webster attempting to drive, and it's slewed away through the slips and down to third man for 4 runs. So Webster busy, just as Carey was when he was at the crease. He's got 2 and 4 so far in this over. So here's a fella playing his 9th test. And he's averaging 41, and he's hit 5 half centuries, and he's come into the crucial stage again.
He certainly has, and a little bit of trouble at Australia coming in at 5 for 130. So I'd have to say, the stage is Bangladesh's day. Well, that first hour after lunch, it looked like the pendulum was swinging towards Australia.
Yep. They look to be getting some control as Hussain bowls and tightens him up on the stumps, and he runs it down behind point. Slight fumble misfield, and they get a single. Smith was already halfway down, anticipating that, and he gets a run. And the sun breaks through the cloud overhead again, and Australia, despite the loss of wicket to the first ball of this over, they've had no ball, 8 runs since then, and Webster is quickly getting himself into stride. 5 for 137. Now, I've seen down at the construction end of the ground, all sorts of stuff going on behind the screen. No spectators there, but plenty of them out on the hill and below us in this main stand here at Marora. Hussain goes in and bowls it. It's short and it's tugged down and safely, securely, gently out towards deep square for a single. So a fun over. A wicket and 8 runs. Smith 38 and Webster 7 at the end of it. Where is he? Ebidat Hussain's 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 32. Wickets shared around here as Australia recovering somewhat, but he begs the question, how many is it enough, a good score on this surface?
We'll have to wait till both sides battle it.
That's a refrain I've heard. Yep, that's true. So it's just the lefties coming on the bowl. Tajul Islam.
Left arm finger spinner.
Yep. They're as common as Xavier Doherty's in Tasmania. Now, he bowls an over-pitch ball, and Smith said, "What's that? Christmas! Thank you, sir." And he smashes it for 6 over cow corner.
Well, that was a looser.
That was the birthday and Christmas present all in one.
The knee-high full toss. Happy birthday. Yeah, that's an awful delivery.
That was a loosener. And the dispatch from Smith takes the score into 146. Now round the wicket, bowls to Smith. That's a nice polite length, and he leans on it with mid-off back, and he gets a single. So Smith 45, 5 for 145, and Webster's on strike. A slip and a short leg, a deep backward square, mid-wicket, mid-on. Mid-off, short extra cover, backward point, and a deep cover out there. The field just settles a bit as a couple of Australian players get a cheer below us as he drives it, and drives it pleasantly out to deep cover, extra cover, and it's going close to the boundary, and it goes for 4. He timed that very well, and it looked like the fellow running around from long off would cut it off, but he didn't. So the runs are flowing. A 6, a 1, a 4.
It's a little bit of a surprise to me having the new bowlers come on, bowling to Bo Webster, who's just come to the crease. He's got 3 men out on the rope. Just, is it a little bit negative? Especially when you've got your opposition 5 for 140 on.
Now, he tries again, and he's drawing Webster forward with a long stretch in defence. And it goes straight out to shortish extra cover. Webster quickly to 11. Kerry bowled for 19 around the wicket, and he plays the sweep, plays it well, just anticipating a little. He got down and swept it gently to backward square, who's out, and they get another run. So the run's flowing here and there, no problem.
Yeah, he's been busy, Bo Webster, since he's come in. He's 12 off 8 balls now. That's 150 up for the Australians.
Smith waits. Down the pitch he goes. He hits it in the air. And it's a slight fumble at that short mid-wicket. He's diving forward to try and get his hands under it. It mounts just in front of Mushkafur, and the result is another run. So a few moments ago, at 5 for 125, it looked a bit shaky. And so far they've had 22 runs since Webster arrived. And that is the end of the first over from Tajul Islam. 14 runs from it.
Yeah, it was a poor over by Tajul. Just didn't get his lines or lengths right.
It's going to be a continuation from Ibadat Hussain down at the construction end.
He's bowled with good pace and good disciplines with his lines and his lengths.
He trots in now and bowls to Smith. Smith digs it out and squirts around the corner from the full length.
The change of bowling, Jim. We've got Taskin Ahmed to come on to bowl now. Taskin
Ahmed, yes. Has 1 for 34. He's back into the attack.
Very experienced seamer for the Bangladeshis.
Yeah. Now Webster back on strike. 5 for 152. Australia went to lunch at 4 for 74. So they've dragged themselves back and given hope with the ability of some of the low order players. I'm still getting 250 or so, I guess. And Taxon bowls and draws him forward. Can't score there. Little dab away to the offside. And it's collected in the gully. So the field is spreading a little bit more now. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. A little bit of a interspersed sunshine here. Some high cloud around the place, but no hint of rain. We're in the dry season, folks, so we should be safe. If you want to play, for those people who live in Manchester, move the Manchester tests out here. You won't have any problem. Taxon charges in, and he bowls him. Went through the defences of Webster, shuffling across. You could hear the rattle behind Webster. He's been cleaned up by Taxon for 12. A pretty quick 12 that was, but did that come off the seam as he pushed forward to it? It looked like it got between, just outside the edge and hit the top of the off stump.
Top of the off stump, as we keep it simple in coaching. You encourage your bowlers to bowl that top of off stump. Looks like Bo Webster just played down the wrong line, Jim.
Yeah.
I don't think it didn't look to deviate too much off the surface. Very well bowled by Taskin Ahmed.
Yep. Pat Cummins getting some applause as he comes out. A very engaged crowd here. They've come from all parts to watch this. Just an opportunity. I think a number of cricket fans have got sick of hanging around waiting for another test match at home. It's been 7 months since Australia have played in a test, and here's the opportunity. And they're seeing this very enthusiastic, spirited bowling performance by Bangladesh. Last 2 wickets out, bowled. Yes, it just seemed to hold its line and bounce near the off stump, hit the top of the off stump.
It's a lovely delivery from Taskin Ahmed. that discipline, line and length. It just shows, Jim, that get the lines right, get your lengths right. There's still just enough in this Marara surface to cause some issues.
Yep.
It begs the question, was the right decision made at the toss?
Well, yes, you'd think with the new ballers, Australia will still be getting to do a little bit. Very encouraging. Now, Tuxton bowls it, and it's taken away by Cummins around the corner to backward square for a single to get him immediately off the mark. So it's been more exciting, enthusiastic, energetic batting since lunch. Australia has scored 79 runs, about a run a minute, in 16, 17 overs of play. So the board's kept ticking, but in the last 20 minutes, they've lost Carey and now Webster, both out bowled. Smith on strike. The sheet anchor roll. He's 47, and Tuxton runs in towards him, and Smith leans and says, "Yep, we'll have one." There's a fella there in no man's land out on the offside. What's he doing there? Bring him in. Bring him in for Cummins. But Smith gets another single. He's moved along to 47 at 6 for 153. Enjoyable cricket here, and as I've said, both sides of the ground, some on the seat, some on the grass on the far side, and they've got the sun coming across the ground from behind this stand. They need a bit of slip, slop, slap. Here comes Tuxton. He runs in, and Cummins looks to drive and has a good crack without getting it through the field. So Tuxton's return has brought a wicket. It also means, according to the roster, which I'm imagining, only because I've had a little bit of experience of reading rosters over the years, so I think it's time for me to go. It is time for Corbin to come in, and I'll see you later, Dizzy.
Okay, mate.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. All over at time-wise. The new over about to begin here is Taijul Islam. The left-arm finger spinner on his way in, bowls a full toss, and it's carved away by Smith through the gap at extra cover. Nominal Huck out on the boundary line does the fielding, so zips it back in from deep cover. One more to Smith's score. He's on the precipice of another half century. He's 49 not out. Pat Cummins is with him on one. Afternoon, Diz.
Afternoon, Corby, and afternoon to all our listeners. It's been a good little period for the Bangladesh bowlers. Picking up a couple of key wickets. Carey was looking good, as was Webster in his short stay. Corby was very busy out there.
It's not the day Australia hoped it would be. It's Taijul around the wicket, bowls to Cummins, who turns it forward to the square leg umpire for one. Protection back on the leg side, so easy single there for the skipper. Moves to 2. And the Australians 6 for 156. We're not even 40 overs into the innings.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's just doing it maybe a little bit more off the surface than the Australians expected. There's been some good bowling by the Bangladeshis, to be fair.
Taijul Islam on his way in again, bowls to Smith, who's back in the crease and defending.
That's it, DJ. Come on, boy. DJ, come on, DJ.
Steve Smith, the owner of 37 Test hundreds. Taijul Islam to him now. Smith's driving, breaks the infield. Down to mid-off, who's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary and walks through for a calm single. And that'll take him to 50. The 82nd time in his Test career that he gets to 50.
Just the 82nd.
Wow. That's an unbelievable number. 6 for 157. Smith does it off 76 balls. He had a couple of chances early. Dropped on 2, nicked through where third slip would be and over later.
As Cummins bunts one back to the bowler. And then he was given not out, which was the right call, and upheld on review, despite the fact he looked very guilty.
But since then, he hasn't put a foot wrong, has he?
Yeah. Tosses one up, Tigel, and playing back down the pitch, Cummins. It's the end of the over. So 3 from it. Smith gets to 50, 6 for 157, the Australian score, and we're about 40 minutes away from the tea break on day 1.
Just wondering if it's an opportunity for Bangladesh to get a seamer back on. Tajul is just only a couple of overs into his spell. He hasn't been able to land the ball consistently. Just wonder if Bangladesh would be better served, especially with Pat Cummins just come to the crease with a little bit of nibble on off the surface. Is it worth bringing a seamer back on?
Smith standing outside his crease. Here's Taskin Ahmed right on cue. Delivers on off stump, and Smith drives to mid-off, and there's no run there. So right arm over the wicket. Taskin Ahmed, 2 for 37 off his 12 overs. I mentioned this earlier. Steve Smith, the only nation in the World Test Championship that he doesn't own 100 against is Bangladesh. Has he got the chance to try and do that here? He's halfway there, Steve Smith, 50 not out.
Yeah, it'd be nice to welcome him to the club, Corby.
I actually saw someone when I was walking in today, holding the wagon wheel of your double 100 with you raising the bat aloft. As Taskin Ahmed bowls to Smith, a back foot punch straight to cover.
Yeah, I was at the gates this morning giving him out.
Handing him out. I only assume as much. I see it every day. It's actually you gave me one. I think this time last year.
It was
up here and it actually hangs up in the office.
Well, all right. Good luck with your cricket, or
something like that. And I'll see it every day I'm at work. So there you go.
Nice to have a memento of the greatest innings in the history of the game, isn't it?
6 for 157. It's going to get lots of mentions, I'm sure, in these next 2 test matches, however long they go. 6 for 157. Smith on strike. Just works it away on the leg side. Wants a sharp single. Pick up, throw. And Tajul Islam hits the stumps. And the ball ricochets off the pegs all the way down to the boundary. It'll go in the book as 5 in the overthrows. And Cummins was through. They're not even going to check that on the video.
Nah, he was well in. He was basically past the stumps. Or close to, anyway. Well in.
It's a bit unlucky, isn't it?
It's actually nice to see an umpire not go to the review, knowing he was in by so far, not wasting everyone's time. It was a good throw, but unfortunately it just ricocheted. To the boundary.
Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport, 6 for 162. Cummins on strike, and the skipper squared up, playing a miss. Great to hear the voice of summer, or should I say the voice of winter, back on the wireless, making the long day in the tractor all the more enjoyable from Tim in Torquay. I did say in the pre-game earlier today, the voice of the dry season.
The voice of I enjoyed that. That was good.
As it is up here, of course. The sun's always shining somewhere in the world.
The voice of the dry season. I like it.
Bring you up to date with the card in just a moment too. It hasn't been the day the Australians were hoping for on that front. An opportunity against the 9th ranked test team in the world in Bangladesh on a home soil. Try and get some runs into some batsmen as Cummins lets one pass outside his off stump. And in particular, the 3 guys that have been under a bit of pressure. Jaques Weatherald up the top was out for 23. Caught nicking through to the keeper off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. The next name that was short on runs and keen for a stay at the crease, Marnus Labuschagne, out for 1 off 20. He stuck around too, waited to make sure that the catch was legally taken. It certainly was, as the skipper Najmul Shantu at second slip was able to take that easily off the bowling of Abidot Hussain. So 23 for Weatherald, 1 for Marnus. And then Cam Green out for a runner ball 13. He was caught in front of the wicket, turned the ball off his pads and bobbled up on the leg side of Taskin Ahmed's bowling. And that man's in here, bowls to Cummins, who defends out on the offside. And that's the end of the over. So Cummins on 2, Smith on 55. 6 for 162. And unfortunately, from an Australian perspective, the 3 guys they were hoping for a few runs, none of them really delivered today. Other batsman dismissed, Travis Head. He chopped one on for 22. He was the second man out. Alex Carey went earlier in this session. He was bowled by Abidot Hussain for 19. And Bo Webster was bowled by Tuscan Ahmed for a dozen a short time ago. So 6 down. 6 for 162. And the only real score of substance, Steve Smith, who's 55 not. 6 for 162. Cummins on 2. More from Jason Gillespie throughout the day. Xavier Doherty sits back down. Tajul Islam on his way in, driven back at him by Smith, and he fields in the follow-through. Afternoon, X.
Hello, Corby. Hello, everyone out there tuning in. Yeah, you're spot on. It hasn't been the day that Australia were hoping for, but I think the neutrals would be enjoying the contest. I think even deep down, even some Australian fans would be like, yep, I can stomach this. Yeah, let's see the Australians under pressure and a real game made of it.
It's interesting, as soon as we arrived speaking to a lot of the locals, the Territorians, that one of the major questions was is it going to get to the weekend? How much cricket are we going to get? It's Tajul Islam bowls to Smith, who defends on the offside. And I felt like they were almost as interested in seeing days of cricket as they were particularly seeing the Australians win or any star individual performances. They just wanted a contest. And at the moment, the tourists are on top. 6 for 162. Islam around the wicket and driving. Smith miscues that back to the bowler. What do you made of Tajul Islam so far? The leading wicket taker in Bangladesh's Test history. Around the wicket, he bowls to Smith, who pushes back down the pitch.
Got a couple of looseness. Steve Smith has been pretty hot on them. Sitting side on, Corb, it's not the greatest place to be trying to assess left arm off spin, but seems to be settling into his work now.
Bowls to Smith, who defends back down the pitch.
Certainly a good time to be bowling when the opposition are under pressure, and you can afford a few catches. It's got a slip and a shortish cover in. Chance to put one of the greatest we've seen under a bit of pressure here.
Around the wicket to Smith, who wristily works the ball through cover point. It was uppish, as you heard the reaction from the keeper, Linton Das. A single prevents the maiden last ball of the over, so Smith to 56, and the Australians 6 for 163. Of course, there was a moment where we thought the 34-year-old wouldn't play in this game. He took a blow to the hand while batting in the CA11 game. Suffered a bone contusion on the index finger of his left hand.
Is that like bone stress, is it?
I was about to ask you if you've ever had that kind of an injury.
Like a bone bruising or something. Ooh. Fancy word for it, but...
So didn't bowl at all in the tour game, and they were confident he was going to be fit to bowl here, and here he is. The 3 overs so far.
One thing I have noticed, there's a timer on the scoreboard, Corb, in the bottom right-hand corner, finished at 42. They're timing the gap between overs.
Tuscan Ahmed bowls and Smith's forward, trying to defend, and got a thick inside edge. Ball runs away through square leg.
That's new, isn't it?
I can't remember that.
It's not there now. It's where... poor radio, but to explain it to Corb, it's where the bowling figures are. But they have a little timer between overs to try and speed up the fielding team to try and get the over rates up and going.
I think we're here for that, aren't we?
We're trying to get as many overs in as possible.
Yeah.
Are we? Or do we just want the quality of the cricket that's being played? We don't want them to be dragging.
The ball's dominating the bat in modern Test cricket anyway.
Yeah, the game, there's no issue with the game petering out.
I know you're a bowler, but if we need to hurry up the fielding team, is that a bad thing?
Don't mind it.
Cummins on strike, works the ball uppishly, tackled to square. He's a man of fine leg, he's got a bit to do, he's going to save the boundary. Mominal Huck, who does the fielding down in front of us, working around from fine leg, so 2 more for Cummins, moves to 4, 6 for 166.
Yeah, anyway, that was just something I noticed in between stints there that I assume it's been in there all day, and obviously quite new to Test cricket. We've seen it in some of the shorter formats where they try and speed up the fielding teams to make sure the game doesn't drag on into the night.
famously talk about a lot and have done last summer about the shot clock in baseball and the introduction there. You think about a sport, known for its traditions and reluctance for change. As Cummins on strike outside the off stump, he lets it go. You think we're stuck in our ways in Test cricket. Baseball, they talk about changing things there. They're not happy, and yet it was with great success. Managed to bring in the pitch clock.
Okay, which a bit more detail for someone who doesn't watch any baseball.
Essentially, pitch is taking way too long to send them down, so put a clock on it, and it turned out to be the best thing for it. They were able to shave off significant time in the game. They didn't lose pitches per plate appearance, so the batters still faced the same amount of average pitches that they always did. It didn't actually change the game dramatically, other than the fact it just sped it up, take the dull parts out of it.
Everyone got home earlier, yeah.
Here's Tuscan Ahmed on his way in again. Bowls to Cummins, hops back in the crease and just defends the ball to cover. 6 for 166. So in 150 years of playing baseball, that they brought this in and people loved it. It was change and everyone got on with it. So the average length basically went from 3 hours 10 and 3 hours 3 in the two previous seasons, all the way down to 2 hours 39. So they saved essentially, what's that, 25 minutes?
Yep.
30 minutes? If you look at it another way, it's 15-20% of the game. Got through it.
Of just filler of the team doing nothing, like talking to each other or
looking around,
cleaning his boots or whatever they do.
Time to get on with things, which is essentially the issue we have in our game at the moment. As Tuscan Ahmed's on his way in again, delivers to Cummins, who's looking to drive a thick inside edge. The ball passes between the batsman and the stumps and runs away down to backward square. They get through for a single, but Cummins with a rush of blood, still there on 5, 6 for 167.
Again, a full wide one. A ball most very capable batsman to be able to put away, and just not the timing there. Pat Cummins through with his shot. Way too early, ball holding up on this Marara wicket and a thick inside edge, so every player out there so far has just struggled to adapt.
Tuscan Ahmed's on his way in again, the 31-year-old. Bowls over the wicket to Smith, who just defends off the back foot out on the offside, 6 for 167. Tuscan Ahmed, by the way, he's played T20 World Cup in Australia, played a 50-over World Cup in Australia. Never played Australia in Australia, though. So in the pools that Bangladesh were in, they never had the crossover. We haven't actually played a bilateral series here against Bangladesh in something like 18 years. So that was the white ball series way back then. And then 23 years ago, we know, was the last time they came here for a test series. He also played under-19s cricket here, Tuscan Ahmed. So when an under-19s World Cup was staged in these parts back in 2012, they played Australia in a quarter-final there. He got Travis Head out. It was a team which also included the likes of Curtis Patterson and Cam Bancroft, Ashton Turner, Joel Paris. So he's been here before, but gets the opportunity to play the host nation in these parts in open age senior cricket. Tajul Islam continues. He bowls to Cummins, who defends back down the pitch. So still the left arm orthodox from one end in combination with the right arm quick at the other.
I do recall Tuscan playing in that 2015 World Cup and actually having a decent day, maybe to knock England out. I don't know if I'm...
Cummins throws the long handle at that, takes it down the ground, and a couple of bounces away for 4. Through long on, he just opened up his stance and hacked the bowler back over his head there for a boundary. Cummins moves to 9.
Yeah, nice intent from Pat Cummins. He's taking on probably one of the bigger boundaries in world cricket. It'd have to be a good 85-metre hit to long on. Mid-on fielder is about halfway back. Easily cleared him, as you say, a couple of bounces and into the rope.
4-9 of his runs on the leg side so far, Pat Cummins. He plays with a straight bat here, can't break the infield, and Mushfiqur Rahim works across from cover to do the fielding. 6 for 171. I know we're falling behind on the SMSs, so I apologise, but Jack from Padbury off the SMS. Why have the selectors not blooded Corey Rockacholi? Once Cummins plays back to the bowler. Would this not have been the perfect match for it? Planning for life after Lion from Jack.
Well, in short, I don't think Test cricket is where you blood anyone, and let alone, leaving out a legend of our game in Nathan Lyon.
Around the wicket, Tigel, as he bowls to Cummins, who presses out on the offside, no run.
Would be my answer to that, and I know others. Reading through some social media during the week, and once the selectors announced this Test squad, not everyone's on the same page as that, but I feel, time in Shield cricket and building your game is not a bad place to be.
Tigel bowls and Cummins defends. It's the end of the over, so it's the 4 from it. 6 for 171 as we're 20 minutes away from the tea break here on the opening day. Smith's 57, Cummins is on 9, Xavier Doherty's hanging about. Up next, Ben Cameron to join him on ABC Sport.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thanks, Corb. Best part about coming on AirX is that I can't be sledged about the rotor.
Well, you can, but you're just gonna have your headphones on, so you won't hear it.
6 for 171, the Aussies. Cummins on 9 and Smith on 57. Hassan Mahmood from the McMillan's Road end of the ground.
Returning to the attack is Hassan Mahmood.
2 for 48, his figures so far today. The sunshine has returned as well. There were some grey clouds above. It was overcast for a lot of the day, but the sun peeking through. It's beautiful now.
We'd be stiff, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Very stiff to cop a rainy day up here this time of the year.
Hassan Mahmood, 2 slips in a gully, bowling here to Smith, who's trying to defend from the crease. Ends up on the top flap of his pad. Picks it out, throws it back to Hassan Mahmood and goes for a little wander. Bangladeshis just finding a little bit of voice out there as well.
And we're sure it does rain, and there are covers here somewhere in case, but it'd be a good place to be a groundy, wouldn't it?
Where is the ground staff?
No,
located?
they're here. I said they're here. They're not out. They've
hidden
they've
away.
knocked off. Yeah, they're out the back, but. They've got to be back to roll the wicket tomorrow morning. That's all they need to worry about.
Hassan Mahmood bowling to Smith, who just turns the ball off leg stump through square leg. Umpire Richard Illingworth just wanders out of the way. They take a single. Smith along to 58. 6 for 172, the Aussies. I heard Corbin Middlemas point out it's the 82nd time in Test match cricket that Steve Smith has passed 50, which is just a ridiculous number.
Just a master at work, isn't he?
Cummins back on strike. Still 2 slips in a gully, a point. Close-ish cover fielder. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Also a deep backward square as Mahmood bowls and Cummins edges. Flushing outside the off stump. A top edge through to the keeper Das. And Cummins has to go. He's out for 9. And the Aussie wickets continue to tumble. 7 for 172, the Aussies, as we approach tea here on day 1.
Yeah, it was there to hit, short and wide. He's thrown his bat at a few so far, Pat Cummins. And to be fair, probably hasn't timed any of them. And it was just maybe that lack of pace off the wickets caught him out again. Just a thick edge through. Steve Smith's partners are running out.
Might be the biggest problem he faces today, Steve Smith. If his partners run out. What are your levels of concern around our batting here, Xavier? I don't necessarily mean just today, but broadly the issues we saw in the home summer against England with big series to come against, particularly South Africa. In South Africa, that's going to be really tough. India and then the Northern Ashes.
I tried to have this conversation with Jim when he started talking about the Italian club or something rather obscure. But I feel like growing up watching cricket, there was always a player under pressure. Or, it probably feels now that there might be one or two. You've got Weatherald and Green who, haven't really nailed their spot down. Marnus is, I think in his last 20 tests, he's averaging sort of 25. Is that the stat that popped up? So, you know, there are some worries there, but outside some of the real legendary teams of Steve Warrior or Ricky, but there were still probably players there who were fresh in the team and needed to prove themselves, and there's always someone. It feels like there's always someone. I'm not overly concerned, but yeah, there is a big 20 or 21 test coming up that they're going to have to nail, and you'd have to say in the last 18 months, 2 years, maybe even longer, despite that fact, they are still winning test matches, so they can still get it done without those runs.
Mitchell Starc, the new batsman, the left-hander facing Hassan around the wicket and just fending it away to backward point. Little flick of the wrists as well. Rick Finlay might not be here, but he's here in presence as well. Steve Smith now on 82 test scores of 50 or more. Brings him level with Steve Waugh. Only Alan Border and Ricky Ponting have more for Australia. So AB on 90 and Ricky Ponting 103. Hassan bowls again to Mitchell Starc, defending from the crease, standing quite tall as he does so. 7 for 172, the Aussies.
So what's Ponting on there? 103 times past 50.
Yep.
Will he get there, Steve Smith?
I don't know if he'll get there. That feels a little way away, doesn't it?
If he plays all those tests, that's 40 innings.
It's assuming we bat twice in each of them. And maybe if he plays all 20 of them, he'll go close. Be around that number, you'd imagine. He'll go past Alan Border, you would think. Hassan Mahmood trying again to Starc, who's just dropping his bat on the ball and squirts off a thick outside edge into the covers. And the successful Hassan Mahmood over, 3 for 49 off his 13 overs. Took 2 wickets in the morning session. Australia 7 for 172. Coming up at tea as well, we're going to have Tom Menzies coming into the box. He's a local Darwin cricketer, played for the CA11 against Bangladesh, playing for South Australia in their second 11 at the moment as well. He'll be joined by his dad, Braden, who has a YouTube channel called Territory Boys. A lot of sort of outdoorsman stuff. You wouldn't understand, Xavier, but an outdoorsman like myself, sort of fishing, camping, boating. Plenty of fun out there to be had.
A Russell Coit action.
Tajul to continue. Bowling here to Smith, who's driving, cover driving along the carpet for just 1. 7 for 173. So I'll be locked in.
You're the bushman. Is that right? Is that what you're telling me? You're the outdoors guy.
The next time I go camping will be the first.
Right, okay. I didn't pick up the sarcasm. Well done, Ben.
Smith on 59 and Mitchell Starc to face the left-arm orthodox here of Tajul. What are you making of it? I know it's not the ideal angle, Doherty, but it is your...
I mentioned with Corby, he bowled a couple of looseners. I don't know if it was that finger, the injury that he brought in might have brought about a couple of those, but he seems to be landing them nicely.
Tajul to Starc, who's on the forward defensive.
One thing you can notice from side on is when he changes his pace, and still hitting that good length, dragging the batsman forward, but with 5 or 8 Ks off it.
Tajul bowls again to Starc, who's forcing off the back foot through extra cover, and they'll set off for a single. They'll get through as well. 7 for 174, the Aussies. Starc off the mark with that back foot force. Smith back on strike on 59.
Yeah, but to be fair, I haven't actually had a look at any of his replays to see if he's extracting anything out of this wicket. It looks like he's just trying to change his pace just at the moment, maybe sneak one through and clip a bit of pad.
Tajul around the wicket to the right-hander, who's on the drive, Smith. Very controlled stroke along the ground, and he trots through for one more. 7 for 175, Smith to 60. My phone's lighting up as well from some of my friends suggesting that I was an outdoorsman. And know the truth. That pattern of slip in place. Nigel bowling to Stark, who's reaching forward, and it beats everybody through the keeper as well. Balloons away. Will this be called as leg buys or buys? Just buys.
Missed everything. Is that spun through the gate, or is it past the outside edge and off the keeper's gloves?
Past the outside edge.
It must have been close to off stump as well.
Yeah, just past the off stump. Beats Lytton Das behind the pegs, and they run a bye, 7 for 176. Just a slip in place when Steve Smith's on strike. The field spreads as well. Nigel bowls. Smith nearly moves his feet, dabs his bat at it, plays it back to the bowler at the end of the over. 7 for 176, Smith on 60, Stark on 1.
Surely fishing. You grew up in Western Australia. Surely you just went and cast a line occasionally, no?
I didn't mind a fish when my mate Jay would take me down, but I need him to...
You need to put the bait on the hook
to
tie the fish off the...
Tie the line and sort it all out, and I can cast it. That's about as far as I go.
You're one of those, okay.
I gave him the rod once and said, mate, I'm snagged. Can you help me out? He said, it's not snagged, it's moving. It's just something big.
Oh, wow. Wow, we're in no better place if we do manage a spare day or two.
Murph Hughes was on our flight up back on Tuesday from Melbourne, and he'd booked a fishing trip for days 4 and 5. Hassan Mahmood to continue bowling to the left-handed Stark, who's playing away from the body, pushing towards cover point where it's fielded in that region. So he wasn't planning on it going to today's 4 and 5.
And what does this do for the Test match? I haven't really thought that far ahead. Australia making a smallish total, even if they do manage to bundle Bangladesh, let's say worst case scenario, middle of the day tomorrow, Australia tries to bat big. That takes them a while. We're well into day 4. So,
can you make a case that can Bangladesh eke out to 8,300 and have a first innings leader? It seems optimistic, but they've got to be thinking that way. 2 slips in a gully. Hassan Mahmood down the leg side, and Das sprawling to his right. Saves any buys down the leg side. Neat keeping work from Lytton Das. 7 for 176, the Aussies.
I'll certainly be keeping an eye on the dugout and the body language of the Aussies if the lead starts creeping up for Bangladesh. That is something that not many people would have thought of coming into this series, that at any stage Australia would be well and truly behind.
They did beat us back in 2017. That was in Bangladesh, so certainly more favourable conditions. Hassan Mahmood arrives, and Stark off the thigh pad, applying a miss. Loud call of no. Ball dribbles out towards square leg.
Not a game that stands out, the 2017.
No.
Have you got any stats there? I saw that in one of the run sheets, and I didn't dig any deeper, but...
I'm more interested in the players that are playing in this test. So Mushfiqur Rahim, who we've spoken about, you played against him, playing for a long time, and Mahdi Miraz and Tajul Islam, who's bowling at the moment. Hassan continuing here to Stark, who just drops his bat on the ball, almost recoils the bat after playing it back down the pitch. Fielded by the mid-off fielder. Tajul in operation from the airport end. Hassan Mahmood completing his over here from the McMillan's Road end. I do have the scorecard handy.
It's okay. Well, it gives me something to research in the little stint off air. But yeah, I saw that 5-1 is the overall record, and in 2017 apparently a close game in Bangladesh.
2 slips in a gully, they crouch down. Hassan Mahmood in and bowling here to Stark, who's edging his out. He's nicked it behind to Lytton Das, and Hassan Mahmood has 4 for 49 and a chance of a 5 for against Australia. The Aussies are 8 for 176 as Mitchell Stark turns and ambles off to the pavilion.
Yeah, fantastic bowling again from Hassan, just on and around off stump, leaving Mitchell Stark. You mentioned before, Ben, that the shot before Mitchell Stark just tried to recoil as if to tell himself, let's not get too far out in front of myself. On that occasion, he created that crime and really pushed forward and went looking for the delivery, only succeeded in catching the outside edge. And they're in a spot of bother, aren't they, the Australians?
It does point towards a test match that is in fast forward as well.
It does.
It does. Even we all expected if Bangladesh can do this to Australia without sounding too conceited for the Aussies, what might happen when Bangladesh come out to bat. But just going back to that 2017 test in Mirpur, Bangladesh winning by 20 runs. They batted first, made 260. The Aussies made 217. Bangladesh made 221, and the Aussies fell 20 short.
20 short. Who was in for the Australian batting towards the end? That was sort of Matthew Wade, Agar, Cummins, Hazelwood.
So the full Australian team, Warner and Renshaw opened the batting. Kawaja batted 3. Steve Smith, Hanscom, Maxwell, Wade, Lyon, Agar, Cummins and Hazelwood. So that was the full Australian team. Nathan Lyon, the new batsman. Broad sunshine here at Marara. That has improved the longer we've gone on. 3 slips in a gully. Hassan Mahmood, bowling hitter Lyon, who's standing tall, playing from the crease, fending away to backward point.
Just while we were chatting about that 2017, the TV just proving that Snicko is working, despite Steve Smith.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a missed edge or close edge earlier in the day, which wasn't picked up. There was a thick outside edge off the bat of Mitchell Starc. Snicko picking that one up.
8 for 176, the end of the over. One, the new batsman will now be at the non-striker's end. Looks like we'll get a change in the bowling as well. Steve Smith, 60 not out on strike. Looks like Ebadot Hussain is going to come back into the attack. Just got a photo here, Xavier, as well, that I've been sent through.
That's you.
A friend of mine, Jay, holding a nice fish that I've caught.
What is that fish?
Flathead.
It's a flathead. Yeah, it's not a flathead. No, it's right. I couldn't tell you what it is, but that's a nice looking fish.
2 slips in a gully in place. Ebadot Hussain, 2 for 32 from his 10 overs. Good spread on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. What a deepish mid-on, mid-off, a cover, and a deep point, and a false start. Ebadot, lark around.
So did Bale move up the other day? Like, you know, any chance there's a spare spot on the boat or...
No, well, he was chatting to Corb, and Corb would be no chance.
Alrighty.
So he just let it pass. In comes Ebadot again. Right arm over the wicket, bowling to Smith, who's cutting and just getting it past the diving gully. He went sprawling to his left and a hand out. Smith was flashing. He was flashing hard. And the ball goes to the third man boundary for 4.
That was a shot of a batsman who was fed up losing partners, I think. Slightly wide, but not really there to throw the bat at Steve Smith. He's had enough. He needs to make some runs. He's losing teammates quickly. It was in the air. What's happened out here? The return throw.
He's hit Linton Das.
Linton Das, he's gone down.
He's a little sore. Where's it hit him? In the hand, his
finger. He's copped the return throw on the tip of his fingers. He's not in a good way.
It's dangerous business, this keeping. He looks no good here. Linton Das. He's taken off his glove. He looks like he's trying to pop back in one of his fingers, like one has been dislocated. Looked like what would be the ring finger on the right hand.
The ball obviously went for 4, so I wasn't watching.
We're just getting a replay here. It was a throw overhead. He went with one hand and
just flicked the glove finger. Maybe taken a nail or something off. I reckon that's just incredibly painful. He's looking away. I think he has dislocated it because he's that look of, happens quite a bit in the AFL where the player looks away while the physio pops it back into place.
Giving a little bit of the numbing spray on it as well. One of the most incredible anecdotes I've heard in cricket, I think anyways, that Adam Gilchrist, throughout his career, never broke a finger.
Is that right?
Imagine
Is
going
that
to a 96 Test match career as a Test wicketkeeper and never breaking a finger.
Following Ian Healy, whose fingers looked like an absolute car crash.
Never broke a finger, Gilly.
Wowee.
I don't know whether he had strong bones or he obviously didn't take too many on the end of his fingers.
Just kept hitting the middle of the gloves.
He said it on broadcast one day, and I thought that can't be true. I thought he was having a lend.
And he whipped out his beautifully manicured hands. And
it is 100% true that he never broke a finger. Man, who we heard from earlier on today doing the toss. Looks like Lenton Das is all okay. Seb from Perth has texted in as well. How do you think the Australian team and public would react if their captain or a player retired the way Ben Stokes did? Timing of it and the media release as well. Everett continuing. 2 slips in a gully, bowling to Smith, who's whipping it off leg stump, timing it well. Away through mid-wicket, the pursuit is on. It will be run in just in the field of play, and they'll settle for a couple.
Steve Smith on strike. Steve Smith's walked 2 there. He had no interest in giving Nathan Lyon any strike at all. He looks frustrated, Smith here, doesn't he? Like completely just fed up with the way the day's panned out. Clearly a frustrating day for the Australians.
Yeah. He does look frustrated with the way his teammates have batted. He's facing Everett here, who's pulling out again. He's lost his run-up. 8 for 182, the Aussies. Judging the pitch, how do you assess this score from Australia today?
It's so hard to know, isn't it? Like it doesn't look like it's doing a whole heap, but just the fact that, out of how many overs, nearly 50 overs, we've seen maybe half a dozen balls timed cleanly. It's just telling me that there's something not quite right out there.
Everett, right arm over to Smith, who's squared up, struck on the pad. A little bit too high, you would think. We'll have a chat about it here. Bangladesh team.
They're saying too high.
You immediately reacted and thought it was too high.
But I think it's Steve Smith. If we get him out, we're through. No, they're not going to waste one.
They've only got 1 to burn here. Australia still have all 3 reviews remaining. Steve Smith is seeing the funny side of it.
Yeah, but just getting back to your question, it just tells me that it hasn't been extreme. There's not balls shooting through or searing through above the keeper's head, but just enough to put the timing of the batsman off.
Feels like a lot of players have got a start. Head 22, Weatherall 23, Green 13, Carey 19, Webster 12, Smith the only one to go on. He's facing up here and dabbing down on the offside and accepting the single. Gooder comes in from a deepish cover position. 8 for 183. Smith on 67.
Great for the neutrals though, Benny.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I think you turn up here today and Australia finished the day 2 for 390. And it's like, they'll bat for half of tomorrow and then trying to skittle Bangladesh twice, which I think a lot of people thought about coming into the Test match. It's not going to pan out that way. So it's just great to see a contest. They've toiled hard, even in the first hour where they didn't get the rewards. They were smacking the wicket hard. And, they deserved a wicket or 2 in that first hour.
They have been in good form, Bangladesh as well. Everett bowling here and Lyon driving, chunking it out into the covers. Made a clunk sound off the toe end of the bat.
It was a chunk, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just threw the bat at it. Probably a single there, but with only 1 ball left in the over, and I think it will be T, Ben, but your timings today have completely thrown me.
I've had a nightmare on the rotor, but it will be T.
It will be T after this delivery.
Will be T.
That's right, okay.
Just on Bangladesh, currently 4th on the World Test Championship standings, on 6 of their last 10 Test matches. Last ball before T, Everett to Lyon, who goes back and is very watchful and like a rock in his back foot defensive. And that is the end of the second session. Australia reached tee at 8 for 183, having won the toss and having elected to bat. Steve Smith, 67 not out. Nathan Lyon, unbeaten, yet to get off the mark from 3 deliveries. Xavier Doherty, what did you make of that second session and the day overall?
Oh, fantastic from Bangladesh once again. Just toiled hard, as I mentioned a moment ago. They didn't get their awards in the first hour. They picked up 4 wickets in the second hour of the first session, and then they followed it on. As I watched Steve Smith, he is a frustrated man. He is 50 metres ahead of Nathan Lyon, not waiting for his partner one bit as he storms off the ground. He's not a happy man, Steve Smith. But fantastic for Bangladesh to come out in that second session and follow up, all the hard work they did in the first. Carey wasn't able to get away. Webster got a good ball. Cummins and Stark, nicked one through. But the medium pacers have just done their job. There's been nothing fancy, nothing fast. Just put the ball in a good area with enough pace behind it and just thumping it into this Marara wicket to extract something to make life hard. And, the rewards have come in the last 3 hours of the Test match.
So the card for the Aussies, having won the toss and electing to bat, Jake Weatherald, the hometown hero, the first man to go. He was out for 23, caught by Linton Das off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. Travis Head followed shortly thereafter. He was out for 22, chopped one on off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. Marnus Labuschagne, it was a hard watch of Marnus Labuschagne. His innings, 20 balls, only managed the 1 run before he was dismissed by Najmal Hussain Shanto, caught by him off the bowling of Ebadot Hussain. Cameron Green, he went just before the luncheon interval, a loose stroke, a soft dismissal really, as he flicked one to mid-wicket. He was out for 13. Alex Carey and Steve Smith, well, they looked like they were going to form a rearguard action for the Aussies, but Carey was eventually bowled by Ebadot Hussain, out for 19. Bo Webster, he settled in but was gone for 12 off the bowling of Tuscan Ahmed. Pat Cummins flashed it a wide one off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood, was out for 9, and Mitchell Stark suffered a similar fate off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood, caught behind for just 1. Nathan Lyon unbeaten yet to score, and Steve Smith 67 not out, the 82nd time that he has passed 50 in his Test match career. The bowling figures, so Tuscan Ahmed 14 overs, 2 for 46, a couple of maidens. In amongst all of that, Hassan Mahmood, the pick of the Bangladeshi bowlers, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 49. Ebadot Hussain, 11 overs, 2 for 39. Mahidi Hassan Miraz, 4 overs, none for 12. And Tajul Islam, 5 overs, none for 24. Okay, with it being tea, grandstand at tea is coming up. Corbin Middlemas is going to be joined by a couple of very special guests next.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh, live from Darwin, on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
So it is grandstand at tea. The Australians adding 109 in that session, but lost a further 4 wickets. So 8 for 183 is the tea time score. Here's how we got here. Alex Carey was the first man to go in that second session.
Askin passes the umpire and bowls to Green, who plays it upishly, caught at mid-wicket. He turns it away to mid-wicket, and Green has to go for 13, and the Aussies are 4 down.
So 4 down at that stage. Bo Webster, unfortunately for him, he too found himself back there after adding just a dozen.
Jackson charges in and he bowls him. Went through the defences of Webster, shuffling across. You could hear the rattle behind Webster. He's been cleaned up by Jackson for 12.
Steve Smith really the only score of substance as he passed another milestone in Test cricket. Tajul Islam to him now. Smith's driving, breaks the infield. Down to mid-off, who's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary and walks through for a calm single. And that'll take him to 50. The 82nd time in his Test career that he gets to 50. This is Grandstand at T. Australia 8 for 183. Steve Smith 67 not. And he's running out of partners. Nathan Lyon out without ace there at the moment, but hasn't scored. So he's the other not out batsman as we hit the tea break. Other news coming up in just a moment, but a couple of feature guests are about to join us. My name's Corbin Middlemas. This is Grandstand at T. First of all, Tom Menzies is alongside me, a man who captained the Northern Territory at underage level. He's coming fresh off a Cricket Australia 11 game in these parts last week. Tom, appreciate your time.
Thank you, Corbin. Thanks for having me.
And your old man's made the trip too. Braden Menzies joins us here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. We'll get to Braden in just a moment. How'd the CA 11 game go?
Yeah, amazing. It was a pretty cool 3 days playing with players like those, players you watch growing up, and the experience to do it at home as well. I enjoyed it heaps.
Your dad Braden's with us as well here on Grandstand at T. Hello, Braden.
How are you?
Finally sorted out your headset. Ready to go with us. Great to have Test cricket back in this part of the world.
This is so good. It's been a great game. Good to see a few wickets personally. Like, I like to see the game flow.
So tell us a bit about your story. So Tom, you're obviously playing cricket now in South Australia. You're running around in second 11 cricket, but born and raised Territorian. We're seeing a first Test cricketer who's grown up in these parts and obviously flourished in Jake Weatherall to be here today. What's been your story into the cricketing universe?
Yeah, well, obviously grew up playing here in Darwin, played at Darwin Cricket Club, same club as Jake played last year, and after year 12 did my gap year in England, played a bit of cricket there, then decided might go to Adelaide and play some cricket there because that's where Mum did uni. So been down in Adelaide, playing at Adelaide Uni, going away in grade cricket, and just trying to see what happens with my cricket down there.
How do you go, Braden, raising a young bloke in this part of the world? I guess what are some of the pros and cons to growing up in Darwin and in the Territory?
Oh, well, I had 3 boys under 3, so I just used to throw them in the boat. Fishing and cricket, that was pretty much all it, I think. Lots of fishing.
And so you're in South Australia now. When does it get to a point where you think, look, I can get as much out of the experience playing cricket in the Northern Territory, but I need to make my way to another state to continue it?
Yeah, obviously we're blessed with opportunities here in Darwin. We were able to play with Doherty cricket, all the top end series, the Striker League, with players who come up from down south in the winter, and you got that exposure from such a young age because as a 16-year-old there's as many people to compete with, so you get to go down south and play those underage tournaments. But after a while, obviously there's no system after under 19s here and no teams to play. So I think after year 12 it's probably a chat I had with Mum and Dad over a couple of years, saying obviously I love playing in Darwin, love growing up here, get to go fishing on the weekends, get to hang out with your mates, get to go camping, but I think as well all the cricket's down south, so I think when I was about 16 or 17 decided to make the move to either go somewhere down south for cricket.
What's the standard of cricket like here?
Awesome still, lot of spin heavy in club cricket, and there's still a big passion for the game. Obviously there's less people, but definitely an eye-opener moving down south and seeing the standard of grade cricket, but still playing cricket here, I fell in love with the game here, and there's enough cricket to go around.
The sporting scene, Braden, in this part of the world, is there enough going on?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I still play cricket myself. Love the over 50s stuff. And there's plenty of football. It's a very sporting orientated community.
Talk to me about the family relationship with Jake Weatherall. I mentioned him off the top, so born and raised Territorian, but I understand you guys go back a fair way. Your link's not necessarily just through cricket.
No, we've do a lot of fishing together. Jake's pretty good at catching the big ones, actually. I had him on last year or the year before, and we got about 50 barra for the day, and he hooked a monster well over a metre, and it pinged him off, so I still give him heaps about that. But just on Sunday I had Alex Carey and Jake out, and Tom, and we got about 50 to 60 barra for the day. Had a great time. The funny thing is they had a bit of a competition. It was the Australia versus the Territory boys, which is Tommy's YouTube channel, and they actually gave us a walloping.
Oh, wow.
What was it, 22-20?
Yeah, how was that? Yeah, we got to the spot where Jake's okay, let's have a comp, me and Alex first, you and Dad, and they ended up catching more barra than us, so I'm not sure it was beginner's luck for Alex because that was his first time going barra fishing.
I was about to say, how did Alex go?
Good. He's first time using the bait caster, which is the type of rod we use here for barra, and he's a fast learner and got over it real quick. And
he tuned in and he nailed it. They were beating us 2010, and we went, oh my God, we're getting thrashed. So we put a bit of effort in. It was 2019, and they didn't want to go home, but they had media commitments, all this stuff. I had to set the stopwatch. I said, right, 5 minutes, then we're out, and it was hard to get them to move. smooth because the barrel were going off.
I just assumed it didn't go well for Alex because all I saw was the quote that basically where he said, "Look, it's called fishing. It's not called catching." So I thought, oh, maybe he hasn't gone all that strong. Chatting here with Braden Menzies and Tom Menzies. Tom, who's a local cricketer, played in the CA11 game recently. He's relocated now to Adelaide and has been playing for South Australia at second 11 level there for South Australia. I understand you went on a overseas trip recently to Chennai as part of the Strikers Academy. How did you find that?
Yes, Chennai, first time over in India. It's definitely a different world there, but obviously very eye-opening, like they say. The standard cricket there was different, like playing on those red dirt surfaces, playing against some very skilled cricketers. Like the depth of talent there was just amazing to see. Like some of the batters you'd bowl to and see in the nets were crazy. And just that love for the game, like driving from the bus, from the hotel to the grounds, seeing all the cricket grounds, just people playing street cricket, people playing cricket. Yeah, their passion for the game was, you can definitely see why they love it over there. And it was an awesome experience.
And what's the goal? What do you want to achieve in your cricket?
Obviously, growing up, like ever since watching, Mitch Johnson, Peter Siddle, all those boys on telly, you always want to get a baggy green. But for now, it's just trying to, keep playing as much great cricket as I can, keep taking as many wickets, see if I can play state cricket first, and just keep working hard, because obviously the dream, to play cricket professionally would be amazing.
Did you get to cast a line down in Adelaide? Is there much going on that front?
No, I actually haven't as much. There's no barra down there, so that's the incentive to go is a little bit less, but I used to live with Wes Agar, and he loves his camping, he loves his fishing, so might go to York Peninsula, go for a camp on the beach there. But other than that, no barra, so not as much.
Busy week for you too, I'm sure, Braden. There'll be people hitting you up everywhere wanting to take you out. I know a lot of the tourists love to get out and have a fish when they're up in this part of the world. Appreciate you both dropping by for a chat. All the best with the YouTube channel as well, the Territory Boys. If you want to check that out, and good luck with your cricket, Tom. Appreciate your time.
Awesome. Thanks, Corbin. Thanks for having us.
Tom Menzies, Braden Menzies with us here on Grandstand at Tea, the tea break on day one of the first test at Marara Oval in Darwin. The Australians 8 for 183. The final session on day one is not too far away, with Steve Smith 67 not out. He doesn't own a test 100 against Bangladesh. Is he going to run out of partners before he can get there? Nathan Lyon, the number 10, with him at the crease at the moment. The final session not too far away. In the meantime, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. The Prime Minister says a $2.5 billion bailout of Tomago Aluminium is about protecting Australia's national interest. The New South Wales and federal governments have agreed to spend the money over 10 years to secure the future of the country's largest aluminium smelter. Its owner, Rio Tinto, had threatened closure from 2029 amid the rising cost of both renewable and coal-fired power. Mr Albanese says the country could not afford to have the facility disappear and for Australia to be at the end of supply chains.
Which is why it's absolutely critical that today's agreement makes sure that this facility that has been so important for the hunter, 1,000 direct jobs, but 5,000 indirect jobs in this region on top of that.
Hundreds of school students are marching through towns and cities around Australia to protest against the rise of One Nation. Reporter Sian Wakefield is in Adelaide.
You can hear hundreds of students chanting as they wave their signs outside of the South Australian Parliament building in Adelaide CBD. University and school students walked out of class today as part of a nationwide protest against Pauline Hanson, the rise of One Nation and its policies, including anti-abortion and anti-immigration. According to polls, One Nation is currently polling above Labor in primary votes.
One Nation's Western Australian leader, meanwhile, has distanced himself from homophobic comments made by a former candidate. In a clip posted to social media by Perth content creator, Parminder Singh made a number of comments, including saying that being gay is a mental illness. He was number 3 on One Nation's upper house ticket at the last state election. The party's WA head, Rod Caddy, says the comments don't reflect One Nation's views.
He wasn't authorised to say them things. He was an ex-candidate, and now he's just the same as you or any other person in the public. He's a person who is maybe still a supporter of One Nation, but he's no longer a candidate.
A former jihadist has detailed to the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion how he forged a path away from radicalisation after the September 11 terror attacks. The inquiry has heard evidence from Mubin Sheikh, who became radicalised after meeting members of the Taliban on a trip to Pakistan in the 1990s. He says his extremist views escalated when he returned to his home country of Canada, but the September 11 attacks in the US marked a turning point.
While we were talking about these foreign wars that were happening in the name of Islam and how that was all legitimate, now that fight got brought to the home front. And especially seeing planes flying into buildings, this to me, I could not understand how this fit into the Islamic war tradition.
Communications Minister Annika Wells has introduced Labor's revised News Bargaining Code bill to Parliament. Under the bill, the number of deals large tech companies have to enter into to exempt themselves from a 2.5% tax will lift from 6 to 8. Ms Wells says its purpose is to encourage commercial deals between digital platforms and news publishers.
News and journalism are critical to the proper functioning of Australia's democratic system of government, the health and cohesion of our communities, and keeping Australians informed. Australia must continue to have a free and diverse news media landscape.
2 police officers in Melbourne have been accused of repeatedly hitting and kneeing an Indigenous man in the head during an arrest last year. Georgia Lenton-Williams has the details.
The state's anti-corruption watchdog, IBAC, says a senior constable and sergeant assaulted an Indigenous man during an arrest in Melbourne's east last August. IBAC alleges the senior constable struck the man's head with a taser multiple times, charging the constable with aggravated assault with a weapon. IBAC alleges the sergeant then kneed the man in the head, with that officer charged with unlawful assault. Victoria Police says in a statement it has been notified of the charges and the officers continue to work in their roles. Both officers will appear before Ringwood Magistrates Court in September.
And you're up to date with all the latest from ABC News. For more news anytime, head to abc.net.au or download the Listen app.
This August, Science Week is blooming around the ABC.
We're celebrating Australia's favourite wildflowers.
Vote now this Science Week.
Get involved at abc.net.au/science.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back here at Marara, waiting for the umpires and the players to break out onto the field. And now, with Australia having a rusty old day with a bat, eh? Very rusty. And you'd have to say Bangladesh have been very spirited with the ball, haven't they, Phil?
Yeah, good afternoon, Jim. They certainly have been. It's been a very good performance from Bangladesh. Spirited, as you said, consistent. Oh, very nice area. A little bit of movement off the wicket. But, yeah, as you said, bit of a rusty old Australian batting performance so far, that's for sure.
But Steve Smith is still there. And Australia went to tea. What it was, 8 for 180 at tea. It was actually a more attractive session of batting than before lunch. And the way they rattled off in the first hour, it looked like they might make a splendid recovery to something more substantial. But all of a sudden, with a little bit of something in the pitch, Sri Lanka hit the stumps a couple of times, and it's really been Steve Smith alone on 67 who's held this innings together in the hope of some kind of impressive first innings score. Impressive only because Australia bowls next.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, it's been Steve Smith's lone hand, really. There's been a lot of starts. It's been one of those wickets that's been hard to really fill in on. Lots of starts and then getting out, just making a mistake. Every time they've tried to sort of take the game away, got a little bit impatient, picked the wrong ball, and made an error, and that's led to the demise of the Australian batting. Steve Smith been a little bit more, I guess, a bit more watchful, a bit more patient, picking the right balls, and also just having a little bit of luck as well along the way. But it's been a well-made 67 not out, 96 deliveries from him, and pretty much status quo from Steve Smith and the way he's gone about things.
Now, I was hearing at lunch that in the lead-up to this game, Australia have been having all these net sessions coming and going and doing the work. But I suppose nothing beats actually playing out there.
No, and that's what it is. I think it's a bit of game rust, and also a challenging surface, a little bit different wicket to what they're used to. Stripping wicket here at Marara, and just been enough on offer for the bowlers.
So Hassan bowls the first ball, and he's pushed away by Smith. Out to deep cover. He doesn't take the run that's on offer. So this will be interesting, and we're going to have the cat and mouse tail end batting with a top order player approach. We know what Steve Waugh would have done if he was still playing. Would have taken the single and said, mate, you got a bat in your hand? Use it.
Well, the thing here, we've got a big ground, so there should be lots of twos on offer.
Yep.
Just got to pick the right ones and don't have to slog your way through boundaries.
He runs up and bowls, and he plays a good punch to the onside. That's nicely placed out towards deep mid-wicket. An easy 2 for Smith, who's delighting the crowd with his 69. 1-6 from a full toss and 7 boundaries. The first ball delivered by Tajul Islam was a nice waist-height full toss, and he hit it into the crowd. That's the spin we've seen from an off-spinner and a left armour. 9 overs of it, because the pitch has just had a bit of variation for these guys. Maxwell bowls again and pitching up, and it's pushed down the pitch by Hassan. So one slip in the gully, a spread field here, and we're going to see the tactics, I would imagine, of holding the field out, stop the fours until about the 5th ball of the over. So Smith knows where they are and is just hoping to be able to pick something up. He's looking at deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. I reckon he's thinking if it's around the line of the leg stump, he can spear that gap between those two deeper set men. Let's see. Hassan goes in and he bowls and drags down a slower, shorter one, taps it, doesn't hit it with any power, and takes the single that's on offer and exposes Nathan Lyon, one of the world's great number 10 batsmen. He's faced 3 balls for his not out. It's 8 for 186.
That's all done.
I think Smith will be very happy with that result, just getting a single there on the 4th ball of the over. Just the 2 balls for Lyon to face now, which will be the tactic, as you said, I think, over the next little bit, next half an hour to an hour. Try and take an early boundary or an early 2, and then hold the strike, and then only give Lyon 1 or 2 deliveries at the end of the over.
So he'll be hoping to get the length right and rattle the stumps. He comes running in at lines forward, defending well. Back down the offside of the pitch. So Hassan Mahmood, 4 for 52 in his 15th over. Australia won the toss. They decided to bat and looked like they were moving to a likely prosperous position with a partnership of over 40 until Weatherall flashed at one and was caught by the keeper from Mahmood for 23, and Travis Head inside edged from Mahmood into his leg stump. And all of a sudden Australia looking a bit dithery. Last ball of the over. Hassan bowls it, and it's played nicely by Lyon out to deep backward square, and they'll come back for 2 bonus runs for Australia, and the score moves to 8 for 188 at the end of that first over after tea. So Steve Smith is 70 and Nathan Lyon is 2. Australia still with a lot of overs to bowl today if it comes to that, but they're more than likely to be bowled out. That's the end of the 49th over of the day.
Good over for Australia, 5 off. It's a perfect scenario for them. So effectively, Bangladesh putting all their eggs in the one basket of trying to get that wicket off the last 2 balls. Feels sort of well spread when Smith's on, only the one catcher, and a gully, I guess, behind the wicket. And outside of that, everybody's spreading. We see quite often in the modern game.
And Taskin Ahmed's got the ball down here at the airport end on a sunny afternoon. He runs in and Smith goes back and says, no, not first ball of the over. There was an easy single to backward square, but he didn't take it. So the rest of the details leading up to lunch, Labuschagne laboured over a single from 20 balls and then was caught a third slip from the bowling of Abidor Hussain. And in the last ball before lunch, Green attempted a pull shot, miscued in the rest of it, and Mushfiq Rahman took the catch from Taxon, and he was out for 13. That was 4 for 74 at lunch. Now back with Taskin with a deep set field thereabouts, and Smith back and cuts it on the bounce. More edgy than a fair dinkum cut towards slip. So slip gully with the keeper and the rest have been dropped back. So Labuschagne out for 1, Green 13. Carey made 19. First ball after drinks. He was bowled by Hussain for 19. Webster made 12. He was caught by Webster, bowled by Taskin Ahmed for 12. Cummins nicked one. He was out for 9. And Mitchell Stark the same. They were both caught by the keeper. Stark for 1. But there alone is Smith on 70. And he's facing Taxon, who runs in towards him, and he's back and defending down the pitch. Here we go. There was 3 balls bowled so far in the over. So Taxon is 2 for 46. Hassan Mahmood 4 for 54. Abidot Hussain 2 for 39, and the 2 spinners haven't taken a wicket. So a crowd of 4,000 or 5,000 here. We're in the main stand out on the western side, looking across the ground. And on the other side, there's a lot of grassy space with a little bit of cover to get out of the sun. So maybe 4,000 to 5,000 fans here enjoying the spectacle of a test match in Darwin. Smith waits, taps, watches. Taxon has him leaning forward. He said, I think we'll take one this time. And away it goes, square of the wicket on the offside. 2 balls for Lyon to survive. He's 8 for 189. And Smith, fresh out of a cocktail in New York, is 71. I think he has played a bit of cricket, but not a lot.
Bit of time in the batting cage?
Yeah.
In New York City, you reckon?
Who's his coach there? Has he got a coach or his wife?
His own coach. You get the automatic feeder out.
The coach out,
baseball cage.
Coach out to JFK to catch a plane. Now Lyon, 4 in the slips now for him, and Taskin runs up towards him and he lets it go wide, a bit wasted outside the line of the off stump. So the other thing to consider here, I'm miles out. This is the 50th over, so I don't think the new ball is going to be required. If it is, we'll be here tomorrow waiting for it.
Yeah, they've been slow again, haven't they? Over 8s.
Well,
only saying -1 though on the board, but
is it?
-1. But yeah, there's an age of overs left.
What if they got a bowl 90 in the day, allegedly?
Yep.
Even for the extra half hour, they'll be nowhere near that. If we get that far, with a likelihood that Bangladesh will be batting sooner or later, as the last ball of the over is on its way from Taxon, and it's hitting the pad, and appeal for LBW. Umpire Illiworth says over. And it's 8 for 189, probably going down the leg from the look of that. So Smith will have the strike. 8 for 189 off 50 overs.
do you think Australia would be happy with from here?
Well, they wouldn't be happy with his score, but it may be enough to bowl at with their attack.
They'd want 250 at least, wouldn't they? To try and...
You'd think.
Still drive the game without having to play catch-up.
The risk for them is that, you'll be batting last and chasing 250, I suppose, and they'd rather not be in that position.
Yeah.
But...
they'll have to bat well second innings. And do the job with the ball too.
They do look pretty rusty today, apart from Smith, but he got off to an awkward start. Now, the first ball of a new over from Mahmood is padded away on the offside. So he was dropped in the slips. Another one or two went off the edge. One through a gap. There were 3 or 4 sketchy moments before he got to 10. So he could easily have been one of those top order poles that went to this bowling. And they have been agreeably spirited with their attack. Their length too, it's been excellent. And it's just been a little bit in the pitch. Balls ducked around occasionally. Again, he's bowling a ball that awkwardly plays to the onside. Smith found that delivery bouncing a lot more than he anticipated. His head went back and he pushed it out towards mid-wicket. Another dot as the waiting game goes on. Wait till the 4th ball, unless you can punch one away for 4. But it's Hassan Mahmood, who's taken a lot of test wickets. The leading test wicket taker is the spinner, the left arm spinner, but he hasn't bowled very much today. 5 overs for this 24. And Wood goes in again, and he cuts at this, and he cuts it away. No, he doesn't get past 4th slip. Very fine gullies. He tried to cut that down to the vacant territory at 3rd man. Now people start to think, is this the ball? Is this the ball he's going to get the single? Will he hit a 4? Can Bangladesh get a wicket? So we're all primed here for something to occur from the 4th ball of the over. Even money favourite, maybe odds on would be a single looking at this field. There's fellas out all over the place other than at slip and gully. Smith on strike as Mahmood comes up to him and he's back and he's defending. No single, just a dot. Anti-climax. 2 balls left in the over. Pushed it straight up towards mid-off. So I think it's hard to judge what is a reasonable score at the moment on this pitch.
Yeah, I think somewhere around 250 they should come out on par. I think you would imagine they'd be able to bowl Bangladesh out front to 250, but want to be bowled out under 200 and then, as you said, have to chase a niggly score in that 4th innings on an up and down wicket potentially as this game wears along. Who knows how it's going to
be. And he comes in, he charges, he gets a top edge, it's up in the air, he's out. Caught by Jaques. It was a premeditated stroke from Smith and well bowled by Hamid, who's now got 5 wickets. He banged it in and Smith chased it, tried to swat it like a fly and got a top edge straight up in the air, and Das didn't have to move an inch. He stood and watched and took another catch. He's taken a few in this innings, and Smith's fine hand comes to an end at 71. Australia 9 for 189. A very disappointing batting performance from Australia, and Harwood can celebrate. I don't know whether they've got a 5-wicket board here at Marara. They might. They'll have one now. He has 5 for 54.
Straight on the board. Straight on the honour board. Yeah, that was a good bit of bowling from the start. Recognising that Smith was getting a little bit impatient, wanting to get on with things. Gave himself some room, charged down the wicket. As you said, got the fly swatter out. And that just went straight up in the air. It's one that Smith won't want to look at the replay from, I wouldn't imagine.
Cleverly bowled in the end, wasn't it?
Cleverly bowled. Had a guy back a deep square, but sort of fired it a little bit higher and a bit wider outside off stump. And Smith just tried to fetch it over the vacant deep in wicket area. Got it all wrong. Top edge, straight to the keeper. Smith's innings comes to an end as Josh Hazlewood comes out to bat.
Yes, Josh is
between drinks for him.
Somewhere between a bunny and an occasional nicker. Last ball of the over, around the wicket, and he defends well to finish the over. So Australia's lowest score against Bangladesh in Test cricket is 217. So they're on the precipice, and the current crowd update, for those of you having a bingo on it, 4,727. So Australia 9 for 189. All this nonsense about gambling, that's the only thing that they can do, I reckon. Ban all poker machines and send them off to play bingo. Leave the horses and the ponies, and the doggies alone. Just say no more poker machines. That's what I do anyway. That's another argument for another place. Will they get past 217?
Who knows?
They won't.
I don't think they will now.
No. It'll be a nick off here.
We'll take a blinder from Lyon.
Lyon will play a big shotty as Taxman bowls to him, and there he goes. Pulls it away, and he hits it well. It's going to the boundary for 4. He's tugged that slightly short ball. It wasn't a slog. It was the stroke of a very experienced number 10. Beautiful shot, 4 runs.
That was one of his best, wasn't it? Lyon. Little small pull shot from the top of the stumps.
It's all that practice with his brother Brendan.
Made that look very easy. Great shot. One of the only few time balls we've seen, mate, all day. He's looked.
Now we've got a bit of an in-out field here. A couple out just in case he has a lash, but there are 3 slips in the gully for Lyon. Tuxton moves in straight, and Lyon goes back and says, "Yep, we'll have one. Take all you can get." And that looked like number 3 or 4 saying to the number 11, "I'm in control here. Get down the other end. Turn the strike over. Let's keep this going for a couple of minutes."
Take every run they can get now. There won't be any starving of strike from Nathan Lyon. He'll be trusting Josh Hazlewood as much as possible. Try and get as many singles as he can as well. Every run is valuable. Every run is something that they can bowl at.
Josh has had a few good partnerships. That memorable one some time ago with Adam Voges in the West Indies. What's he got? Around the wicket, Tuxton comes in and he flashes and misses. Get ready behind the stumps. Linton does. Has 1, 2, 3, 4 catches in the innings. And he's got a sore tootsie, as it were, a sore finger. Did he actually stay in that position? He did, didn't he? Still keeping? Or did they replace him? Swap him over with someone else? He's still there, but... yeah. Now around the wicket. Here comes Tuxton. Bowling Hazlewood's forward. Thinking about a single as it ran away out into the covers. Yes, well, according to the scoreboard, that's the case. With Smith down, officially caught, bowled Mahmood for 71, 109 balls, 7 4s and 1 6. That's the only innings of substance that there is. Mr. Xavier Trass has got a useful 16, and the 2 openers got 22, 23. And Tuxton trying to finish off this Australian innings, unconvincing. Around the wicket he comes in, it's short, and he plays the dab over gully. Clever shot, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. He didn't get the full weight of his stroke into that. He just poked it over gully and collected a couple of runs.
A little attempted bouncer from Taskin. Just gave himself a little bit of room and very delicately up and over the slip cordon from Josh Hazelwood. I'd like to say he was using the pace there, but it wasn't a lot of pace to work with. It wasn't the fastest bouncer, but just enough to get it over the gully region. Couple for Josh.
Yep, Australia collecting some crumbs at the end of the innings. 9 for 196, Australia. Now, they weren't sent in. They decided to bat. Tuxton goes up. Hazelwood plays around the corner down to long leg. And it gets a run. Another useful single. 9 for 197. It's the end of the over. And according to the roster, it's Corbin Middlemas who's coming in, isn't he? You ready to go? Jump out of your chair. Here we go.
Live Test cricket on your radio. Australia versus Bangladesh. On ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
Thank you, Jim. Afternoon, Jaquesy.
G'day, Corbin.
Phil Jaques, former Australian opener with us. Grandstand cricket on ABC Sport. This could be one ball. As Hassan Mahmood is on his way in again. He's already got 5, and Hazelwood looking to try and slog over the offside, a play and a miss. Packed cordon, 3 slips of gully, and then a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg the field for Josh Hazelwood. If you just flick the radio on, you'd be thinking, hang on, what's going on? Australia won the toss, chose to bat first. We're 20 minutes after tea, and the Aussies are 9 for 197. How did we get here, Jaquesy?
We're in deep, deep doo-doo, aren't we, at the moment? A lot of work to do. It's been a rusty old innings so far from Australia. Very spirited bowling performance from Bangladesh, very accurate. A little bit of movement in the wicket without being too much.
Mahmood bowls full and trying to find the gap in the cordon. Hazelwood can't beat gully, a diving effort in all of that. Well fielded by Mehdi Miraz out towards his right. Took the pace off it. They still trot through for 1. So Josh moves to 4 and the Australians move to 198, 9 wickets down.
You look at the scorecard, 6 out of the top 7 got past 10. Yeah. So it hasn't been a genuine knock-over kind of wicket. It's been a struggle to stay in and get going. Never feel in kind of wicket. Just made mistakes all the way down this Australian batting lineup. Lacked a little bit of patience at times, a little bit of substance at times.
So Mahmood delivers and lines forward and just pushes back out towards mid-off. Mushfiqur Rahim does the fielding. So is this more pitch-related or is this skill execution from the Australians?
I think it's just understanding that it's not the sort of wicket you can go out and blaze on it. I think you've got to be able to, you've got to want to be in the grinder a little bit longer, and you've got to be happy to shank a few, understanding that it's not necessarily you that is causing that. Just that little bit of two-pace nature in the wicket, a little bit of sideways in the wicket. Smith was prepared to do that to a point, and then he kind of lost a little bit of patience as well.
Mahmood on his way in, goes to Lyon, who's back and just pushing out the cover. It's a bit of the modern game, isn't it? We talk about modern cricket and all the rest of it. The guys just, they want to play one way, and regardless of what the pitch is doing and what the conditions say, that's how you end up in the position they are. So 9 for 198. We're not even 53 overs into the test match.
Yeah, and I guess there's that little bit of lacking of match practice as well within this group as well. Guys have been getting cricket. Some of the batters have been to county cricket. Jake Weatherald had a successful stint with Leicester there. But in the most part, they haven't played a game yet, and just finding that transition from training to games that little bit tougher.
Lines on strike. Mahmood to him now, and he just works the ball off his leg stump out to square leg. There's no run.
Shout out to Hassan Mahmood, by the way. So 5 for 59 off his 17 overs. You think about the 5 that he's got. He got both openers. He's got Steve Smith. He's got Cummins, and he's got Stark. It's not a bad crew to have in the bank as a 5-wicket haul.
No, that's it. And as you said, he's been solid. He's bowled a very good area. He's been patient. Used his bouncer to Smith really wisely at the end there to get rid of him. It's been a good performance, son.
Line awaits, last ball from Mahmood, it's short. He tries to pull it away, it bobbles up in the air, and he's caught it square leg. A neat catch taken underneath all that by Tanzir Hassan. And Australia are all out for 198. Hassan Mahmood ends up with 6 for 55 for the Bangladeshi right arm quick. Lyon, the last man, out for 7. And Australia out for their lowest ever test total against Bangladesh. 198, all out after 53 overs.
Yeah, well done to Hassan Mahmood. 6 wickets for 55. Good performance from him, and really good performance from this Bangladesh Tigers bowling line-up. They've been very disciplined indeed, a lot more patient, which is what's required on this sort of surface. It's going to be very interesting to see how this Australian quartet of bowlers are going to attack this. I think it's going to be very tough work if they can get it right. However,
huge round of applause, Jaques, for Hassan Mahmood, and the locals that are in the house and those that have made the trip to Marara Oval in Darwin. I'm sure it's not the storyline that they thought they would have seen at the start of the day, that Hassan Mahmood, who's his 26-year-old out of Bangladesh, gets the opportunity to play here and to fight off a couple of other quicks to get the start. He takes 6 for against this Australian team. They are career best figures for him at test level. And by the way, his previous best...
Well, BJ, thank you. I've got Hassan Mahmood.
We can actually hear from him now. He's with Adam Gilchrist downstairs.
Test figures, your third 5-wicket haul, and you must be really, really proud of this achievement.
Yeah, I was very excited to play with Australia because one of the best team in the world, and obviously get an opportunity, to play this condition as well. And I just try to get my ball line of length and maintain the process and just follow what captain is saying and just follow that.
Well, you've followed those orders very, very well. Line and length. It was just so disciplined and very well supported by your bowling partners.
Yeah, they have tried very best and they did well as well.
And you picked up 4 wickets in the tour match, and you had a little stint in county cricket for Warwickshire, so you must have gained a lot out of that. Successful stint as well.
Yeah, that was a pretty good experience for me playing in England, and I hope then I'm going to continue to play for Kent. So.
All right, mate. Well, there's still a job to do here, but today you have absolutely nailed it. Congratulations. Go and enjoy that.
Thank you so much.
There you go, BJ. A very happy young man.
That's Adam Gilchrist down there, courtesy of Fox Sports. So Australia all out for 198. Hassan Mahmood ends up with 6 for 55. So he is in form. It's interesting he carries that out of playing for Kent Division 2 cricket in the county system. Third 5-wicket haul. He's only played 15 test matches. His previous best, where he took 5 for against India, which was a breakout performance in Chennai, that 5 for included Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant and Bumrah. So against the best he was able to deliver there in Chennai in foreign conditions. And then he comes here to Australia and he's got 6 for today, as I said, which the guys that he's got in particular, Head, Weatherald, Smith, and then cleaned up towards the back end. He was obviously able to pick up the wickets of Cummins, Stark and Lyon, which takes him to 6 for. So what a moment for the 26-year-old right-arm quick from Bangladesh.
Yeah, great moment. And, yeah, sign of a good bowler. He's getting good players out. And he's certainly done his job for the team today. And what a spirited performance from this Bangladesh bowling lineup. It wasn't on the script, that's for sure, at the start of the day. Everyone assuming that Bangladesh were going to roll over and Australia was going to dominate this fixture. Well, we've got a contest on our hands now, Corbin, and only 190 out on the board. This Australian bowling lineup are going to have to come to the party because otherwise they're going to be behind the game going into the second innings.
Big time. I'll take you through the card in its entirety with Australia winning the toss, deciding to Australia winning the toss, deciding to bat first. There were no surprises, obviously, with Scott Boland left out. We learnt that team yesterday from Pat Cummins. The first man out was Jake Weatherall, the local. He nicked off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood. It was his first wicket, who obviously went on to take 6. Weatherall out for just 23. The next to go was his opening partner, Travis Head. He dragged one on for 22, also off Mahmood's bowling. Marnus Labuschagne, he nicked through to second slip, caught by Shantu there, the captain, off the bowling of Eberdot. He was out for 1. And the fourth man out was Cam Green, which triggered the lunch interval. He was caught by Mushfiqur Rahim. He just turned the ball really off the top of his thigh pad straight to square leg, and Mushfiqur Rahim diving out. Little man out towards his right took the catch of Tuscan Ahmed's bowling, and Green was out for 13 off as many. So that was lunch. The score was 4 for 74 at that stage. Steve Smith was on 7, and he had some nervy moments getting to 7, by the way. He was dropped on 2. He nicked another ball where third slip would have been on 3, and then on 7 he was given not out and had a few anxious moments as Bangladesh decided to review it. The on-field decision was upheld, and Steve Smith survived on 7. From that point on, he didn't put a foot wrong. The problem was he just ran out of partners. So Alex Carey was bowled for 19 by Eberdot Hussain. He was the 5th man out. Bo Webster came and went, also bowled this time by Tuscan Ahmed. He was out for a dozen. Pat Cummins went for 9, caught nicking through to the keeper of Hassan Mahmood. Mitchell Stark, likewise, same dismissal, caught dust, bowled Mahmood out for 1. And then Nathan Lyon, the last to go, he got a top edge and was caught by Tanzan off the bowling of Hassan Mahmood out for 7. Steve Smith ended up with 71. He was the second last player dismissed. He got a top edge, running out of partners off Mahmood's bowling, caught by Duss, the keeper. So in the end, Linton Duss, who got hit on the finger at one stage and had to get that checked out by the physio, he ended up taking 4 catches. Hassan Mahmood was the standout with 17 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 55. The rest of the bowling for Bangladesh, Tuscan Ahmed bowled 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 55. Eberdot Hussain, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 39. Mehdi Hassan Miraz ended up bowling 4 overs for 12, and Taijul Islam 5 overs, none for 24. So Australia all out for their lowest test score against Bangladesh, which turns out to be 198. 198. All out. So first test in 8 months, Jaques, you mentioned there might be a little bit of a rust associated there, and even despite what the pitch is doing and what happens next with the fast bowlers, it's a disappointing return for the Aussies with the blade for the first time that we've seen them since the Sydney Test.
Yeah, and I think that's important to note. I think regardless of what Australia's bowling performance is like now, you've got to have a look at how the batting actually shaped up and the way they went about it. It lacked a bit of patience, lacked a bit of application at times. And there was a couple of times we were generally knocked over by some good bowling and some poor footwork, really, from a batting perspective. So they'll have to have a look at how they can fix that on the run and make sure that they're a little bit sharper in that second innings. But prepared to put it down to rust right now, but we're going to need to see something in the second innings.
Who were the most regrettable ones, Jaques, from the list of dismissals? Were there any that really stood out where you thought, that's poor application?
I thought Webster played right around his. He didn't really do a whole lot, and sort of played all around it. I felt Green's shot wasn't a great shot either. Long way out in front of his body and caught it square leg. So there were some pretty ordinary ones. You could forgive Smith trying to take the game on at the end there. But some pretty ordinary cricket in between.
53 overs, not a long time to bat. That's the other thing. So yes, it's 20 minutes into or 25 minutes into the evening session on day 1, but not a heap of overs in that time.
No, not a heap. And there was so much time to bat. They didn't need to push the envelope as much as they did. Felt like there was a lot of driving on the up on a wicket that was a little bit too paced and a little bit of movement. They probably could have summed that up a little bit quicker. However, they'll learn from it, and I think they'll apply themselves better in the second innings.
The thoughts of Phil Jaques here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. So the Aussies are out there, the baggy greens are on, and the Australians about to be in the field for the first time since the Sydney Test match. So it's been a minute, and we'll see how they go with the ball. They've got their Hall of Fame quartet, Nathan Lyon alongside Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins. And Nathan Lyon, by the way, just checking out things with the curators at the moment, who are doing some work at the airport end of the ground. The focus, though, should be on what's happening at the other end, where Kumar Dharmasena takes his position. That's the Michael Long centre end of the ground, and Mitchell Starc is marking out his run-up currently. Corbin Middlemas with you on Grandstand Cricket. Jason Gillespie sits down. And the Bangladesh openers are on their way out to the middle. 198 all out, the Australians. What do you make of it, Diz?
Yeah, Bangladesh has bowled very nicely. They bowled good lines, good lengths, challenged the front foot defence of the Australian players. We saw a couple of bowls, there were a few bowls actually. We saw a couple of edges behind, saw some indifferent shots as well, but I think that was the pressure that was created by the Bangladeshis. There was just enough in the surface to offer them assistance, and it was in the end probably a well under par performance. I certainly don't think it's a 400 plus surface, but 198, that's a bit under par for me.
Yep. So you lean into more bad batting than bad surface?
Yep.
198 all out. All right, the openers for Bangladesh take guard. So Shadman Islam, the 31-year-old left-hander, he's going to take the first delivery. He's coming off his best year in Test cricket last year. Averaged 47. And he's got an absolute demon looking at him in Mitchell Starc, who, of course, tore apart the Ashes series. He was the man of the series with 31 wickets at 19. He had 11 more scalps than the next best. And Mitchell Starc's got the ball in front of the Michael Long centre here at Marara.
It's an incredible record, isn't it? 433 wickets at 26. Extraordinary.
They need 7 wickets, Mitchell Starc, to go top 10 all time. So let's see how many he can add here in Darwin. Shudman to take the first ball. Stark's on his way into his fellow southpaw, and he's squared up immediately as the ball flashes past the outside edge and into the gloves of Alex Carey. Cordon's a long way back, as you'd expect. 3 slips, a gully, Nathan Lyon at a backward point. And you've got Pat Cummins, really the only man in front of point on the offside. He's at a covered position, short leg and mid-wicket, along with fine leg, the starting field for the Australians.
Beautiful delivery from Mitchell Starc to start off as a bit of shape. 143 k's an hour to Shadman Islam. Beautiful, pitch the ball up. Great start.
He's got 14 first-class hundreds. Shadman Islam, who's on strike, awaits, turns a full ball straight to mid-wicket. And fielded there by Jake Weatherall, the local lad. The Aussies are in the field. If you've just rejoined us on Grandstand Cricket, Australia all out for 198 after 53 overs. And Hassan Mahmood with his third 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. He's got a tremendous 5-for against India, which is includes the likes of Virat and Shubman Gill and Rohit. And he's got a 6-for here against the Aussies, which
some big scalps too.
Yeah,
Corbin
includes Travis Head and Steve Smith. Pretty satisfied with his work, I'm sure. The feet up at the moment. From the batters back up the Bangladeshi quicks. Bowled out Australia. Now they've got to deal with Starc. Shubman Islam down the Shubman Islam off the back foot, just plays back to the bowler.
You're getting Shubman Gill there.
Yes,
Shubman Islam mixed up, I can tell.
As soon as I said his name before, I thought that'll throw me.
No, he's a nice player. Like you said, in the last 12 months, he's averaged 47 with the bat. Remember, I saw him. I was coaching Pakistan, and we played against Bangladesh, and Bangladesh beat Pakistan 2-0. And Shadman Islam batted very well. He's a very organised player.
Shadman on strike, awaiting Starc over the wicket to him. He lets it pass. Flies wide of his off stump, and Carey scoots in front of first slip, which is a new first slipper, of course, after Usman Khawaja's retirement. So Bo Webster, towering 2-metre plus. Bo Webster stands alongside the keeper Carey. Steve Smith at second. Marnus Labuschagne is at third slip. Also, I've just noticed Marnie's wearing a wide brim hat. Yeah. First session in the field for the Test match.
Yeah, normally it's the baggy green. Yeah. Everyone to wear for the first hour. Tell you what, Warney and Mark Moore hated it. They never wanted to wear the baggy. They love their baggy greens, but they just wanted to wear the extra sun protection.
Shadman Islam on strike. He lets another ball go wide of the off stump. Good carry through to Carey. Greens in the gully, lines at backward point, and then Cummins at mid-off, completes the field on the offside. So that was long customary, wasn't it, in the Australian Test team? The first hour in the field for the Test match, everyone wore the baggy green.
Yep. So originally, I think it was the first session.
Yep.
I think the King and Junior kicked up a bit of a stink, and so it became the first hour. So as soon as drinks came out, straight away they're taking their baggy greens off, and it was more about they just felt more comfortable with the extra sun protection, which is absolutely fair.
Last ball of the opening over, the Bangladesh innings, and Shubman Islam turns it away again along the ground out to Weatherald at mid-wicket. It's the end of the over, so a maiden to start for Mitchell Starc. The Aussies have a bit to do, all out 198 batting first in the Test. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Jason Gillespie sticking around, Ben Cameron in next.
ABC Sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thanks, Corbin. Were you at Wimbledon the day that Steve Waugh forced everyone to wear the baggy greens to the Wimbledon box?
Yes, I was, Ben.
Are you pictured in the famous photo?
I might be, yeah.
So Australia...
Hindsight's a wonderful thing, Ben.
I was a big Steve Waugh guy, but I don't know if that was his best idea. Tanzit on strike. 3 slips in a gully. Josh Hazlewood right arm over, down the leg side. And it beats Carey. And that will be buys, I would think. They'll come back for a couple of them. So the Bangladesh innings underway. 2 without loss.
You sense this is quite an important game for Josh Hazlewood. Hasn't played a Test match in 12 months, Benny, is it?
Yeah.
So he'll probably be feeling a few nerves, just a bit nervous excitement, I think, more than anything. But what a fine bowler, 295 wickets.
Passes the umpire again, bowls to Tanzit, who goes forward to defend. Back down the pitch, and Hazlewood looking to field the ball on his follow-through. So Australia all out for 198 early in the final session here on day one.
Geez, we've been privileged over the years to watch these guys open the bowling for Australia, haven't we?
Absolutely we have. Strike bowler of Mitchell Starc and Glenn McGrath clone of Josh Hazlewood, who runs in and bowls again, and Tanzit goes forward defensive, plays it back down the pitch again. Looking relatively organised here, Tanzit, to begin, but early stages. He is one of the 5 players, Tanzit Hassan, who are backing up from the ODI series win against Australia in June. They won that series, Bangladesh, against the Aussies 2-1. It was in home conditions. Hazlewood bowling again. Tanzit down the leg side. He flicks it away. A little bit of bat involved this time, I think. And it will zip away to the rope for 4. It was only pad. Leg by signal by umpire Richard Illingworth. And Bangladesh 6 without loss. No runs off the bat as yet.
Yeah, just a bit leg side from Josh Hazlewood. There looks to be a little bit of shape through the air. But he's been probably a little bit straight to start proceedings here. Big Josh Hazlewood.
Might have flicked both pads on the way through on that occasion. Double sound. 3 slips in a gully await. Hazlewood in and bowling, and Tanzit full face of the bat, up on his toes, playing a ball that's on a good line and length, just pushing it out into the covers. So 6 without loss here for the Tigers, who have fought hard with the ball and trying to do so with the bat. Beautiful sunshine now. The clouds of earlier on in the day have been blown away, and just broad, warm sunshine.
Oh.
If you go out there to get an ice cream, you know about it.
Did you enjoy your ice cream, Benny?
I did.
What flavour did you go?
Just vanilla. They were out of the other more exotic flavours as Hazelwood bowls and Tanser drives on the up towards cover point. It goes. Lyon tracks it back and takes it. No, spills it. Oh, Lyon's dropped it. He never looked confident. And he sprawled out on the surface. He had to move around from point to the cover region. And speaking of ice creams, it's just bobbled out of his hands. It was an interesting stroke, Jason Gillespie.
Well, interesting's a good word. It was a hoik, attempted hoik over mid-wicket.
And Nathan Lyon didn't get a hand on it in the end.
Must just misjudge that, Nathan Lyon. Chance goes begging for the Aussies.
So the end of the Hazelwood over. Tanser gets a life. He's unbeaten on 2. Shabman back on strike, yet to get off the mark. 8 without loss. Nathan Lyon just reenacting what went wrong. So Mitchell Starc from the McMillan's Road end of the ground is in and bowling here. Flashing. Shabman a play and a miss.
Big shots being played here early from the Bangladesh openers. Saw an absolute hoik last over, trying to hit it over mid-wicket off Josh Hazelwood. First ball this over off Mitchell Starc. Shadman's tried to belt the ears off it, so to speak.
Hasn't been the most convincing start here from Bangladesh. Starc bounds in again. Bowls to Shabman, who's leaving a ball. Back of a length through to the keeper Carey. Good carry as well. The Aussie keeper and slip scored and standing much deeper than the Bangladesh keeper Das and their Corden were to the more medium paces of the Bangladesh attack.
I mean, they certainly weren't getting up to the speeds that Mitchell Starc is getting up to, like 145 Ks, but they were getting the high 130s quite regularly, the Bangladesh seamers. I thought they bowled really well. Just line and length, top of the stumps, just asked enough questions of the defensive techniques of the Australians.
The headband on Mitchell Starc to hold back the longer locks, delivers now, and Shabman pulls the bat inside the line.
What do you make of the black headband?
I don't mind it. Something a little bit different. I mean, headbands are pretty famous in Test match cricket. DK Lilly.
Stuart Broad was rocking one for a while towards the end of his career.
This was the real Karate Kid style headband, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
A tied,
it was a bit like
not at the back.
I remember Rumesh Ratnayake in the 80s from Sri Lanka. He used to rock the headband. Quick Rumesh as well. It was good petrol.
3 slips in a gully. Starc delivers now, and Shabman thick outside edge. It balloons towards line at backward point. Bends over to field, low down. And Shabman survives. So the Aussies probing here. They're testing these Bangladeshi openers. Mitchell Starc just lumbers back to the top of his mark, wiping away the sweat. Travis Head under the lid at bat pad, right in line with the popping crease, about a pitch and a half off the pitch in use. There's also a mid-off and a mid-wicket, as well as a fine leg to go along with 3 slips and a gully, as well as that backward point. Shabman whacking away. Shadows just lengthening around Marara as well. The athletic Mitchell Starc rumbles into bowl again, and Shabman, defending from the crease, pushes out into the covers, Cummins onto it quickly. They thought about a single, but Tanser sends him back quickly. Shabman Islam, an interesting case. His dad, Shahidul Alam, is a long-time talent scout and coordinator of Bangladesh's cricket game committee, so probably helps getting identified, doesn't it?
He just had to look out to the backyard, didn't he?
Yeah.
So, certainly earned his position on merit, that's for sure.
He's facing up to Starc here, and he's driving and on drive and playing it neatly. Not quite out of the middle of the bat, but at least a couple. And he's off the mark with that stroke as well. Shabman Islam, they'll come back for a third. So Bangladesh 11 without loss. Australia all out for 198. Shabman on 3, Tanzit on 2. He was the top run scorer in the 2014 Under-19 Cricket World Cup. So that tournament had players like Imam El Haq, Aden Markram, Kushal Mendes and Lytton Das in that tournament. So certainly by the time he was playing Under-19s cricket, he was quite prolific. It's taken a little bit of time to really
translate that skill into Test cricket, and that can take a while for young players to bed in and get used to the tempo of Test cricket. Obviously the better cricket, the more challenging cricket.
Tanzit Hassan to be on strike. As Hazelwood, right arm over the wicket, 3 slips in a gully and on a good length, chopping down on it, knocking the ball on its head. Here's Shabman. Sorry, the 3 off the last ball of that previous over. 11 without loss, Bangladesh. His 29th test. Shabban, he did speak about, I read a feature article on him about travelling around to all of the underage camps with his dad and really knowing from that young age that all he wanted to do was to become a cricketer. So waiting Hazelwood here, going back and playing to the offside very neatly, sets off immediately for a single. Moves along to 4, 12 without loss, Bangladesh. Tanzit back on strike. How old were your kids when you were playing, Diz? Were they running around while you were still playing for Australia, or?
Eldest daughter, she saw me play a bit, but the boys, they were babies when I finished up. So
Hazelwood runs in again around the wicket here to Tanzit, the left-hander, who's forcing out the point line on it in a flash. Does the fielding, fires it back to Alex Carey. Trenton in the Sunshine Coast, or on the Sunshine Coast, says makes you wonder what Australia might have scored had Steve Smith not been dropped on 2. Which is a good point.
It's a great point. Cost them a few runs, that's for sure, Bangladeshis, but I think at the start of the day, having lost the toss and found themselves in the field, they would have taken the 198 every day of the week.
Hazelwood trying again from around the wicket, and Tanzit caught on the crease, but defends out into the covers very watchfully, plays it right under his eyes. The Aussies trying to generate a little bit of enthusiasm out there in the field. Steve Smith did look like a frustrated character today, didn't he?
He did. It was a scratchy start. That's probably the right word for it, wasn't it? It was a scratchy start. He had the drop catch, and he had the caught behind that the Bangladeshis thought was out.
Hazelwood in and bowling. Tanzit flashing and missing. Kicked a drive, a play to miss, through to Carey. Gordon awaiting. Bo Webster at first, Smith at second, Arnis Labuschagne at third, and then Green in the gully. Nathan Lyon at point back, Cummins and a wide mid-off, sort of extra cover position. Jake Weatherall down at mid-on, Travis Head under the lid, and Mitchell Stark cowling himself down in the shadows of one of the light towers down at fine leg. Hazelwood trying again. Tanzit hopping on the crease, plays a ball from around the chest region, just back down the onside of the pitch. That's the end of the over. 12 without loss, Bangladesh. Australia all out for 198. Chapman on 4 and Tanzit on 2. It is an important period for Josh Hazelwood. He just hasn't been able to get through Test series of late, has he?
I don't think he's completed a Test series in 5 years.
He hasn't,
Bernie. So that's look. I can't imagine it'd be about his preparation or anything. He's a very disciplined individual. Josh, I think there's just an element of luck, and it hasn't been one specific thing. It's been all sorts of different ailments. There's been the knees, the hamstring tendons, side strains. So that hasn't been one thing.
Stark beginning a new over, bowling to Chapman, who again pulls his hands down, gets out of the way, and it goes through to Carey.
That was quick as well. Good pace by Mitchell Stark. He's working up a full head of steam here. That beautiful bowl. Probably a bit back of a length, but just swung away from Shadman. Alex Carey's taking that chest height. And as Benny Cameron said, the Australian wicketkeeper and slips are standing a fair way back, and there's confirmation. 145.4 kilometres an hour from Mitchell Stark. Just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he?
Stark rumbles in again, bowls and driving Chapman through point, passes the line in there, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. The most convincing of the expansive strokes we've seen from the Bangladeshi openers. And they move along to 16 without loss. Chapman doubles his tally onto 8.
Yeah, just a fractured full and a bit of width there from Mitchell Stark. Don't mind that. He's looking to pitch the ball up. He's looking to swing it. No dramas there. Was a bit of swing as well. Just a little bit on the full side, and well played by Shadman to the left of Nathan Lyon at backward point. Raced away for the boundary.
Was slightly uppish for a moment. Carey goes down. Stark approaches and bowls and beats the outside edge of Chapman. Just gets that one to jag away.
Really squared up Shadman. That delivery was just the back of a length. Just a hint of shape away from the left-handed Shadman. That's a
very good delivery. What did you make of the comments from Chief Selector George Bailey? He said, I know Scotty Boland would never say it, but I think he's mounting a strong case that when you use the words the big 3, he could be one of those. Talking about the Aussie quicks and Stark, Cummins and Hazelwood. Chapman picks up his bat as Stark comes in. He lifts it through mid-wicket, clips it away nicely. It goes past Weatherald, and he won't run that in. That will get to the rope. Yes, it beats him there. And Chapman, that's a neat little clip off his pads. It was uppish for a moment again, but he moves along to 12, and Bangladesh 20 without loss.
Yeah, I thought, Benny, there's interesting comments from Chief Selector George Bailey. I think he's just highlighting the fact that Scotty Boland's been so effective with the ball. 83 wickets at 19 in his Test career. He's done nothing wrong when he's come into the side, whoever he's replaced, whether it be Hazelwood or Pat Cummins or the like. But I mean, he's done a fine job, and I think he was just highlighting the fact that it is a tough decision. It's not as straightforward as maybe. It's certainly not as straightforward as it was maybe 2 years ago.
I wondered whether he was maybe just lighting a fire under Josh Hazelwood as well.
Oh, yeah.
Stark bounding in again, bowling, and Chapman driving without timing. He'll take a single on the mistimed on drive. Just one. 21 without loss here, Bangladesh. Just some numbers from our fearless statistician Rick Finlay. Steve Smith now has more scores of 71 than anyone else in Test cricket. 5 times he's been out for 71.
The actual number 71,
yeah.
Wow.
That's a Rick Finlay special.
That is a Rick Finlay special.
Hassan's 6-wicket haul also the best by a Bangladeshi bowler against Australia in Tests.
Yeah, I think the next 4 bowlers on the list are the one person, Shakib Al Hassan. No, it's a great achievement.
Here comes Stark again. Bowling to Tanzan, who knocks it away through the onside. This will be a couple more for Bangladesh at least. Maybe even more than that. They will come back for 3, and they'll settle for that. So none for 24, Bangladesh. Tanzit along to 5. Chapman's on 13. And Australia bowled out for 198. Their lowest ever score against Bangladesh. And Corbin Middlemas is about to step back in.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
None for 24, thank you, Ben. Now after 5 overs, Bangladesh. This is in response to the Aussies all out, 198. Tanzit Hassan is on strike, awaits Hazelwood and chases him wide of the off stump, but playing a miss. Tanzit Hassan, 5 not out. Shubman Islam, who's the opening partner, has raced out to 13, and the Aussies all out 198 and now wicketless for the first 5 overs. It's hard to say anything other, Xavier Doherty, than it's been Bangladesh's day so far.
It has, absolutely, Corb. They've only really got themselves to blame. And Jaques wrap up some of the batting, some of the ill discipline and lack of patience, and we've already seen a drop catch, relatively straightforward.
Tanzit on strike, he's forward and defending back down the pitch.
Yeah, a relatively straightforward chance to Nathan Lyon a point. I'll tell you what that was, Corb. We spoke a bit about the catch going down. One of the worst shots I think I've ever seen from an opening bat of Tanzit. Like, it was a slog across the line off the back of a length ball on the front foot. It was maybe something you'd expect in grade cricket from the number 10 or 11.
It was a nervy way to get on.
It was to get off the mark. Yeah, it was.
He could have had a real dodgy day. So he put down Steve Smith on 2. He did. Third slip. Tanzit Hasano's on strike and he's squared up and beating the outside edge. Hazelwood threw into the gloves of Keeper Carey. So none for 24. Bangladesh in response to Australia's 198.
He has locked in a little since then. Just trying to negotiate some of this high quality fast bowling with the Australians.
Plenty of white ball cricket. Tanzit Hassan, he's 25 years of age, 40 ODIs and 53 T20s. His ODI form this year's actually been really good. If you believe in 2 formats, you can cross over as Hazelwood ducks one back in to Tanzit and hits him high on the iPad and rolls away on the offside. So if you're looking at the overlap there, his ODI form this year at international level, so 486 runs at 44. He's got 105 50s. One of those 50s, by the way, against the Aussies.
Okay.
ODI series back in June, he made 54 in game 1 there. Feels like the modern way, doesn't it? Picking players, perform in one version of the game in international cricket.
It's almost the way it has to be, isn't it? Like, you don't... Players, when they don't get the opportunity to play first-class cricket enough anymore during the one-day teams.
Hazelwood around the wicket and Tanzit keeps him out, just defending the ball on off-stump. We've seen India do it, haven't we, guys? Really, that come through the IPL, haven't played much red ball cricket at all. End up getting picked in the test team. We had Nitesh Kumar Reddy, scored that 100 in Melbourne, and Harshit Rana, who really, they were IPL finds, and that's two formats that are very different. At least the 50-over game is somewhere in between. A little bit more overlap. Tanzit Hassan on strike. And he's beaten. Oh, how did that miss off stump? Hazelwood in the follow-through is a long look. He's bowled 3 overs for 3. Tanzit Hassan's 5 not out. Shubman Islam is there on 13. Bangladesh none for 24 at the end of the Hazelwood over.
It looks like he's just hitting his straps now, Josh Hazelwood, beating the bat a couple of times there, just nagging away. One thing I was thinking about, Corb, when I was having my little stint off was how effective the Bangladesh medium paces were on this deck. Bowling sort of 128 to 134, something around that mark. compare that to, and the fact that they were able to extract a little bit out of this, two-pace deck is the fact that Mitchell Starc's bowling so fast. I think he's up in the high 140s. If they're all just that fast, is the difference that great? Like, is it going to be, do you understand what I'm trying to get across there? Like, will it have the same effectiveness if there's no sideways movement? There hasn't been big seam, a little bit of swing, but the actual change of pace was basically, well, in my eyes, what brought the Aussies, apart from their own lack of patience, undone.
3 slips in a gully, they all crouch down again. Shubman Islam on strike, Starc to him. Withdraws the bat very late outside the off peg. None for 24.
Might be something that Jaques has probably put a little bit more thought into in these sort of batting conditions. It doesn't actually have that much effect on the game when everything is just fast, like everything's at 145. The slower balls sort of slowing up enough to be effective.
His second test match, Tanzat Hassan. I mentioned his experience in the white ball arena in both T20 and 50-over cricket, but second test after making his debut against Pakistan earlier this year. Chapman gets a short one and tried to drop the wrist on it late. Some stifled appeals for catch it, but no bat involved, no glove involved, and a dot ball for Mitchell Starc.
It was a little noise as it went past. I think it was Pat Cummins at mid-off was the only interested party out there. Just talks about the honesty of Alex Carey. Doesn't go up for everything. I think you'd find most wicket keepers, they don't need a lot.
Ben Cameron's just clicking his fingers in the box. Little clicky Ponting reference.
Hasn't that gone blown up?
Did you ever cross that story?
Not a lot. I did see it.
Shadman Islam on strike, and he's caught up in his pads here as the ball ends up down the leg side and in the gloves of keeper Carey. The noise you heard was the bat onto the pad. Ball missed everything. None for 24, Bangladesh, in response to Australia's 198 all out.
One thing about that was that the umpires in those games, the league cricket in England, were they players umpiring themselves, or they designated independent umpires?
I think they're designated independent umpires. Okay. Which is also a talking point. Is like, how do they find all those umpires?
Yeah, there are a lot of people who love the game over there.
Talking about headband wearers earlier with Mitchell Starc on in the black headband today. None for 24. Chapman lets it pass outside the off stump through to the keeper. So none for 24 Bangladesh in response to Australia's 198 all out. Obviously, Jaques and Gillespie wore the headband for a little period of time. Adam Zampa, white ball cricket. He was probably one that didn't really need to wear the headband, but did. I'm not sure his hair was ever quite that long. Nathan Bracken.
Oh, yeah. Good one, Corb.
Nathan Bracken certainly wore the headband for a period of time. Stuart Broad got a mention, I think, at the time.
Yeah, more a sweatband, though, wasn't it? Was that a hairband?
It was more a hairband. Here comes Starc again as he bowls to Shadman Islam, who works it on the onside and finds the gap in the field. Races past Travis Head, and that's got a bit of pace on it. Head's got some work to do to save the boundary. He's going to pull it up just inside that eastern bank, in front of the Italian club out there on the big screen. In the end, what do they get through for? I think they get through
three, yeah. Another beautiful shot, just easing that one, not trying to overhit it, waiting for the ball to come until it's right under the eyes there from Shadman and nursing it, not for the first time, through mid-wicket, using the pace.
Had to run with the short leg pads on too, Travis Head. Shadman Islam moves to 16. Tanzat Hassan's on 5. Bangladesh are none for 27. Starc, last ball of the over, a Yorker and well kept out as Tanzat plays it back out towards mid-off. And this day could not have gone much better for Bangladesh. They've rock and rolled the Aussies for 198, and now 7 overs into the Bangladesh innings, they're 27 without loss. So the new ball's 7 overs old. Tanzat's 5. Shadman 16 not out. Tanzat Hassan, by the way, was dropped by Nathan Lyon. A skied ball trying to get underneath it, put it down. And they were the first runs that were scored off the bat. And from that point on, the openers have applied themselves pretty well.
They've looked pretty good, haven't they, Corp? Just We just saw a replay in front of us there. There's still a little bit of shape there from Mitchell Stark at something around 145, 146 kilometres an hour. They're negotiating this beautifully here. It's not easy batting. But yeah, everything has gone their way, but due to their own hard work.
Context of this game changing in front of our eyes. 3 slips in a gully. Chapman on strike, awaits Hazelwood. He lets it go wide of the off stump. Even at all out 198, and whatever we thought of the Australian batting performance at that stage, I think there was still this sentiment where we thought, well, if the Aussies roll out for 198, let's see how Bangladesh goes against a powerful Australian team with the Hall of Fame quartet back together. And 7 overs in, run for 27. All of a sudden, if you're a Bangladesh cricket follower, you're starting to believe.
I think so. I certainly still get the feeling it's like Australia will be okay here. But, they're being patient. They're not getting frustrated. I think the feeling is they'll still find a way somehow.
Hazelwood on his way in, and Shadman plays beautifully along the ground, wide of mid-on. And Travis Head again chasing it downhill with those pads on. Keeps it to 2. Shadman Islam moves to 18, and the Tigers, Bangladesh, tick over to none for 29.
Yeah, but with every run and every ball they face, they just seem a little more comfortable here, Bangladesh, and it's certainly a very good contest.
Couple off the SMS. Bev says, thanks for the broadcast. Great to have the cricket back. Hopefully it brings the summer back too. It's freezing in Adelaide. Thanks, Bev. Appreciate that. From Graham, who's also in Adelaide. Hazelwood on his way in here. Short outside the off stump, and Shadman lets it pass. Also feels warm listening to the cricket from Darwin. It's just so cold in Adelaide. Talking about the best job being in Darwin. Broadcasting cricket. Cheers, guys, from Graham. Thanks, Graham. Appreciate that. 0467920222.
Yeah, I spent the day with Dizzy travelling up through. Had to make a little stopover in Adelaide Corb, and just one of the sliding doors open at one stage. It was brisk. Cool. Even from a hardened Tasmanian, I could feel that fresh breeze. But certainly enjoying these conditions up here.
Shadman Islam on strike, awaits Hazelwood around the wicket to him off the thigh pad. Ball runs away through where leg gully would be, and 1 more to the score, none for 30. Leg by added. No direct flights, Hobart to Darwin.
Surprise, surprise. Who would have thought, eh? No, yeah, just a little 10-hour trip. Jeez. From the bottom end of the country to the top.
Wouldn't be too... Breaks it up nicely, though, wouldn't it? Like, if you go across... What would the first flight be? An hour and a half?
It's a bit 2. Hobart to Adelaide, 2? A bit over 2, I think. And then a decent stopover, because I had 2 different carriers, so I had to go and get my bag and, just stress that there were no delays, and then, it was a long day.
Tenzin Hassan on strike, awaits Hazelwood. He stands up on his toes and just dabs it out through point. No run. Lyon works across to his left to retrieve it. And then what's the flight Adelaide to Darwin?
Oh, about 4, I think. Diz, thumbs up. 4 hours.
Wow.
It felt every bit of it too without the entertainment, Corb. I was unprepared.
Oh, no.
Unprepared.
Yeah.
So it was a
rookie error. Tell you what, the Melbourne to Darwin leg, that's not getting any closer, by the way. I'm experienced that. That's 5 hours. Good journey. Run for 30. Last ball of the Hazelwood over. Oh, Hassan walks at him. Charges back at the bowler and just carves it away beautifully through mid-on. The head's almost so wide he's at mid-wicket, and that'll be 4. So Tenzin Hassan takes it to Hazelwood. And there's a boundary off the last ball of his over. None for 34. Tenzin moves to 9. And it's Shadman Islam who's done the scoring so far. He's 18 not out. None for 34. There's a bit of intent from the diminutive opener.
I wasn't expecting that. He was charging as if he was facing an off-spinner bowling at 75k an hour, not Josh Hazelwood, who's just sending him down at, 128, 130, back of a length. The little left-handers just come down and swatted that through mid-on and showing some great intent.
Just flicked on the radio. The story of the day here is that Australia are all out for 198, winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Yet the days belong to Bangladesh so far. 198 all out. Smith, the only scorer above 23. He made 71. A nervy start getting there. And really, Hassan Mahmood, who held 17 overs, 3 for 55. And an outstanding day to finish with 6 wickets. Stark starts a new over, was full on leg stump and turned away by Chapman in the air, but it's safe. And it'll run away again, and Travis Head, who's getting the Ks up, trots back in front of the big screen to retrieve it. 2 more for Shadman. He moves to 20 and Bangladesh none for 36.
Again, another turn off the pads, very comfortable there. Anything on the stumps, very competent.
Hassan Mahmood, the 6 for 55, his figures that includes both Travis Head and Steve Smith as part of his 6 for. Previously had 5 for 83 against India in Chennai, which included the likes of Rohit and Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli. Stark around the wicket, bowls to Chapman Islam, bobbles up, and he's caught. Line at backward point, diving forward, takes the catch. And that is the first Bangladeshi wicket to fall. Chapman Islam out for 20. Stark gets the breakthrough. It's taken the better part of 9 overs for the Aussies at the first breakthrough. Bangladesh 1 for 36.
Yeah, I mentioned a moment ago that he was very comfortable off his pads. That one from Mitchell Stark just straightening up. And Nathan Lyon had all the time in the world, and it's not a great feeling once you've put one down to have that a nice slow lobby one coming your way. He actually got his knee dug into the turf here. It's a very nice lush surface here at Marara. You sometimes see those ones when you dig a knee or an elbow into the turf, the ball trickles out, but he held that one safely, Nathan Lyon, and that's a very welcome wicket for the Australians.
1 for 36 Bangladesh. Chapman 20 off 30 balls. Caught line, bowled Stark. And that's the first Bangladeshi wicket to fall. He was a quick one in at his leg stump. Really lost sight of it, didn't he? Just dropped the hands and got the leading edge bobbed up. And a calm catch for Nathan Lyon at backward point. 1 for 36. And
as great as this team is, Corb, they'll feel good about that, the Australians. You know, they won't be doomsdayers and thinking that the world's against them or anything like that, but that'll just make them feel a little bit better about themselves. The day hasn't gone the way that they'd hoped or planned, and as we've mentioned a few times, even this bowling innings, it hasn't been a disaster. You know, they've bowled nice areas. They've been put away when they've been slightly loose, but just to have one on the board, they'll be hoping that just sparks something.
Nominal Huck is the new bat. Comes in at 3, the former skipper. 13 Test hundreds to his name, so second most of any Bangladeshi batsman. He's got the clean skin bat too, so looking to attract a little bit of interest. Let's see how he goes against Mitchell Stark. It's a rude one to get first up. Stark charging into him as Huck is forward and just pushing the ball out towards backward point. And Lyon picks it up in front of Green in the gully.
You say he's forward, but do you see where he started?
I don't think
he's sitting on his stumps. Yeah. He's a long way back. He's giving himself every chance to see it, I think. It was a slight push onto the front foot.
It's an interesting batting lineup, isn't it? So Mushfiqur Rahim, who scores most of his runs at 5, he's got a really good record at 5 in Test cricket, averaging 47. But that means with Shantu, who comes in at 4, it's lefty, 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 lefty.
Yeah, right.
Before you get to a right-hander at 5. Nominal Huck on strike, and again struck on the pad, a shout for leg before. Umpire Dharmasena keeps his finger down. Was there 2 noises? They all rush in. There'll be a review, you'd think, here. Pat Cummins has a conference with the keeper. And you heard the feedback there. I heard 2 noises.
That was Marnus. So if Marnus has heard 2 noises, there's been 2 noises.
Yeah. Usually Marnus is number 1 trying to
convince someone. It sounded like it clipped something on the way through. Alex Carey was very interested. Hit him on the full. Hit him on the full. It was a full toss.
Gee, I don't know.
And yes, a big inside edge.
Right call. Nominal Huck is 34 years of age. Hasn't played against Australia, obviously, since 2017. And he knows he's alive right now against Mitchell Starc. As Huck just defends the ball away on the offside. The first two looked fast.
Yeah, that was a shin-high full toss. And he's just got a little piece of bat on. And Alex Carey was very interested. He raced up to Mitchell Starc and Pat Cummins to convince them. And as we head through the audio, that if Marnus is saying there's a couple of noises, then it doesn't look good for the Aussies.
Nominal Huck averages 48 at home, 26 away.
Okay.
He's on strike here. Last ball from Starc in the over, and he keeps it out. Nominal Huck playing out on the onside. So a successful over for Mitchell Starc, and he gets the breakthrough the Aussies were looking for. They've got their first scalp, and it's Shadman Islam who's out for 20, caught line, bowled Starc. 1 for 36 Bangladesh, with Tanzit Hassan not out on 9, and Nominal Huck yet to score. All right, changing comms coming up. Jim Maxwell is on his way in.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Here we go. What, you went out to shop or something, did you?
To do what?
I couldn't hear anything. Thought you must have dropped your ice cream. Here comes Hazelwood around the wicket. And it's pitched up, and he tries to drive it away on the offside. Green, rather. Green, it didn't look like Hazelwood as he ran in. It's a tall, skinny bloke from Perth. The all-rounder. Let's see how he goes with the ball. He was looking all right for a second with a bat. He hit a 6 and got out. So it's first change. Green into the attack. They've got Webster, of course, who's been standing at slip alongside Smith and Labuschagne. It's 1 for 40. We're in the 10th over of this innings. Green around the wicket, and it's dabbed away. Let's go outside the off stump. So Tanzit is 13. Mominal yet to score. And the opening batsman, what was his name? Shadam. Yeah. Shadam, is it? Shadam Islam. He was dropped on naught when he had a windy woof and a ball from Hazelwood and skied it into the covers, and Lyon couldn't hold it running back, but then Lyon made up for it in a way after he scored 20. Here's Green again around the wicket, and the little lefty goes back and pushes it out on the offside. Australia made 198, which seemed a bit worse than par for the course, having won the toss and batted, but they were outplayed, outspirited. Rusty? Whatever. Rusty?
Rusty?
Is Rusty a good excuse or not?
You've always got that one up your sleeve, haven't you, for the first match of the season?
Yeah, but we're a bit rusty. We're a bit rusty, man.
His name's Shadman too, Jim. Sorry, I sold you there.
Right, and he bowls around the wicket, yes. Well, I was thinking of Bradman when I saw his name. Shadman, not Bradman, yeah. And that's blocked out there on the offside. I hope Bangladesh can keep this fight going at the Australian bowlers and not get out to some loose, soft shots, because the pitch looks a bit better than it was earlier in the day when it was moving around.
Yeah.
Better for batting.
It looks okay, doesn't it? We've seen some nice shots. We've seen some good intent. Corbin mentioned before he left that Mominal averages 26. I think they'd nearly take that at this stage, wouldn't they?
And around the wicket, he pitches up into the pads. Well,
would you?
There's not many Australian batsmen who average more than that these days.
Right.
Let's face it.
26 is, in these conditions, is probably a pretty decent total. That'd get Bangladesh, if he's scoring 26, Tanzania scoring another 26, they're up around 100. You know, that's going to keep things competitive for a bit longer.
Yeah. If buts and maybes, but if somehow Bangladesh could at least be par on the first innings, if not have a lead, it does open up nicely. Here's Green again around the wicket, and he tries to drive and spears it on the bump away towards the line. Is out there at point. So Tanzit's 13. That's the end of the over. 10 of them gone. It's 1 for 40. In reply to Australia's, yes, if you're driving home, don't jump out the window or slam on the brakes. Yes, Australia won the toss and batted and made 198. And if Steve Smith hadn't have made 71, they wouldn't have got more than 150.
They wouldn't have. They wouldn't have got near 150. It was, the day so far couldn't have gone much worse for Australia. I think if they woke up this morning, what's the worst possible thing that can happen? Like we win the toss bat and get bundled for under 200.
Well, that was probably more likely than Bangladesh batting and making 400 probably in the day.
That's right.
So they've had an exceptional day, and there's a cluster of supporters down here in the stand, the reality stand, who welcome the performance. First ball of the new over is a single, belatedly taken as it goes square of the wicket on the offside, and Monomal is off the mark with the single. And for Pakistan, 6 wickets. I don't know where the board is at this ground. For those who score hundreds and take more than 5 wickets in a test match, might need a bit more history to create.
Maybe in the new building they've got up the end there, Jim. Maybe that's where they're going to put the honour boards.
Oh, right.
At the, what's that, the McMillan's Road end? Is that what we're calling it?
That's what it is. But what is that building? And he goes in and bowls. This is Cummins bowling, and it's punched away out towards cover by Tanzania. Is that part of the ground, that place, or is it a bit like the one at Headingley, which is the university at one end of the ground?
Right. I think it's been there for a while. It looks like a function centre, and it looks empty today though, so you could be easily fooled that it's part of a precinct out the back. Or
well, it looks empty because it hasn't been finished.
No, it's finished. I don't think
it's been finished, has it?
Oh, right.
It doesn't look like it's been finished to me. I could be wrong. It's outside the off stump now from Cummins, across the bows of the lefty, and Tanzania lets it go. I'm looking for someone up there, but I haven't found anyone yet. No, that's not finished.
It's empty.
That's like
construction site.
That's like the Devil's Den in Hobart.
I think they wish it looked like that.
Yeah, well,
at least they're at 0%. That one looks at about 95.
So is there any move to go into the site and actually put a brick in?
Oh, there's plenty of people who want to. Jim.
Sorry, I'm pestering you.
No, that's fine.
People want to know what's happening.
I'm happy to talk.
Football's the game.
Yeah.
Here comes Cummins. It's short, bouncing outside the line of the old stump. The AFL own the world. We all know that.
There are plenty of supporters. We were talking about off air. You're one of the very few that didn't sign up for their inaugural memberships. The 200.
I did get the invitation. $10, wasn't it?
It was on Instagram. Did you not? Where's your Instagram?
I don't have an Instagram account.
Come on.
No. I'm at Twitter.
220,000.
They got 10.
They got 10. There was $10 tickets.
2.2 million.
It was a good fundraiser.
Gee. What are they selling for now?
They're a bit more than that because there's a bit of content out there now. Their VFL team's actually doing really well.
You hear that, everyone? If you're going to be a devil, sign up. Here comes Cummins, and he's pushing forward, sending it away on the offside. And that's another dot, 1 for 41. So you signed up?
I signed up.
Yeah, $10.
Absolutely. Oh, no, I bought the expensive ones this year.
Expensive?
Yeah, I've lashed out.
What are they?
I don't know, $80 maybe, yeah.
What do you get?
You get a cap, scarf,
yeah.
entry into the games that are going on.
Oh, at other places?
Yeah, well, they've got a seconds team in at the moment until they get their first team in a couple of years. And you're a part of them. You're part of the family.
Of course.
That's what it's all about.
Cummins bowls, tightens him up, and defends it away on the onside down to Stark, who's at mid-on. 1 for 41. You're desperate to get out of here, I can see that.
No, we've got to get that ice cream that you keep talking about.
Enjoy it. You get one for me. Phil Jaques is coming in. How's the roster going, Benny? Everything all right? Okay, we're going to plan. And in that innings, we got a message. We're on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, as well as a number of stations, including local radio in Darwin. So, happiness to you all. It's been a very good day for Bangladesh in particular, but it's just a good, energetic day of Test cricket for some. Now, Green is bowling around the wicket, and at the other end, a fellow who looks smaller than a jockey, Monomal. Let's go outside the off stump. You must enjoy this left-handers batting, Phil.
It's good watching some lefties go about it, isn't it? Well, how are you, Jim, too, this afternoon?
I'm quite relaxed, but I'm enjoying the fact that this is a contest, and I hope it continues to be.
Xavier, going to buy you an ice cream, or what's happening?
Yeah, raspberry, please. Yeah, raspberry. Yeah, thanks.
There we go. So that's how you get it done. You just throw it out there. Just put the hook out. Like any good fishermen, they'll just come back with one.
Some fish last night, wasn't there? As it's allowed to pass by Monomal outside the off stump. I was just looking.
It was the boss bought a snapper, didn't he? Caught a snapper on the from the restaurant.
He did.
Looked all right as well.
Well, you had something, didn't you, that was similar?
Oh, I didn't have the seafood. I had the pork belly. I'm not going to catch that on a fishing line, I don't think, but it's very tasty.
Pork belly, yes. You were taking in, I noticed that.
Quite much conversation was there. It was
quite a crowd down there, wasn't it?
Too busy eating, but no, it was a good crowd. It's got a nice feel in the whole city, isn't there, at the moment? There's a festival going on, the cricket, test match.
Around the wicket, wide of the off stump. There's a festival that goes for 4 weeks. There's a whole lot of Italians in town for something. They're on the plane. There's a whole lot of naval people who are sleeping on an aircraft carrier here for some week of specialty. I mean, I was trying to discover on the full flight from Sydney what all the people were doing as I quietly inquired, and there were quite a few who were coming here from Wollongong, Sydney, all sorts of places. I think a lot of people have decided that the opportunity to come to Darwin is even more attractive with cricket on. And again, he goes forward, hovering. Momanola's Green just bangs away outside the off stump. So this might be the thing for Cricket Australia every year. They've still got Ireland and Afghanistan to play. They're test nations. Get them out here if you can't get someone else.
Oh, why not? If the town's going to get behind it, and the people of Australia are going to come to somewhere a little bit different. May not be on their tourist radar. It's a good place to visit.
Well, it's a very good venue.
And it's a great venue, yeah. Perfect venue, really.
This ground is
for winter cricket.
Outstanding. And it's a fair dinkum oval. So, you can get the Aussie rules here too. Now, around the wicket again, he slides in, hits the pitch and the bat, and at the moment it's a fight that's going nowhere in particular in a hurry, because it's dot, dot, dot as they watchfully play or leave outside the line of the off stump.
I'm not going to lie though, Jim. I don't know if I want to be on the far side in the sun all day over there.
But you can take cover. You see them?
There is a little bit of shade, but
it's shade over there.
Their heads are in shade, their bodies aren't. It'll be very warm.
Here's Green. There's Monomal back, pushing down the gully. Another dot. The maiden over. 1-4-41. I was just going to say, Hassan Mahmood had a big day out for Bangladesh. His drinks come out onto the field. He took 6 for 55. 6 for 55. And Ben's just getting the Russian roulette roster out. No change. Who's that? He's pointing at you, pointing to the wall. Yeah.
Big Corby, I think, is coming on.
Oh, you coming in? Yeah. All right.
He's leading you to the drinks, I think, Jim.
No. You can come in and have some refreshment. I'm waiting for my ice cream. I was just going to talk about Teresa in London. Saying hi to all the team. Really great to be listening to Test cricket from Australia in August. And it's going to be even better, hotter here later today at 36 degrees. Than it is, of course, here in Darwin. It's not that hot. But there's water here, you see. That's the difference. You know, you can't use our hose pipes. All the cats and dogs are dying.
And we've got air conditioning. They've got no air conditioning over there.
You know, some bloke hit a hole-in-one
in the UK
on a 400-yard par 4 the other day because there's so much run in the fairways in the UK. I mean, with such a big drought in Europe, they're finding German U-boats, all sorts of Second World War boats in rivers because the water levels drop so much.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep, very exciting. All right, Corb, you ready to go? We want to know where the recognition, the Champions Board, so to speak, has been put. Is it in that new construction down there, or is it in a dressing room? You're going to tell us all about that in a moment, but first of all we're going to have a little segue here and play some music.
I'm Sana Kadar. Join me to explore the psychology behind the biggest questions in our lives, from relationships to stress levels to solving crime.
Your lie detection ability approximates chance.
Search All in the Mind on ABC Listen.
ABC sports coverage of Australia versus Bangladesh. Live on your radio, ABC Sport Digital and ABC Listen.
Thank you, Jim. Drinks are done. Final session here on day 1 for 41. Bangladesh in response to Australia's all-out 198. Corbin Middlemas with you alongside Phil Jaques, a former Australian opener. I've got nothing for Jim on that. Have you got anything for him?
Well, the only thing I will say is I don't think it's a new building. I think there's a bit of a reflection off the grass of the scaffolding behind the side screen.
Yeah. That Michael Long Centre, that is relatively new.
Relatively.
Say the last 10 years.
10 years. It's certainly not under construction, though, is it?
No. I think the scaffolding's up for the side screen, and
I think that's propping that up.
Give them a camera deck.
Camera deck a little bit, yeah.
Camera deck. So the side screens are quite high, 10 metres tall, and then the cameras are on top.
It would be interesting to see if they have invested in an honour board here, because they haven't played a lot of Test cricket, right? It's only 6 games. So 6.
Yeah. You think if they were to have played, if it would be anywhere, it'd be here in this building, in the Morris Rioli stand. Champion footballer from Tiwi Islands.
Players that post-played. Is there an honour board here?
And he's Captain Pat on his way in. He bowls to Tanzit Hassan, who just defends out with bat and pad close together to mid-on.
They'd have to have an honour board. Surely. Every venue has an honour board.
Surely. Yeah.
But it'd be a small one.
I'm with you on that front.
Yeah. I think a little bit more in the away room now. Hassan 6 wickets.
What performance that was.
Oh, well, didn't he?
Yep. Hassan Mahmood, the 26-year-old, he's only played 15 Test matches. He's got 3 5-wicket hauls. All of them away from home. One against Pakistan, one against India, and now against the Aussies. As Tanzit lets a ball go outside the off stump. Cummins coming at him round the wicket.
Did say before play that there was a toss you wouldn't mind winning or losing. I thought there was going to be a little bit up front, and Australia would have to bat well if they batted first, but they just didn't apply themselves for long enough, did they? Didn't stick in the grind for long enough. It was always going to be the better batting conditions in this second innings of the game. Which Bangladesh, if they can get rid of this new ball, could really cash in on and maybe forge some sort of a lead.
Steve Waugh got 100 here in 2003 against Bangladesh. As Tanzit is defending again now, the middle of the bat back to Cummins. And then Glenn McGrath the following year took 7 wickets for the match, including a fifer. So that'll be enough to have your name up on the honour board.
here at Marara. So just the third test match we've had here, but we've had limited overs matches though along the way. Yeah. So we had Devop Bravis last year, the boom youngster from South Africa, scored a blazing 100 in a memorable win for the Proteas. So
do you combine the formats on the boards?
Maybe
you just make it a little bit shorter, a bit smaller?
Maybe you just say international cricket and put the status on there somewhere as to what format of the game it was. Brevis actually hit a ball on this roof, as you can imagine. Huge strike.
Did he keep his head down, not look at it? He loves his little no-look sixes these days.
He's a classy young player, and as Cummins on his way in, bowls to Tanzan, who square drives. Yeah, that's a nice shot. And he'll race away. Nathan Lyon's got a bit to do. Short square boundaries. Lyon can't get there. 4 runs for Tanzan Hassan, so he moves to 17. He was dropped before he scored. And Bangladesh 1 for 45.
Yeah, nice boundary. Bit of a square drive again on the up this time. Those ones were probably going to hand in Australia's innings. Now can trust the bounce a little bit more, and nice use of the pace there. Tanzan moves on to 17.
Cummins again to Tanzan, who works the ball off top of his pad and off the knee roll out towards mid-on again, and Stark calmly fields 1 for 45.
You're going to have to get a little bit creative here, I think. Australia, as this innings wears along, doesn't have as much sideways movement as what the Bangladeshi bowlers were extracting. They might have to get a bit more creative with the fields, maybe go to some bumpers for a little while, or maybe operate, maybe see if there's any for Nathan Lyon, but there wasn't a lot of turn either.
Oh, short one. Ducking underneath it. Tanzan as it flies through to keeper Carey. Takes it around shoulder height, so 1 for 45 Bangladesh. In response to Australia's all-out 198. If you weren't with us earlier, it was pretty lean reading. Steve Smith top scored with 71. The next best was Jake Weatherald's 23. 22 for Travis Head up top. Keep in mind the Aussies were none for 45. And then all-out 198. So changed dramatically from that point on. There was no support for Steve Smith. He was the second last player out through 71. 82nd time he's passed 50 in Test cricket. Sam Mahmood, who we were speaking about moments ago, 6 for 55. Career best figures for him, the 26-year-old in his 15th Test. Cam Green to continue from the airport end, and that's a nice shot. Mominal Huck jumps on the front foot and just punches it away through mid-off, and that'll go all the way for 4. Ends up in front of the light tower, so his 12th ball that he sees, and he finds the boundary. 5 not out. Bangladesh 1 for 49.
That's close to the shot of the day. That was a beautiful off drive. Didn't overhit it, just leant on it, full face of the bat. It was a little bit of a throwdown from Cam Green. Proper long half volley. Nicely put away.
I think he took it on the full in the end.
Yeah, it was a full toss.
Full toss. Yeah. As we've touched on a couple of times. We are in the Morris Rioli stand, so we're square on, side on. Nominal Huck jumps on the back foot and defends back down the pitch. It's not the ordinary place you broadcast cricket from, which people that aren't aware, essentially you want to be behind the bowler's arm. There's not really infrastructure at a ground like this to be behind the bowler's arm, but for the established grounds around the country, when we're at places like the Sydney Cricket Ground or Adelaide Oval, there's actually different boxes for both the Australian rules coverage and the cricket coverage. So there's a different box that we use for cricket than we use for Aussie rules.
Maybe they could have put a second tier on that new stand that he was talking about.
Nominal Huck on strike, awaits Green around the wicket. He presses forward and just defends into the covers. There's no run. 1 for 49. We actually did Offside as our television program from that balcony at the Michael Long Centre one day. I think it was 2 years ago now. It was a fun episode to do. I was lucky enough to be on that show. So
it's an AFL building, is that what it is?
Yes, essentially so Michael Long's obviously the great AFL figure, but it's all sorts of community programs in and around the area. There is some, I actually think AFL NT are in there, but it's used for multiple different community programs, and there's, I'm going to I'll do some more research and get back to you, but I'm pretty sure it might even be close to 10 years old now. Relatively new. As Mominal Huck is forward and driving, the ball picks out Cummins at extra cover. Green, by the way, has come back over the wicket to the left-hander. He's in his third over, Cam Green. Mominal Huck on 5 and Tanzit Hassan on 17. Bangladesh 1 for 49. Too much for an Aussie rules fan?
Can't say I am.
No, just all Dragons, and
I'm a rugby league. Yeah, rugby league man, through and through.
I like all sports, but
AFL's probably towards the bottom of those lists.
Bit of a blind spot.
Yeah, it's a blind spot for me. Grand final if the Swans are in it, that'd be about him.
3 slips in the gully. Green, short one, and Mominal Huck cuts it away and cuts it between third slip and gully and away for 4. So that is a late cut. Mominal Huck with his second boundary of his innings, second boundary of the over, moves to 9, and 50's up for Bangladesh, 1 for 53.
He looked to get that right off the toe of the bat, I think. Just right in the middle. 2 fielders, third slip and gully. It's a bit of a short and wide one. It wasn't a great delivery, but right off the toe of the bat.
Green tries again. Over the wicket, delivers to Huck, who just ducks his head and watches the ball zip past his shoulder and through into the gloves of the keeper, Carey. So Mominal Huck on 9. Tanzit Hassan is there on 17, 1 for 53, Bangladesh. This is the second innings of the match, so Australia were all out for 198 earlier today.
Yep, it's not gone to script. It's the Australian team so far. Be a few nervous bowlers in this side as well, thinking we don't have a lot to play with here, and the trap is to go searching and try and create and make stuff happen and lose a bit of patience, and then all of a sudden that scoreboard bleeds and you're well behind the game. So they need to be creative, but they also have to have that element of patience and stick to a plan for long periods of time.
Pat Cummins from Michael Long's centre end of the ground runs away from the side screen and the scaffolding as he delivers to Tanzit, who's playing and missing, looking to drive outside the off stump. You have the Corden excited by that. And Pat Cummins, after seeing that, by the way, and the waft outside the off stump, said, you know what, square leg, you can drop back. So I don't know if he's ready to dole out some short stuff or he's looking for the double bluff.
That looks to me like a double bluff, but he might give him one just to double down as well. He'll be encouraged. He'll be encouraged by that swing and a miss to go, I want to go length, but he wants the batter to think I'm going bouncer, try and mess the feet up.
He wanted to make sure the batsman saw it, that square leg was going out, instructed that in the middle of the pitch.
Right in front of his face.
Here he comes as he delivers outside the off stump, but a play and a miss. A leave from Tanzit, who lets it pass alongside his off stump. Tanzit Hassan is touched on the top 4 all left-handers. So pushing across him the right arm quick in Pat Cummins. Just on the footy codes tonight, by the way, there's no AFL men's competition tonight, so unusual that there's a Thursday night slot that's been left open in the schedule. It's rated well for the game this year, but the reason for that is it's round 1 of the AFLW, so the centre of attention is the Hawks-Melbourne game tonight. Lauren Borden heads up our call, and in the NRL, you'll be getting Panthers-Roosters. Hopping on the back foot there, Tanzit just tucks Cummins away to mid-on, and Stark does the fielding. So Andrew Moore and the crew for the Panthers and the Roosters at Western Sydney Stadium just after 7 o'clock tonight. Of course, you can catch all that coverage through ABC Listen.
I thought you were going to say that they weren't playing the AFL because you were up here. Take the round off because you and Ben are on this call.
Definitely not the case. It's sort of a big Saturday, so with no Thursday night games, so there's 3 games on Sunday, 1 on Friday, which means the other 5 are all jammed in on Saturday. Cummins on his way in, bowls to Tanzit, who's miscuing a drive, and the ball squirts away through mid-wicket, and they're going to get a couple for it. The man's still back there. Travis Head zips it in. 2 more to the tally for Bangladesh. They move to 1 for 55 and Tanzit to 19. Mominal Huck on 9. You would have played on tours when the footy codes were in full swing and there's plenty of interest in the dressing room. I imagine the same way the country is with the divide. I imagine the dressing room would have been the same, the NRL and the AFL fans.
Oh, yeah, Queensland and New South Wales, and then everyone else was more worried about the Sharon.
In your time there, what was the prevailing thought as playing a miss here as Townsend flirts with the ball wide of off stump? 1 for 55.
About 50-50, because big representation of Queensland and New South Wales in the cricket room. But there was a lot of Sharons floating around in warm-ups, especially with Ricky Ponting as the captain, and he was very quick to get the AFL ball out. And
I guess particularly during the footy codes too, or the business end of the season, the team would often be on the road, wouldn't they? So you'd be in a time slot that there could be a game going on during play, or something like a game of significant consequence, obviously, throughout September. Tanzit Hassan awaits Cummins. Last ball of the over is in behind it and defending out on the offside. So Tanzit's 19, Mominal Huck's on 9. 1 for 55, Bangladesh in response to Australia's 198 all out. Nathan Lyon takes off his baggy green, exposes his bald bonce, and that was the cheer that you heard from the Morris Rioli stand below. They're pretty happy to see him in action. So Nathan Lyon had to come on for a roll here in the 16th over of the innings.
Yeah, I think they needed to do that as well. Gives the bowlers a little bit of a break, allows them to operate at one end, slow the game down a little bit, make them make the pace on the ball for a little while, maybe slow down the scoring as well. He's got a big job to do here, Nathan Lyon. Hold up an end. Attack and defend. Yeah, it's good to see him back in green and gold, isn't it? He's had his injury problems over the last few years. And
people forget too that he tore his hamstring significantly in the Adelaide test that required surgery, and he was out for the remainder of the series. But before that, he was left out in Jamaica, he was left out in Brisbane, so he didn't play either of the day-night tests. And here he is, Nathan Lyon, the man they call the GOAT, more wickets as an off-spinner than anyone else in Australian Test cricket history. His first delivery is going to be the Mominal Huck. Protection around the bat, and Huck's looking to sweep, and he does so, but can't break the infield, and Travis Head fields that low down at backward square, a dot ball. What do you make of this move? Obviously, the touched on the left-handers, that'll help Nathan Lyon out.
He bowls good to left-handers, that's for sure, and he has a knack of getting them out. You're looking to try and break through here.
Huck awaits, he turns it away in the air, but safe. Through mid-wicket, Stark in the shadows of the grandstand works around to his right and fields in front of us. Zips it back into the keeper Carey, so 2 there for Mominal Huck. And he moves into double digits, 11 not out. Bangladesh 1 for 57.
Bangladeshi batsmen though, they enjoy playing the spin. There's not a lot of turn on offer at the moment.
Line to Huck, who's forward and just drops it wide of Weatherall. Bounces out from underneath the helmet at short leg.
He looks in good shape though, doesn't he, Nathan Lyon? It looks like he's worked hard on his fitness. He needs to get himself as physically strong and fit as he can be.
Tries again, back in the crease, a cut shot from Mominal Huck, but straight to backward point. Cam Green collects that.
He wants to play for a long period of time. He's got to give himself every chance, and it looks like he has, which is good. Used his time well. Australia need him over this 20-match season as well.
On his way in, Huck back and just plays with late soft hands, defends into the ground, and Smith jumps out from first slip to retrieve it. Of course, coming up at the end of the day, it'll be grandstand at stumps. So we'll have all the post-play action from down on the boundary's edge.
Come on, boys,
full wrap of the day, the major talking points, and an interview and a word from the Australian camp. Line again around the wicket. Mominal Huck turns it away, upish but wide of Weatherall. Looking for a sharp reflex chance at short leg. A single out to Stark, who comes in off the boundary at deep mid-wicket. He's a dozen. Mominal Huck. Tanzit Hassan is 19 not out. Bangladesh 158. And there's also a little news segment we're going to introduce in the grandstand at stumps. So a little cross-promotion with the ABC Cricket Podcast. We get Ed Cowan's thought of the day. So Teddy Cowan will give us a little breakdown of something that caught his eye from the day's play. So you can catch up on the full day's play on Grandstand at Stumps, and it will go in the ABC Cricket podcast feed. So you'll get that post-play, and we'll hear what Teddy's got for us as part of that. Nominal Huck, 12 not out. Tanzit Hassan on 19. Bangladesh 1 for 58. Only 140 runs behind in the Test match. Second innings of the game. Huck on strike, looks for the uppercut, well played. Lifts it over the top of the cordon. 2 bounces and away for 4 in front of the side screen. All of a sudden he's moving. Took him a while to get his first boundary. He's now got 3. Nominal Huck moves to 16. And Bangladesh 1 for 62.
Yeah, just nicely played, wasn't it? Lifting the ball over the slip cordon. I wonder whether Cummins might put somebody back there, but leaving it up at the moment. Keeping the 3 slips in the gully. We have a short leg. We have a square leg as well. No one at mid-on.
Here comes Cummins around the wicket again. Nicking, caught. No. On the half volley, not quite. Nominal Huck. And Marnus Labuschagne at third slip takes it on the bounce. Certainly fooled those in the Morris Rioli stand, and I was chief amongst them.
I was going to say, you fell for the crowd catch there, didn't you? Hook, line and sinker.
That got me on the way through.
It was nicely held too from Labuschagne.
He's still there on 16. Bangladesh 1 for 62. Cummins around the wicket. Nominal little inside edge onto his pad. Runs away. Coming in from short leg. Travis Head retrieves that. Actually played against Australia. Nominal Huck back in 2017 as part of their most recent series. Obviously almost a decade ago now. Nathan Lyon got him out in both innings. The one test that he played. Former captain, 34 years of age, in at 3 here. 16 off 26. Waiting Cummins. Nominal Huck takes it off his rib cage. Well played. Controls it all the way along the ground out towards fine leg. Josh Hazlewood does the fielding out in the deep, so 1 more for Huck. He moves to 17. Bangladesh 1 for 63.
This is a very spirited spell from Pat Cummins. He doesn't often get it above 140 these days. He's sort of in that high 130 mark, but this over he's been in the 141, 142k mark. He's really trying to get this breakthrough for his team. High effort, high energy.
Cummins continues around, bowls to Tanzit Hassan here, who defends confidently on the offside. We touched on Bangladesh's improvement, so 9th ranked team in the world under the ICC rankings, but sit 4th as it is currently on the World Test Championship, obviously a smaller sample size. They had a 2-0 win in the series up against Ireland. They had a 2-0 win against Pakistan. So all of a sudden they're on a 4-match win streak. And then ran into Zimbabwe, which was they had a few injuries, but unusual loss given the way the 2 nations were tracking. So 4 wins in their last 5. Cummins, a short one, and it's pulled away. Tanzit Hassan picked it up nice and early. Didn't quite get it, bouncing away in front of that eastern bank, and Weatherall trots back from regulation square leg to keep it to 2. So Tanzit Hassan moves to 21. 1 for 65 at the end of the Cummins over. Nominal Huck's not out on 17. Is there an upset brewing here at Marara Oval with Bangladesh late on the opening day 1 for 65 in response to the Australians 198 all out?
They're batting well. It's Bangladesh batting unit. Showing some good resistance. Only 133 behind now. Really showing that they're up for this contest. Australia are going to have to roll their sleeves up and make something happen.
As Lyon starts a new over, coming down the track at him is Nominal Huck, and that's well played. He lifts it over mid-on. with mid-on up inside the ring and bouncing away for 4. It's almost exclusively trading in boundaries now. Moves to 21, 1 for 69 Bangladesh.
Nice footwork, wasn't it, from Middlemas? Beautiful feet, just dancing down the wicket, lofting it over mid-on. Really nimble on his feet. That's a great cricket shot.
Line. He's weighing again and just works it off leg stump. Backward square. Travis Head does the fielding.
Certainly looking to get the scoreboard moving against Lyon, haven't they? It looks very, very much a tactic. Try and upset his line of length early.
Phenomenal huck.
Get it.
Turns it just wide of Weatherall to short leg and they'll get a single. It's well run. Turning the strike over. Moves to 22.
Nice busy stuff. Really good use of hands there to get the ball past Travis Head at short leg.
Already well and truly past the 54 all out that they made in the tour game, so it's improvement. Put that behind them, Bangladesh. It's one of the best attacks in the world, 1 for 70. As Townsend down the track gets jammed up inside edge onto his pad, rolls away on the offside.
They need to remedy their second innings, though, don't they? That was where the problem was for the second innings.
I think they
did well first innings.
260 odd, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz got the 100. Still plenty of batting to come. The captain in next, Shantu, and it's Mustafa Rahman, who's the leading run scorer all time in Bangladeshi Test cricket. A long handle to this. Tanzit Hassan takes it again over mid-on. Cummins has work to do, running back downhill to retrieve it.
Certainly not intimidated by this Australian bowling lineup, are they? Taking it to us.
They're going to get 3 for that. To long on. So it moves to 24. Bangladesh 1 for 73. Phenomenal Huck's got 1 ball to see out here. Into the line over. Inside the final half hour of play on day 1. As line to Huck in his square drives. Can't break the infield and Green retrieves it at backward point. It's a fascinating stage in this test match. If you thought the Australians would wrestle back control, they haven't yet. And we've still got half an hour of cricket to play on the opening day. Australia all out 198. And now in response, Bangladesh 1 for 73. In control. A double change, Ben Cameron and Jaques Gillespie on the way.
Live coverage of the cricket. Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Sport, your home of cricket.
What have we got brewing here? A long way to go, but Bangladesh in a good position. 1 for 73. Mominal on 22 and Tanzit on 24, trailing by 125.
Evening, Benny, and evening to all our listeners. It's been a very, very good start by the Bangladesh batting order. Just got Australia on the back foot a little bit.
Didn't have this on the bingo card. Josh Hazlewood is going to come into the attack from Michael Long, learning centre end of the ground. Jim Maxwell was looking at the scaffolding that's holding up the side screen, the reflection in the window, and thought it was a building site. It's been there for years. Tanzit on strike. Hazlewood around the wicket to the left-hander, who's compactly defending. Down towards mid-on. Shadows lengthening. The shadow from this Maurice Rioli grandstand stretching out about a third of the way across the ground. Beautiful, still, warm, balmy evening. It'd be beautiful to sit down at the waterfront tonight and enjoy a meal and a little bit of camaraderie.
Love it. Sounds like a great night.
Good text coming in as well. 2 slips and a gully. Tanzit picks up his bat. Hazlewood bowls, and Tanzit again rock solid with that defensive stroke out towards the covers, and Labuschagne comes into field.
What have we got on the text line, Benny?
One coming through from Jim in Hertfordshire.
Oh, right.
Enjoying listening to the call on the BBC. Feels absurd to be getting a test cricket fix from Australia on a 36-degree day here. Middle of summer, when the schedule has been handed over to the awful 100. Great move from Cricket Australia.
Oh, thank you, Jim, from Hertfordshire.
Was my pronunciation slightly off? I think it was. My apologies.
No, that's all right.
Tanzit awaiting Hazelwood again. Back of a length, and Tanzit hopping into a defensive stroke.
At least I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure. But maybe
Jim
can text us back to let us know.
We know that our man, Darren Lehman, is enjoying his time over there.
Oh, isn't he just?
In North Ants, and won the blast.
No, he's... they'll build him a statue there at Wantage Road.
He's already got one at the Adelaide Oval where he's slogging you over mid-wicket.
No. They just forgot, the sculptor, Ken Martin, just forgot to put the broken stumps behind both.
Tanzit awaiting Hazelwood, arriving now, short ball, and he just goes with it on the pull stroke. Couple of bounces and then a hop and a skip and a jump into the awaiting arms of Mitchell Stark, or the awaiting hands of Mitchell Stark. He fires it back to Carey. 1 for 74. So Tanzit on 24. Make that 25 as the scoreboard ticks over. They would be wrapped with this day, Bangladesh. They could not have hoped for more, could they, Diz?
No, losing the toss. It would have been interesting to see what they would have done had they won the toss. They may well have decided, looked at the surface and thought, well, our best chance of having an impact in this game is to actually have a bowl. And but look, I think it was a spirited display, by particularly the seamers. Bowled very nicely.
Mominal facing Hazelwood and just gliding a ball wide of the gully. This will be at least a couple. The Aussies out in pursuit of it. Cam Green runs it in, flicks it back to Nathan Lyon, and 2 more, so 1 for 76. Mominal with 2 more, he moves to 24.
But you're exactly right, Benny. To bowl this Australian side out for 198 and then late on day one, just losing the 1 wicket in the 18th, 19th over, 1 for 76. They'll really want to hope they can get through unscathed here tonight. No more wickets, and it's very, very much Bangladesh's day.
They're all important half hours, but this is big as Mominal's playing and missing, pressing forward. Hazelwood gets one to catch the rope, the seam of the ball, and it just jags away from him through to Carey. A play and a miss past the outside edge, 1 for 76.
I think it's actually going to be fascinating in the review of the day when the boys interview one of the Australians, just to get a bit of a feel for what the Aussie boys have felt this surface, how it's playing, how it played when Australia batted.
Do you feel like it's maybe flattened out and quickened up a bit, or is it just a case that Bangladesh are batting well?
I think it's a combination of both. I think the surface may have just settled down a little bit. I mean, Bangladesh can bat another, get to 30 overs with only the 1 wicket down. The air will go out of the ball. The seam won't be as pronounced. It'll be a bit odd. It won't swing. They've got a really good opportunity if they can tick off a few significant partnerships to put a big score on the board.
Line bowling here to Tanzit around the wicket to the left-hander who gets well forward. Full face of the bat. Lays it out onto the offside.
It's a very teasing field, this. We've got mid-on. Mid-on's quite wide and quite deep. It's an easy single. Same with mid-off as even Mitchell Stark is even further back. It's just an easy single. So teasing the batters.
Line into a trot. Bowls now. Gives it to Mayer very wide of the off stump as well. And Tanzit not tempted. Gaza just lets it pass through to Carey.
And what I mean by that teasing, Nathan Lyon is teasing them. He's got the mid-on, mid-off back just far enough, but not quite far enough to tempt them to go over the top.
He's bowling again to Tanzit. Forward, upish, close to Nathan Lyon on his follow-through. Diving and nearly as Jason Gillespie called, just tempting them line. Couldn't quite get to that one. 1 for 77, Bangladesh.
It's just a bit wide. It was close.
It was closer than I thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was not far away, Nathan Lyon. In and bowling again. And Mominal just lets a very wide delivery pass. Not into position to play a square drive or a cut. Never flashed at it. A blank bat, as Corbin mentioned, the second most test centuries for Bangladesh behind Mushfiqur Rahim. Line in and bowling. Mominal leaning on a full delivery. Nice, guys. Pushes it out to point.
It's good, Gaza.
The Aussie batting, Diz. How you assess it And I guess in a macro view, I'm not talking so much about today, but the ongoing concerns that so many hold about Australian batting as Lyon is trying again. Mominal back and cutting and piercing the infield. The ball spins away towards the rope. And it will reach it just ahead of Bo Webster. Big Bo can't run it in. And Bangladesh, 1 for 81. Mominal, he advances along to 28.
Yeah, in answer to your question, Benny, I think in this series, this 2-test series, if there's precious few runs from guys that have probably been under a bit of scrutiny, the Weatheralls, Labuschagnes and Greens, if there isn't significant contributions, I think that there has to be a question mark on them for the South African tour. There's no doubt about that. I think Corby gave us some numbers with Marnus from his first through his first 20 tests and now his last 20 tests. He hasn't scored a test 100 in over 1,000 days or something like that. Those numbers would be a little bit concerning for Australia.
2 slips in a gully. Hazelwood around the wicket to Tanzit, who chops down on it, glides it away to deep backward point. Line comes in from out of the shade to do the work. So 1 for 82.
But as I did talk about earlier today, Benny, when Marnus Labuschagne's been told go back and play some Shield cricket, he's gone back and scored heavy runs.
Yeah.
And they know he's experienced in Test cricket, so I can completely understand why he's been picked. Absolutely. And I think he's a wonderful player. But ultimately runs are your currency as a batter, and he's just a little bit short of where he'd like to be, I would have thought, at the moment.
3 slips in a gully, point, cover, mid-on, and a square leg. Hazelwood in, Mominal goes with the forward defensive. The ball deflects out to backward point. So the question is, I've just asked Rick Finlay to run the numbers for us around the averages from last season for the top 5 run scorers in the Shield.
Right.
Like who are the next options? Who's banging down the door, Diz, to potentially come in and get into this team?
Well, I think we had a bit of an insight into the selectors' thinking with the CA11. They had Campbell Kellaway and Sam Constas open the batting. Curtis Patterson was given an opportunity to bat at 3. Teague Wiley got runs at 6.
Hazelwood in and bowling, and Mominal shoulders arms. Carey takes it around the bootlaces, flicks it to Marnus at 3rd slip.
And there's been a relatively a younger squad that I think has been selected to go to India soon, I think, as an A tour. So that the likes of Jaden Goodwin, I think, is on that trip. I think Sam Constas, I think Campbell Kellaway, I'm not sure. I'd have to double check that. So there seems to be a few different options for the Australian selectors to ponder.
Mominal awaiting Hazelwood and defending with a vertical bat as he plays it out towards Lyon at point. 1 for 82.
And I know there's a lot of talk about potentially playing against Bangladesh. Is it an opportunity to blood some young players and that? But I kind of, in a way, defend the selectors a little bit here. George Bailey and Tony Doddermode and Andrew McDonald. In that they are showing that they value Test cricket highly, and they just take each game as it comes, each series. We just pick what we believe is the best team, and I actually don't mind that. They've rewarded performance at state level with Jake Weatherall being given an extended run.
Hazelwood around the wicket again and driving Mominal through cover point. The square drive timed beautifully, and that's 4 more.
It's a beautiful shot.
Bangladesh,
it's on the up.
Looking their goods here at 1 for 86, and Pat Cummins, he stands bereft at mid-on, pondering his next move as Australian skipper.
Yeah, just a bit of width there from Josh Hazelwood coming around the wicket. Mominal Just on the up, it's a beautiful, almost like front foot cut shot, square drive.
Hold the pose for the snappers as well, Diz. Hazelwood trying again. Nominal inside edge onto the pads, and it just trickles away through the onside. It'll take one for 87, so no ball as well. You can make that 1 for 88. So Rick Finlay has confirmed what I suspected. So, and maybe this is relative to the pitches that we're getting in Shield cricket at the moment. But Peter Hanscom last year was the leading run scorer in Shield cricket, averaged 34 last season, basically. 34. Harper 35, Bancroft 33, Hunt 35, and Constas 33. So Hanscom scored 724 runs from 21 innings. Kansas facing up and driving back to Hazelwood in his follow through.
There is no doubt that the surfaces that Shield cricketers are playing on at the moment are slightly in favour of bowling, of seam bowling in particular.
It's not the sort of Jimmy Maher, Stuart Law days when they were just piling on runs. As good as those guys were, it's not to take anything away from them, but it feels like everything's shifted lower significantly, hasn't it?
The numbers don't lie. Benny, the numbers don't lie. The preparations of surfaces, we don't know, is it being done differently, or is there other factors coming in? Is it the techniques, the modern players in the last decade or so, with the philosophy or mindset of being more aggressive, look to score, look to put pressure back on the bowlers, look to drive the game? You hear all these buzzwords, which all mean like, let's be aggressive.
Oh, you spoke about this ad nauseum throughout the Test summer. What was the one that got you that you didn't like? It was, I've got to play my natural game. Was that the one that frustrated you?
I think I don't mind players playing their natural game, but you've got to adjust and adapt your game as well.
Mitchell Starc into the attack from the airport end of the ground. Left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-hander, Mominal, who plays it away through mid-wicket off his pads. A straight delivery from Starc.
No, I'll tell you what the term was. That's the way I played.
That's the way I play. I knew I was sort of close.
It was close, And the reason that frustrates me is that as a coach, I would go back, okay, so if a player says that to me, I'll say, okay, so every time the ball's doing something off the surface, you've just demonstrated to me and said to me that you can't score runs. So that's cool. We'll go and pick someone else.
Flashed at one on the up, through the covers, nicked it because the ball was jagging around. It's just the way I play. Two slips in a gully. Starc in and bowling now, and Townsend leaves a very wide delivery from Starc.
It's up there with the frustrating thing for a coach. Like, that's the way I play, and the other one is I wasn't clear on my role when a player when they don't perform. It's one of two things. Either they haven't been made clear, so that is that on the coaching staff or whatever. But I would always argue as well that why are you going out onto the ground if you're unclear? You'd seek clarification to get the clarity before you go out to perform, wouldn't you? So I think sometimes it's an excuse for poor performance.
Mitchell Starc with his brand new headband on. Bounds in again, tries once more, and it's whipped away by Tanzit. Very fine, and this will find the rope. Tanzit onto 31. Bangladesh 1 for 93. They only trail by 105 runs after Australia were bowled out for their lowest ever Test score against Bangladesh, 198. And this comes on the back of a 2-1 series win in ODI cricket against Australia in June. I know it's a very different format.
Was that their first ever win in a series against Australia?
Yes, it was.
It was, yes. It's a great achievement for Bangladesh. They're certainly a country on the improve. There's no doubt about that.
Tanzit flexing at the knees as Starc approaches. A length delivery, but well wide of the off stump. Passes through to Carey. Just wonder what this is worth as well. The longer this goes on for, the confidence that builds and the ability to boss the game and control the game from here, Diz.
I know it's a long way to go, obviously, but the first port of call is probably try and get through tonight unscathed. And then tomorrow, it's about ticking off significant partnerships. If Bangladesh can do that, then they'll be certainly driving the game, as we say, in the box seat. Darren Lehman always talks about that. Let's drive the game forward.
2 slips in a gully. Townsend picks up his bat, Stark bowls, and he late cuts. Doesn't get all of it. Chopper out towards backward point. 1 for 94. I tell you what, it's the one thing that hasn't surprised me because of the way that he played, but working with Buff the last couple of years and just how aggressive he is in his thinking about the game and the need to constantly move the game forward, like you said. Yeah, it has really stuck out to me.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, there's I suppose a caveat to that is you play the situation, you play the conditions, you adjust and adapt to the opposition, and to what you see, you read what the game's telling me, what the game needs from me right now, and adjust and adapt.
Stark passes the umpire, bowls and driving Mominal without timing down to mid-off. I did think he would have been Bazball with brains had he followed
Bazball with brains. I love that. I actually thought he'd be a fantastic appointment for England. But the only problem is, if he did that, then he wouldn't be with us over the summer, man.
I'm happy he didn't go.
Yeah, same.
Stephen Fleming will do an outstanding job, fantastic coach. Have you had many run-ins with Stephen Fleming, the coach?
A little bit. I saw him at MLC and we had a couple of chats, and I had a feeling that he'd be in the frame because it was announced not long before he was announced as the England Test coach. There was a statement came out saying he was stepping down from the Chennai Super Kings and all the Super Kings franchises around the world, like the Texas Super Kings and the Joburg Super Kings. He was stepping back from those roles. This was literally at around the same time that it was announced that Brendan McCullum was being moved along as Test coach. So you kind of put 2 and 2 together. He didn't say anything. He kept his cards close to his chest, but I think a few people reading between the lines thought, he could be in consideration there.
Bangladesh 1 for 94. That was the end of the Stark over, by the way. So Josh Hazlewood to continue in operation from Michael Long Learning Centre end of the ground. Bowling now, and Townsend bat and pad close together as he defends out into the offside. Scratches away at his guard. I spoke earlier about Josh Hazlewood's fitness when I was on with you.
Yes.
Rick Finlay did pass on to us that Hazlewood has only played all matches in a 5-test series once, 2017-18.
In his whole career?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Stark has done it 4 times by comparison.
Wow. Wonder how many Glenn McGrath, if Rick's listening, how many full series Glenn McGrath participated in? I would say it's a lot.
He didn't miss too many.
No, he didn't.
Hazlewood, right arm over to the left-hander, and Townsend defending a straight delivery from Hazlewood, who's metronomic again, much like Glenn McGrath, on a line and length, right at the top of off stump. Derek and Ann from Howard in Queensland say, isn't Test cricket the best cricket? When the script is pre-written, and alas, life presents, an awesome game presents. In the top shed doing a few steaks and a few more prawns. Oh, that's living. A few steaks and prawns and
listen to the cricket. Beautiful.
Hazlewood bustles in again, bowls now and wide of the off stump. Good carry through to Carey. Just pounding away at a good length here, Josh Hazlewood. Making a little trench in there.
It's just like just put the shoebox on a length and just look at it hit that shoebox over and over and over again. The late Dean Jones used to always talk about that.
Shoebox?
Just hit the shoebox. Bowlers, hit the shoebox over and over again.
We used to, our old coaches used to have us bowl at a water bottle a lot.
Yeah, okay.
So it was a good little target.
Yeah. Remember they used to talk about the late Clary Grimmett, wonderful leg spinner for South Australia and Australia. Used to put a handkerchief on a length and hit that.
Carey goes down, Townsend faces up and ducks under a bouncer. Haven't seen the Aussies try out the short ball too much today. 1 for 94 Bangladesh here.
Pat bowled a couple of bouncers, didn't he? But you know what's interesting about that with the targets on the surface? Glenn McGrath never looked at any spot on the pitch or anything. It was all, you know how accurate he was? He did he never looked at anything in particular. It was all feel for him.
Really?
It was all feel. So he would just be looking at the stumps or somewhere around there, but it was all about the feel.
Danzit awaiting Hazelwood, who holds another short ball, ducks underneath it. Pidge will join us for the second test in Mackay as well.
He is very excited to see the great man. We've been doing our podcast. It's been a lot of fun. He was on his trek back from India. I think he was in transit in our last record. So it'd be good to see the big fella.
You two are menaces together.
No, he's a menace.
He's a big child, isn't he?
Oh,
it's so bizarre for someone who grew up sort of like.
You know, like, everyone talks about Merv Hughes being a pest and all that sort of stuff. No, mate, McGrath was up there. He's on the podium. Don't you worry about that.
He's a massive pest.
McGrath.
He's good fun for the commentary box during a long day.
Wonderful human being. Great fun.
2 slips in a gully. Danzit whacking away and now picking up his bat as Hazelwood bowls to him, and he goes back and across. Defends a straight delivery just back of a length from around the wicket from Josh Hazelwood. End of the over, 1 for 94. So 1, maybe 2 overs for Bangladesh to survive here, and been a really.
Reckon it's 1.
Reckon it's 1?
Yeah. Just modern overrate standards.
We won't get it. So well. I'll give him another.
They're just rolling through casually. I think you just heard the Aussies through the stump mic saying, we won't get it, we won't get it. So this is going to be Bangladesh's day.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
Who would have forecast that coming in, but the Aussies bowled out for 198, having won the toss. Steve Smith top scored with 71, and Bangladesh making a real fist of it. So Mitchell Stark to bowl the last over from the airport end of the ground. Hurries in, bowls to Mominal, who just turns it away. There's nearly a mix-up. Head comes scurrying in, the little penguin with happy feet as he runs in, fields the ball and keeps them from getting through for that single. 1 for 94.
If I was the non-striker, I would just be sitting on my bat.
Yeah. I think Buff would have been too. Would have been leaning on his bat and said, mate, no.
Well, as a night watchman, if you know you're coming into the last over, so I would actually tell the batter at the other end, because normally you're batting with a frontline batter. I'd just say, take your gloves off, sit on your bat, just stand a foot in your crease, because we ain't running.
2 slips in a gully await. Stark bowling now, and Mominal turns his back on it as he lets it pass about a foot outside the off stump. Rick Finlay's come back to us.
He has.
6 times.
McGrath played the whole series.
Yeah, including 1 6-test series.
That would have been in England.
And you did it twice.
Yeah, I only did it twice,
See, I just remember you guys never missing, so I would have thought you might have done it.
So it was the odd test, like, whether it's back to back or you pull up, you might have a little niggle. And
Andy Bickle or Michael Kasperwich comes in to
a big Dixie trickle, Andy Bickle.
I was a kid of the 2000s and the 2003 Cricket World Cup where Andy Bickle starred.
Because he basically, that 03 World Cup, I got injured first.
He came in for you.
He came in for me. And he got 7 for 20 against England.
Yeah. Stark bowling again here to Mominal, who's shouldering arms through to Carey, takes it waist high.
And was a big factor in Australia winning the World Cup, Andy Bickle. What wonderful cricketer. I think he batted with Michael Bevan in that game as well. It was an all-round game. It was absolutely superb.
No ball from Mitchell Stark, so we'll have to re-bowl that one. Might come in handy.
Andy Bickle's made a great name for himself as a bowling coach. Of note, I think he's more focusing on the pathway in Queensland these days. He's had experience all over the world coaching. He's been been brilliant for young bowlers all around the world.
Hitting Andre Adams double bouncer for 6 in that World Cup. Stark bowls again, and Mominal getting well back to defend. Trying to see out this final over. 1 for 95 Bangladesh. Mominal on 34. Yeah, tried a slow ball, double bouncer, and I think from memory, Andy Bickle heaved it to cow corner for 6.
Yeah, good.
Into the scoreboard.
I got a funny story about Andre Adams. I was coaching Yorkshire. He was playing for Hampshire. And by then, his eyes were gone. He was batting 11. And because he used to be an all-rounder. And he's batting 11. He got a king pair.
Oh, no.
In this county game. Caught it long on both innings. He just ended up, towards the end of his career, he was just slogging. And he just got, king pair. Caught out in the deep.
3 balls left in the day. Stark trying again, and Mominal takes a ball from the top of off stump. The defensive stroke out towards point. And Labuschagne, the energetic Labrador, scurries in, fields it, slides, throws it.
It reminds me of a funny story about Merv Hughes. He got sent in as night watchman for Victoria. Simon O'Donnell was captain. And he's gone in as night watchman, spinners on, bowls a full toss, slogs it to deep mid-wicket, caught. Walks in, apparently Simon O'Donnell's got steam pouring out of his ears. He's got, Merv, what the hell was that? And Merv just innocently looks at him and goes, oh, what, you never got a good ball early?
Stark in and bowling. Second last ball of the day and whipped away by Mominal. Down towards fine leg for a single. So 1 for 96 Bangladesh. Last ball of the day about to come. Australia all out for 198. And Bangladesh have had themselves a day.
They certainly have. Been excellent from Bangladesh. Trail by 102 runs. Who would have thought? I think you mentioned it. Certainly not on your bingo card.
Certainly not.
Certainly not on anyone's radar. This today.
Jim's got bingo in my mind. Last ball of the day. 2 slips in a gully. Stark bowling to Tanzid, who keeps it out. A straight delivery on the stumps from Stark. But Tanzid is up to it. And Bangladesh have had a brilliant day of Test cricket here in Darwin. They have bowled out Australia for 198. Australia's lowest ever total against Bangladesh in Test match cricket. And they have safely reached stumps at 1 for 96. Mominal unbeaten on 35 and Tanzid 32 not out. Jason Gillespie, what a day from the Fighting Tigers.
Oh, it is absolutely the Fighting Tigers, and without a doubt. I mean, we talked about at the start of the day, the first session, that picking up those wickets, 4 wickets in the first session. It was definitely Bangladesh's morning, but they've converted that into a full day. There was a bit of a rearguard action from Australia in that first hour after lunch, but then wickets just fell at regular intervals with some good bowling from the Bangladeshis, and this batting effort just to lose the 1 wicket. 24 overs. I think it's been a superb performance from Bangladesh, Benny.
So just to recap the day, Australia won the toss. They elected to bat through Pat Cummins out there, and it was a 45-run opening stand between the hometown hero, Jaques Weatherald, and also Travis Head. Jaques Weatherald was out for 23. Travis Head followed shortly after for 22. Marnus Labuschagne, it was a painful 20-ball stay at the crease before he was out for 1. Shortly after that, Cameron Green, he was out for 13. Australia were 4 for 74 at that point. That brought about the luncheon interval. Then it looked like Carey and Smith might combine, but Alex Carey was out bowled off the bowling of Ebadot Hussain for 19. Shortly thereafter, Bo Webster was dismissed for 12. He was bowled by Taskin Ahmed. Pat Cummins came and went for 9. Mitchell Stark contributed 1, and Nathan Lyon was out for 7. Josh Hazlewood not out on 4. Steve Smith made 71 as well. So the 5th time that Steve Smith has been dismissed for 71. What a stat from Rick Finlay. The Aussies all out for 198. Taskin Ahmed, 16 overs, 2 for 55. The story of the day, really, Hassan Mahmood, 17 overs, 6 for 55. Ebadot Hussain, Hussain, 11 overs, 2 for 39. Mahidi Hassan Miraz, 4 overs, none for 12. And Tajul Islam, 5 overs, none for 24. And then the only Bangladesh player out is Shadman Islam for 20. The unbeaten batsman, Tanzit Hassan and Mamunul Haq on 32 and 35. Let's go downstairs. Grandstand at Stumps with Corbin Middlemas.
It was an extraordinary day of Test cricket in which Bangladesh, the touring nation, in their first Test match in these parts in more than 2 decades, took the honours on day one. They bowled out the Australians for 198, and at Stumps, a 1 for 96, trailing the Test match by just 102 runs, with Mamunul Haq on 32 and Tanzit Hassan not out on 32. This is Grandstand at Stumps. Corbin Middlemas alongside Phil Jaques and Xavier Doherty, and right off the top, I'm pleased to say we're joined by the greatest off spinner that Australia's ever produced in Nathan Lyon. Nathan, tough old day for your team. How do you sum it up?
A tough day, but there's a lot of learnings there that we can take on moving forward. But credit to Bangladesh, they played well. They bowled well on a wicket that gave a little bit, probably a lot more than what I was expecting. But it seems like a really good, nice wicket now. So it's going to be a bit of hard work for the bowlers, but we'll go home, we'll reflect, and we'll have a couple of good plans and come again tomorrow.
So is 198, is that below par, or is 1 for 96 ahead of schedule?
I think if you win the toss and bat first, I think you want more than that. But it's up to us bowlers now to put a really good performance in and challenge the Bangladesh guys as much as we can.
I guess the overall effort with the new ball, I mean, the guys felt like they were toiling away, but the wickets didn't come for them in the same way that it did, obviously, for Bangladesh in their innings. How hard is it going to be now at this stage to try and make inroads?
I'm really intrigued to see how tomorrow morning comes. There's obviously a lot of moisture around early in the morning, usually a heavy dew here in Darwin, so I'm expecting there'll probably a little bit more movement in the morning. I thought our bowlers bowled really well, to be honest with you, but credit again to Bangladesh. They put any bad balls or put us bowlers under pressure by challenging shots, but probably let Josh down there by not taking that catch.
Gaz, just what was the feedback coming back from the middle from the batters? Was it too pace? Because watching the screen and from side on, it didn't look like there was heaps. Was it just the subtle changes of pace off the deck?
No, they felt like the first hour was really, really challenging in the sense that it was moving a fair bit, especially early on. But I feel like typical Test cricket, isn't it? If it's a new ball, it's going to move a little bit. Seems like a really good wicket, if I'm being honest with you. So I look forward to tomorrow.
Guys, obviously a little bit below par of where Australia would like to be. What do you reckon the reflection will look like from Australia's batting performance today? Do you feel like we're a little bit rusty? Was some of the shot selections not quite right, or do you think it was that wicket playing a part?
I'm not going to sit here and judge our batters or comment on batting or shit shots or anything like that. All I can say is our preparation's been unbelievable. For the last 5 weeks, we've been up in Brizzy on centre wickets, on challenging wickets, and I thought our batters looked really good. Some days a bowler seems to have their day, and the young fella takes 6 wickets. It's pretty in a Test match. It's pretty amazing. So credit to him. But yeah, I'm not going to criticise our batters because they did say I was doing a fair bit out there, and if the quality of Steve Smith says that, then I'll tend to believe him.
Now, Gaz, the most talked about hamstring in world cricket. How did it feel, and how was it to be back at the crease? Was the ball coming out of hand?
No, I feel really good, mate, to be honest with you. It's been a journey over the last 8 months, if I'm being honest with you, but I'm hitting a few PBs in the gym, which I've never done before, so which is amazing. So credit goes to the CA medical staff and the guidance that I've been able to have in the gym and doing all the long rehab. But yeah, it's nice to be back playing, that's for sure.
You're looking in career best nick, mate. What have you been doing? Have you been lifting a bit? You been getting back into the boxing? Or
a bit of everything, to be honest. But I've gone down the Pete Siddle path of cycling. So I'm on the bike quite regularly, which I get a big kick out of. Thoroughly enjoy it. So it's been hard work. There's no point hiding behind that. But I've got an incredible team here, but also behind me, my wife, especially Tom Carter as well. He's been the one person who's probably been on my case to make sure I get back bigger and better and try and play a decent role over the next 14 months.
Nathan Lyon with us on Grandstand at Stumps. What's the way back into the Test match from here, Nathan?
doing the basics for long periods of time. If we can challenge the guys' defence in the morning, get them to try and force a few shots, we've got a pretty handy bowling attack. So if, I've got full confidence in the guys out there that will rest up, recover, come well planned tomorrow morning and put the basics into play.
We'll see you back here tomorrow. Appreciate your time.
Too easy. Thanks, guys.
Nathan Lyon with us from the Australian cricket team on the back of a tough day for the Australians as they return to Test cricket for the first time in 8 months. Grandstand at stumps, Corbin Middlemas alongside Xavier, Doherty and Phil Jaques. Just repeating that stump score. So 1 for 96, Bangladesh. They trail the Test by only 102 runs. Australia all out for 198, batting first. It is proper jaw-dropping stuff. I think if you said that was going to be the scoreline at the start of the day, I'm not sure too many people would have believed you. I mean, it is an extraordinary scoreline after the opening day of the first Test here in Darwin.
I think the only thing missing from the worst possible scenario is a major injury, wasn't it? Like, so, you know, fingers crossed that doesn't happen for Australia over the next few days. But aside from that, it was as bad a day as you could probably picture. And maybe we're underselling Bangladesh. You know, we a lot of the talk coming into the Test match was how long is it going to last? Are we going to be here for the weekend? And, you know, a certain amount of disrespect, and myself included, Corb, you know, I'm not going to shy away from that. I just thought this was a fait accompli that Australia would knock this over and it would be a no contest. And it's certainly not the way day one panned out. And, you know, it's set up beautifully for Australia to have to work really hard to stay in this Test match.
So why are we here? Why are we at this point where Bangladesh are so far on top after the first day's play? What do you put it down to?
Well, what I put it down to is that Test cricket's alive and well, and that there's two teams playing this game. You know, the two international contests, two international competition, two really good teams. Bangladesh are no mugs. They're not a bad team, and they probably had the better of the conditions. Australia didn't really ride those tough periods today. There were periods where the scoreboard shut down for a little while. And instead of just waiting that little bit longer, that over or two, Australia came to them consistently and kept losing wickets. And you can only have a look at the scorecard to see how many starts were had by the batters to say that they didn't get through those tough periods in the game.
I think you called this out during the broadcast today. So it's, what, 6 out of the top 7. 6 of the top 7 all made it to double digits. It was only Marnus Labuschagne who was out for single digits, and he's faced 20 balls before he was out. To step you through the day in chronological order, and there's a whole lot of talking points to pick up on the way through, but the Aussies, we learnt their team yesterday. We knew that Boland misses out, so it'll be the Hall of Fame quartet of Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins and Lyon that Australia would field. They won the toss and they decided to bat first. The openers put on 45, so at one point the Australians were none for 45. Jake Weatherald nicked off. He was out for 23. Travis Head made 22. He chopped on. Steve Smith was the only scorer of substance. He was in fact the only man that scored over 23. He made 71 before he was out chasing some late runs batting with the tail. But the rest of the card, Marnus Labuschagne out for 1, nicking off to second slip. Cam Green got caught in front of the wicket trying to turn a ball off his hip and bobbled up to square leg. He was out for 13 off as many. Both Carey and Webster were both bowled. Carey out for 19 and Webster for 12. Pat Cummins went for 9, and the bowlers didn't really offer much today. Stark out for 1. He too nicked behind. And then Nathan Lyon was out for 7. He was the last man to go. Hazelwood not out on 4, but 198 all out, the lowest ever total that Australia has assembled in Test cricket against Bangladesh. They batted only 53 overs, so it was all done at that particular stage. Australia all out 198. What were the biggest talking points, do you think, that came out of the Australian innings with the bat?
Well, I think the fact that no batters really stood up and took the game by the scruff of the neck. Steve Smith almost did, and then got let down with lack of partners. But I think the big talking point will be just that little bit of lack of patience. I think you win the toss on a wicket that it has a little bit in it, and you have to be prepared to ride those little bits if there's a bit of sideways movement. And I feel like there was a lot of driving on the up, a few loose shots in there. You can put it down to Russ first game of the year, but I think that'd be an excuse. As Nathan said, I think the team has prepared really well. They've been using this as an off-season and have had a proper preparation in Queensland, just lacking a bit of match practice potentially in that heat of the battle to get through those tough times. Maybe they took the opposition that little bit lightly and thought that they could hit their way through it, as opposed to just taking that little bit of extra time.
Yeah, it feels like a common refrain, doesn't it, in modern Test cricket, that it's just that the patience that perhaps
was there in the past for a pitch that's doing a little bit, wasn't on display, and it wasn't displayed by the Australians today.
Well, it just seems to me that's not how Test cricket's played anymore. It's about putting the pressure back on and moving the game forward. And if we don't have to absorb any pressure, we won't. And then I think that's how you end up with days like today. And let's be honest, Gaza he sort of tried to touch on it but wanted to steer away from it. Bangladesh did get the better bowling conditions. There was certainly more happening in that first session, and clearly just after lunch than there was later on. Because you have a look at Australia's bowlers, and there was nothing wrong with their bowling. It was at good pace, very good areas, and very few balls sort of moving off the wicket or past the bat. So, in my opinion, it's a small out for Australia. Clearly their performance wasn't up to scratch today, but there's certainly that part of the game as well.
And I'm sure Australia would have won the toss to back end this game, thinking that the ball was going to go up and down in that last innings. So they would have understood that today would have been tough. The best time to bat would have been tomorrow and the end of today, but they would have been hoping to have been batting now.
The guys that were lean on runs coming in, so obviously we've had this long layoff, but there's three guys in particular who are under pressure. Jake Weatherald up the top, who got a start. He got away and made 23, and then unfortunately chased a wide one and nicked off. Then you look at the other two, so Marnus Labuschagne, he faced a lot of balls again, so 20 balls but only made one, and then he was out, caught a genuine edge to second slip, and the third of those was Cam Green, who of course got caught in front of the wicket as a touchdown was out for 13. What did you make of those three today?
Well, if you look at all three, who's the most likely to score runs next innings? You'd have to say it was Weatherald. The way he went about it, he actually looked quite good. There were some plays and misses, as Jaques, you would know, opening the batting in a Test match, you're going to get those. But the way he went about it, he looked most likely to score some runs. Marnus, as you said, Corb, was absorbing a lot. They just didn't look. We were waiting for a counter punch or a drop at the feet and run a single to relieve the pressure. It just didn't come. So I don't know if that was just sort of trying to ease his way into it and then sort of release, and then before you know it, he was out. And then Green, he probably wasn't around long enough. 13 balls, he hit a 6 off his nose, which was a great shot, and you just thought of maybe this is the day. That's what he needed. And then last ball before the break, played a shot that wasn't quite there. But if you look at it, Jake Weatherald actually batted quite well, but just obviously didn't get the score that he would have wanted to release some of that pressure. A 23 is sort of what the pattern has been for his very short career so far, but he is desperate, particularly in these next 3 innings that he'll have against Bangladesh to really cash in.
I'd agree with that. I think Weatherald definitely looked like the work he's done in the off-season has helped a little bit. There's still some work to do, which we'll probably touch on a little bit later, but I think he looked like the more improved player. He's sorted out that crouching that he was doing, looked a lot more like he was lining the ball up a lot better. I actually not too overly critical with Marnus Labuschagne. I thought he was being patient, which he needed to be at that point in the innings. And it's his way to get into his innings with leaving and getting his feet moving. He just got a bit stuck on the crease, got squared up, and got a ball. So I think he'll let that one go pretty quick. He'll reset. But I don't mind the balls faced. It's okay to face 10 to 20 balls to get into your innings. I know it's not the bottom way, but it is.
Because we're talking about players not being patient. They're not. I'm here criticising him for trying to spend some time in the crease. I think
he was being patient, and he looked like he was lining it up pretty well. He just didn't move his feet on that particular ball. Green. That's another one. That's another question altogether. I thought that was a poor shot. Yep. And he needs to get that decision making a little bit better. He wanted to be ultra positive. Looked like he tried to score his runs before he did the work to get into his innings, and probably sum up the conditions a little bit closer before really opening up. Hopefully we'll find that he'll adapt that into the second innings.
There's not a lot of exposed form for the rest of the field between now and the first test in Southern Africa. Of course, Australia go over there to play 3 test matches in the month of October, so I'm not sure anyone's going to play their way out of the team necessarily in these 2 tests against Bangladesh, but if you don't score runs here, it's going to be pretty tough sledding, you'd think, over there in South Africa against the Proteas. What we're going to do on Grandstand of Stumps, for those of you that are with us and big fans of the ABC Cricket Podcast, we love having you with us here in the podcast feed, wrapping up the opening day's play. You're probably thinking, where's Eddie Cowan? I want to hear from Teddy on his thought of the day. So we thought, you know what, we're going to incorporate the 2 things together. So here is Teddy's thought of the day.
The microscope continues its focal point on Jake Weatherald as he unveiled a new trigger movement today. Like a business might change the colour of their logo. To me, it feels like it was an attempt to straighten himself out, level his eyes out a little bit. But in doing so, his back foot had started to creep towards leg stump, and this just further locks him off. This was particularly evident when the bowler came around the wicket. And in an effort for simplicity, it's probably exacerbated the problem. Sometimes the recipe for success is as simple as sticking to the basics, being patient, waiting for the loose ball, playing to your strengths. Test cricket's a very hard place to tinker.
Test place is a very hard place to tinker. Phil Jaques, you're a batting pro. And what did you make of that assessment from Ed Cowan?
I think he nailed it. However, the place to tinker is the off-season, and he has come off an off-season. He has tinkered. My observation was he needed to tinker a little bit further and get that trigger movement to be going where it needs to be going. At the moment, it is going to leg stump, and that leaves your outside edge exposed, and also does shut you off, which is what Ed was talking about. So he needs to get over to get those eyes over in line with off stump a little bit more, just a tiny bit. And to be honest, I liked it. I liked what he was doing. He was getting deep. I think he is playing his strengths with that trigger. His strengths are square of the wicket. So anything square of the wicket, he needs to be pouncing on. He just needs to make sure that he's not getting knocked over by that straight one.
Teddy will be with us at the end of the Test match, so we'll have an ABC Cricket podcast for you there. There was certainly plenty of support for him in the house. So over 5,000 here today, 5,223 the attendance for day one. But the hometown hero, unfortunately, they couldn't will him there.
No, he certainly, as I mentioned a moment ago, he certainly batted all right. I'm not going to sit here and break down his batting technique like Jaques and Ed look at it. I come from a very different lens as a spin bowler, so I'm not going to go out on that limb. But he certainly looked all right while he was out at the crease. It's just that big score that he needs just to really cement himself in this team and really, I guess, just a self, just feel like he belongs within, and I think that will do so much if he can sort of do that in the next innings or in Mackay. We'll see the Jake Weatherall that we see at Shield cricket, where he dominates, and he's not scared to come out and just play his natural game. But there are so many eyes on him here. It's hard to be critical of a guy sort of just stiffening up a little bit.
What he did do was played the ball nice and late on the stumps. I feel like he lost his middle gear though. He was like first gear and then went from first gear into fifth gear. So anything outside of stump, once he was into his innings, he felt like, I'm in now, I want to go. And that aggressive nature is in his blood. He plays that way at Shield cricket. But I feel like on a wicket like that, that's a little bit too pace and it's moving a little bit, you have to find your middle gears and you have to be prepared to go up and down your gears as well. You can't just go first to fifth and stay in fifth. You've got to be able to pull it back a little bit.
1 for 96 at stumps, Bangladesh in their first innings. 1 for 96. They trailed the Test match by just 102 runs after Australia were all out for 198. We're standing down here on the boundary's edge and we've just wandered in front of the viewing room, which is behind us. It acts as a cool room for the Australian rules football games that are played here, where the teams often go in there during the breaks and lap up the aircon in some pretty humid conditions. And there's a fascinating meeting that's unfolding between the senior coach Andrew McDonald, George Bailey and the chief executive Todd Greenberg, all part of that, as I'm sure they're debriefing the day the same way we are here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. So I guess when Bangladesh got the chance to have a hit, Jaques, there'll be plenty of people out there wondering, well, how come they were able to look the way they did when they got the chance to bat against a world-class attack, and for Australia it wasn't the same thing. It's incredible when you think about what we were thinking coming into the day, and you set it up beautifully, X off the top, about how long is this going to go, and feeling like this is a mismatch. The two teams belong in different weight classes, and yet we leave here today going, look, Australia are well behind in the game.
You couldn't not be impressed by the way they went about it. There was a couple of loose shots in there. I think X summed it up when he was commentating online. There was a few that some tail-ended grade cricketers wouldn't have been happy with, a few early shots, but for the most part was some really impressive batting. And what they did do was they weren't intimidated. They certainly put away any bad balls. And when Nathan Lyon came on, the two left-handers were really proactive. They were looking to score. They didn't let Nathan Lyon bowl to them. And that's being brave at this level. And they certainly showed that they have lots of ticker in this Bangladeshi team.
What did they do the Aussies didn't do?
I don't think they did. Well, what they didn't do was they didn't flap it at the balls outside off stump. when they did play it, they committed to their shots. And to be honest, I think the bounce was a little bit more true when Bangladeshis batted. I think they were able to play those shots because of the conditions. So they played the conditions a little bit smarter than what Australia did.
Two individual performances we need to shout out today. First of all, Steve Smith in the way that he batted. So he was a little scratchy early on. He obviously was given a life on 2 when he was put down at third slip by Tanzit Hassan. He then edged a ball where third slip would have been if he was in position. Instead, they had a split cordon. And then on 7, he looked guilty as all hell, as if he was caught behind. It was given not out on field, and that decision was upheld when it went to the DRS. And this was before he made his way to 8. From that point on, he didn't give another chance before he was dismissed on 71, and he really stood out in that Australian card.
Well, he did, yeah. He rode his luck, as you said, Corbin. A guilty look is putting it plainly. He was halfway off the pitch, thinking, knowing deep down that he probably got a little feather on it, and it was going to take some luck to get away with it. And he did that. But I was on air commentating that one straight after the break, and he looked like a different batter after the break. There was more intent. There was more dropping and running. There was more turning the strike. And then actually loading up when the loose ball was there, and actually trying to release some of that pressure. So it was a very different Steve Smith that we saw after the break. He unfortunately didn't have the partners sticking around with him, and it was a very frustrated Steve Smith towards the end.
Yeah, 82nd time in his Test career he's passed 50. So and again, it sort of felt like a pretty familiar conversation around Steve Smith that he was able to apply himself and unfortunately ran out of partners.
He was class above, wasn't he? The way he used his angles and used his crease laterally and out of his crease as well was something that they can definitely take in to future batting performances. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a common story, hasn't it? Steve Smith is sort of getting left with the lower order to try and push that game on with the field back, and then that frustration just kicked in. He was just like, why can't one of you just come with me and and try and get a significant partnership with me and wrestle this game back? And I think it ended up being Nathan Lyon and him trying to sort of eke out those last few runs, but it could have been a lot more if one of the batters had stayed with him.
Sorry, Corb. The frustration was obvious. It's not often you see, two batters come off at tee. Steve Smith stormed off, and he left poor old Nathan Lyon still on the 30-metre circle, or where a 30-metre circle would be. He was seething with the way that the team performed today, and that was clear and obvious for everyone to see. And
the other guy, I've left this to the back end of the program. We're hoping to try and catch a quick word with him, but Hassan Mahmood. So this was an incredible story where you think about a 26-year-old playing his 15th Test match. It's his third fifer, and particularly in the way that he bowled today was super impressive. So what did you think firstly of the way he went about it?
Well, the way that they all went about it, the Bangladesh Quicks, they just from the start of the day, they just thumped the wicket. They didn't get the results in the first hour. I think Australia nearly made it to that drinks break without losing a wicket. And then in the second hour, just the fact that they stayed in that same area, they stayed patient, they got the results. In that second hour, they were able to get those 4 wickets, and it was just through patience and the 3 quicks working together, building up the pressure. Some loose shots and some impatient shots from the Australians, but certainly got the results after not getting him in the first hour.
Hassan joins us. Let's get a quick word from him. Hassan, congratulations. How did you do it today?
I was very excited before playing, against best team, one of the best team. So I was enjoying from the morning, and when we won the toss and they let us to bowl first, and I was really happy. Bowling first in this condition, you get lots of movement and bounce as well, and that's how we started.
You've got a knack for doing this, so it's your third fifer. You got one in Chennai, which was pretty special, a fifer that included Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, all part of that. And then you get 6 for today, which obviously includes Travis Head and Steve Smith. Which one was better?
I think every fiver is important to me, and I'm very happy to getting fiver in overseas. So I really enjoy this condition. Australia, India, and obviously Pakistan is very hot, but it's quite very good journey for me.
And you've played a bit of cricket recently, so you're over at Kent and obviously played in the county system there. How well has that prepared you for a run at it here?
Yeah, I was in Kent in Blackpool, and I got 6 there as well. And I really enjoyed in camp because the condition looks similar in Australia and England. So I find it pretty good for the bowlers, obviously. And when you get the new ball in fresh wicket, and you get more bends and you get bounce, swing, and that's how you confident grow. So yeah, that's helped me a lot.
And that's about as good a day as the team could have hoped for?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Absolutely. Can you win from here?
Yeah, it's like if you win session by session, you can't say you're gonna win first session. So you have to go till the end. You have to play 5 days, and then you see the results.
That's the right attitude. He's all over it on the back of a 6 for today. Congratulations, Hassan. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Hassan on the back of his 6 for today here at Marara Oval in Darwin. Bangladesh on top after the first day, an extraordinary first day of cricket here at Marara Oval. Thanks to our entire crew, to Jim Maxwell and Ben Cameron upstairs, to Con, our tech, for all his work, of course, to Renell back in the studio, to Tim for all his work on socials down here on the Boundaries Edge, to Phil Jaques, to Xavier, Doherty and Jason Gillespie, signing off here from Marara Oval. We'll be back tomorrow for the start of play on air from 10 o'clock Eastern, where Bangladesh are in control. This has been Grandstand at Stumps on ABC Sport.
Specialty programs. Catch up on the latest sport.